Goalkeepers, nervous strikers, they'll deliver. Crowd roars erupted, you can feel the quake. 80,000 voices.
Transfer deadline day, a lot of deals have been done, completed. For instance, the Isak deal has been done for £120 million, £125 million to Liverpool, as I always felt like it would happen, because the way Alexander Isak has gone about the whole thing, I think relations with not only with the club and the coach Eddie Howe, but I think also relationship with his teammates must have become untenable. So I just felt like for everyone involved, it was best for him to leave to Liverpool, and then Newcastle United can look to reinvest the money they've gotten from his sale. And then, of course, Fenerbahce are almost close or almost certain to get Ederson from Manchester City. For me, I think that's a big coup for the club. At first, I thought he was heading to Galatasaray, but that doesn't seem to be what's happening. He's heading to Fenerbahce, to top one for them, a major coup. And Gigi Donnarumma probably would be heading to Manchester City. That's a very, very big one for them as well. And you know what's funny? When he was linked to Chelsea, a lot of Chelsea fans were going on about, oh, Chelsea player from the back. How do you want him to play from the back? I was like, come on, man. He plays for one of the most attack-minded, tiki-taka-esque teams in the world in PSG, right? And still is able to play. So I think he's going to Man City. He's going to come good there. So top marks to Man City for getting that done. Sorted out their goalkeeping issues. I think when it comes to being a traditional goalkeeper, he is a far better goalkeeper than Ederson. Ederson just has this thing of, playing up from the back, long passes and all that kind of thing. But actually stopping shots, making big saves, I think he's better. And then when it comes to James Trafford, don't get me started. James Trafford is a nice young talent, but I think overall, Gigi Donnarumma is far better. And that should be the case. Trafford is just starting his career. Donnarumma, though he's still young, 26, I think he's still, but he started his career a long, long time ago, has tons of experience under his belt. And just won the Champions League with PSG last season. So you want to join the stream, the link is in the chats there, the comment section. So then we're talking about Real Betis having completed the deal as well for Antony, 25 million euros, with a 50 million euros sell-on clause for Manchester United. So I think that's sort of a fair deal, because there's no point trying to keep Antony at the club, because he's not going to do anything for you. There's no point keeping him on the bench and saying, oh, we want him to rot on the bench. We want to keep him on the bench. We don't want him to play, except we get full value, because that would just be pure, utter madness. And also, we've heard talk about Chukwueze being in England at the minute, and just anticipating and waiting for Fulham and AC Milan to reach a deal for him. And then speaking about Fulham, I think Fulham have also almost close to getting the deal done for Kevin, Brazilian winger from Shakhtar Donetsk. So let's see how that shakes out, if they're able to get it too, or if they're able to get both, or they only stick with Kevin. Let's see how that all shakes down. I just hope that we get Chukwueze in the building. So that, I think that would be brilliant for Nigeria, and that would be brilliant for him to have that change in scenery. And as well, Christian Uche, they talked about him being linked to a move to Crystal Palace. So I think that's a good one for him, and I hope this time he's profiled rightly, because when he was linked to Fulham, we heard all this talk about that he is seen as a striker. That was just wild to me. So if he goes to Crystal Palace, plays as a midfielder, I think that would be a stunning signing for Crystal Palace. And I think that's a fine club for him to, come to the Premier League and grow. So top marks to Crystal Palace if they get that done. So that's a good one. What are some opinions on that one? So let me know what you think. And then as well, we've had talk of course, Tolu Arokodare has been confirmed, not yet confirmed by the club, but is very certain at this point in time that he would be joining Wolves. So top backs in that one. And still on Fulham. So Martial, Godot, from Strasbourg could be heading to Fulham. Fabrizio Romano has given his here we go, 7 million euros. Fulham will receive 7 million euros. So very good deal, very good. Oh, Martial Godot goes to Strasbourg. Sorry, he goes to Strasbourg from Fulham, 7 million euros. I think that's part of the whole Blue Coat model. So let's see how it shapes up for him at that club. So we'll continue to follow the latest transfer deadline day deals. I'm going to give you our opinions, just opinions about it. I would like to know what you think as well about this. But back to the Isak bit, of course, that's the biggest one so far. This transfer window. So I think that's a huge one. Now does it make Liverpool absolute title favorites? Yeah, I think so. I think it does. I think kind of does. It makes them title favorites, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that makes them title favorites. Now, if they don't win the Premier League, that's an absolute failure, given that they've broken their own transfer record twice in the same window. And for me, I have no issues with clubs doing that, because if you want to win, given how inflated the market is, you have to spend money. That's just the way it rolls. You have to spend money. But what gets me, when I say upset or a bit ticked off, is when you see hypocrisy of clubs. When you see a club spending a lot of money, you cry, oh, they're spending that much money buying the league. And then when your club does it, lip seal. For me, that's the craziness about everything, because you have to spend money to win stuff in football. Now, Wrexham have signed Man City defender Isak Kabore on a season-long loan, according to Ben Jacobs. So I think that's a nice one for them as well. Ryan Reynolds and the other guy there at Wrexham, I think that's a good deal for them, because to stay in the Championship, you have to, spend money and have quality in certain areas, because I know a lot of people look at Championship and think it's a nothing league, but it is a tough league to play in, and believe me, a tough league to gain promotion from. So if Wrexham want to go for a back-to-back promotion, then that would be a serious problem. Now, of course, we have the one story, or rather one transfer news that has to be followed all through, all through this transfer deadline. They would be the Nicholas Jackson bit, because of course we knew what all happened. He was meant to go on loan to Bayern. Deal called off. Agent said he wasn't going to come back, but Chelsea flexed their muscles. Bayern said you have to go back, and it seems like he has to come back to Chelsea right now. But I think he's saying he will go to Senegal instead, with international break very close. So he'll be heading to Senegal. Then the question is, with him coming back, what is going to happen? He's unhappy. Is Chelsea going to force him to play? Which they can. It's well within the rights to do it. But you want an unhappy player on your hands. And then Chelsea are also going to recall, Mark Guiu. So that you have Mark Guiu right now. You've got what's his face, Nicholas Jackson again. You've got João Pedro, and then it's 2 months for Liam Delap. Although we're hearing that probably they need to have some more scans to see if maybe it could be worse than earlier envisaged. So maybe he's out for 3-4 months, but he's going to be back at some point. So are you ready to have 4 strikers on your books? Or on the flip side, is it that what's his face is out for longer? Cole Palmer, maybe is he out for way longer than we sort of thought? Because it just seems to go day by day basis. No one really seems to give any update about what's going on. So for me, that's one to keep an eye on. And Chelsea's still looking at Firmino, but I think Barcelona has set out their store 70 million euros or 60 million pounds or nothing. I think Chelsea made a bid of 36 million pounds, and in the usual low balling style, no one is going to look at you. And they said, and the reports are from Spain, seem to be that the only way Chelsea get the deal done without meeting that clause, without paying Barcelona's demands the full amount, would be for Fermin Lopez to protest, throw his toys out on the pram, say I want to leave. But that's not going to happen. I've said this time and time again. La Masia graduates don't do that. You have to come up with a fee that the club wants. You have to agree a fee with the club, and then they can let you go. Other than that, that's not happening. That's not happening in my opinion. So I just think let's see how that shapes up. But it's an interesting one to watch. So Gigi Donnarumma to Manchester City. City fans, how you feeling about it? I'm sure you're super excited because I would have been super excited about it as well. As a Chelsea fan, I was saying get him in the building. But people still there going on loving Sanchez. Well, that's it. But Gigi Donnarumma to Man City. Here we go. We've got that from Fabrizio Romano. So fair play. Let's see how it shapes up. And of course, there's this Jadon Sancho thing. So apparently Manchester United are all in for Emi Martinez, having discussions about signing him. That would be an absolute coup for Manchester United, because that's another one where I look at Chelsea and like, you have Robert Sanchez giving you all these issues that you have. You have Emi Martinez for whatever reason that Aston Villa are willing to let him go for, or maybe he's the one that wants to leave. For whatever reason, that is something you should do. But apparently they're not doing it. So as part of discussions for that move, Aston Villa are also having a discussion about Jadon Sancho. Now, in the usual PSR era fashion, it's not seen as part of the same deal, but as separate deals, but still part of the same discussion or the same conversation. So I'm sure that's more around financial fair play type of thing. So and PSR type of thing. Let's see how that plays out. And so this is more about Dutch news. Isaac Babadi on his way to sign at Royal Antwerp from PSV Eindhoven. So fair play. Royal Antwerp. I think that's a good place for players to develop. George Lenny Kenna, that's where he developed. Victor Odor, the sign for Southampton, that's where he developed as well. So fair play on that one. And of course, Sunderland are in the market again. There's talk of them agreeing a deal for Brian Brobby for the Ajax Amsterdam forward. I think that's because Chelsea had decided to recall McGee from loan before he's even played a Premier League game for them. So they've gone in there and they've made a permanent transfer for Brobby. That's 25 million euros guaranteed and 5 million euros add-ons. So top marks for Sunderland. I think they're really, really spending, to ensure that they remain in the Premier League. So if they don't remain in the Premier League, I don't think their coach has any leg to stand on, because they've done their best. They've done their utmost. They've signed Premier League proven players. They're signing players, with high profile, high level talent from outside of the UK in the Dutch league. So with that, you should be able to remain in the Premier League. Now, that's not a guarantee, but if you begin to point fingers, I'm guessing where you'd be pointing your fingers at would be pointing your fingers at the coach if Sunderland doesn't end up staying up. So they've gone in again for, according to Fabrizio Romano, they've gone in again for Lottrell Gertruda, the Dutch player, 2.5 million euros loan fee and 23 million euros buy option. So I think that's a good one for them. I think he's a wing-back, full-back type player. And I think that's a good addition for Sunderland. So they're really stacking up. They've got Enzo Lefe in midfield. They've got Adingra on the wings. They've got Brobby coming in. So I think that's a strong team. They're building that, at least a team that should be able to keep them in the Premier League. That should be able to keep them in the Premier League. So fair play that one. And then Alexis Sanchez, apparently still about. Remember the days at Arsenal, and then he had an impressive season. Talk about going to Man City or Manchester United. Ended up going to Manchester United, flopped. That seems to be the theater of flops at the minute. So when that didn't quite do well, and then disappeared off the grid. So apparently now he could be heading to Sevilla as a free agent. So I think La Liga, a league with that's more slower paced league than the Premier League, certainly. Is that a good move for him at his age right now? Maybe it's a good move for him, but I'm not quite sure if it would be a good move for Sevilla. But let's see how that shapes up. And of course, we're talking about Antony heading to Real Betis. I think that's about the only club we could have gone to. So the full package is 22 million euros plus 3 million euros fee to Manchester United, 50% sell-on clause, which is a huge one. So maybe he goes there and replicates what he did last season, or does slightly better. And who knows, maybe Betis could be selling him back maybe to a Dutch club for 40, 40 million euros, and Manchester United could be taking home 20. So fair play to that one. Glad it's done and gone. He's someone that could have worked for Manchester United, but for some reason it didn't work. So I should shout out Mr. Viper. Okay, you can hear my voice, Viper. How you doing? Thanks for joining this stream. So yeah. And then, of course, talk about Isak. He's gone to Liverpool. Right now, we've got the Here We Go. We've got the David Ornstein, Bomber, whatever. They've all gone on to confirm that deal. It's done. I think that's the only way it should have happened. I think, benefit of hindsight, I think Newcastle United should have, allowed this deal to have been completed sooner, and then they would have been able to go out there and had enough time on their hands to get a new striker in. But right now, the reports are Brentford are demanding for, 65 million pounds, 65 million pounds, 65 million pounds by transfer fee. So that's a super crazy amount as well. Let's see, but they have to pay it because now clubs know you've just got 125 million pounds sitting in your bank account. So let's see what happens if they're willing to go for that one. But Newcastle United, I keep telling you guys, come over and get some Nigerian targets. Rafael Durushimi, he's right there for a fraction of the price. I think he's a better out-and-out striker, than Wissa. But on the other hand, you can say they've already got Nick Amadi in the building, so maybe they're now looking for a supporting cast. And Wissa, I think, can be a very, very good, supporting cast for the likes of Nick Amadi, and maybe Eddie Howe could have huge belief in Osula as well. The Nigerian Danish or Danish Nigerian, how you want to call it, striker. That's a striker that played for Newcastle United. I think so. I think maybe he could be another option that they're looking at. Eddie Howe could say, okay, we have our number one guy in Nick Amadi, and then we have what's his face as well. So that could be a good move for us. So let's see how that all shapes up. So fair play. Now Burnley again, and now already in the market, and deal done. 2 million euros loan fee. They've got Florentino Lewis. I think he used to partner Enzo Fernandez. Right? So he used to partner Enzo Fernandez at Benfica. So now he's come to the Premier League, and I think he can form a very good partnership with Leslie Ugochukwu in the heart of that midfield. So I think that's a good move. That's a good move for them. So Leslie Ugochukwu can be the more technical central defensive midfielder, while Florentino Lewis can be, the guy that just goes in, puts in those tough, hard tackles. So Maxim for Burnley getting the deal done. Of course, Premier League clubs, they have a lot of money, to spend. Just hope clubs are spending that money wisely, because I know there's so much money sometimes they just splurge the cash set, sign players that they don't even get to use, or they don't even come good, and then they're willing to sell them in January. So, but anyway, top marks, to Burnley for getting that player, because I think they need that solidity in the midfield. And then Lewis Openda, the Belgian international, all set to head to Juventus on an initial loan. Like Openda, to Juventus. Here we go, deal in place. He's leaving Leipzig. He'll be heading to Juventus on initial loan, option to buy or obligation to buy. And then as well, I think he then will be replaced by Konrad Harder. Konrad Harder, the player that we had reports that he was linked to move to Chelsea, right? But I think that was just more Chelsea exploring things as opposed to putting a concrete offer for the player. So I think top marks, Harder goes to RB Leipzig, and then Lewis Openda, goes to Juventus. So fair play on that one. So not quite sure if they're going to sign Kolo Muani now. And that's the thing. Newcastle United want Kolo Muani, but Kolo Muani wants Juventus, and PSG doesn't want anything to do with Kolo Muani anymore. They want to cut him and let him go. So I think now that's a funny one. If I'm Kolo Muani, seeing that Juventus have signed Openda, I would go to Newcastle United. I think that's a better move for him. But who knows? Sometimes players just love to play in certain leagues, and maybe he wants to really play in the Serie A. So let's see how he shapes up. Maybe he's a fan of Lilian Thuram, and Lilian Thuram was a very good player, for Juventus. So maybe that's where he wants to go. Top marks on that one. Let's see how it all shapes up. And then, of course, Carlos Sola signs for Real Sociedad from PSG, permanent move, and not alone anymore. So good one there. But I need to go back and talk about one player, Samuel Chukwueze. Apparently, he's in London as well, hoping that Fulham could agree reach a club-to-club agreement with AC Milan. So fair play. Let's see how that shapes up in the end. Because I think if Fulham are able to snag Kevin from Shakhtar Donetsk, get Samuel Chukwueze, you've got your wings sorted out, and then you can move Iwobi to his more favored position. In my opinion, I think he's more of a 10. So you could move him out there, and I think they get their formation really sorted out. So AD says, "Hi, Isak accepted for £125 million. Yep, of course, just say that. Deal for Isak to Newcastle United, and Isak doing his medical at Newcastle United now. Let's see. What did you say? Isak, do you mean Wissa? Wissa doing his medical at Newcastle United. Let's see. I'm not quite sure that Brentford have accepted, the offer for. If I'm not quite sure Newcastle United have made that £65 million offer for Wissa. Let's see how it ships up. They might end up having to overpay because this is desperation central. When you get transfer deadline day, it becomes desperation central, and you have to pay crazy amounts. You have to pay crazy fee. So let's see how that all shapes up. So if you're just joining the stream, thanks for joining. Welcome you to the channel. Click notification bell. If you haven't, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and let's go on. So for me, the way I look at it right now is Isak to Liverpool, fair play, that's done. If you're just joining, we talked about that. Isak deal to Liverpool has been agreed for £125 million. So good deal for him. Let's see how that shapes up. I think that makes Liverpool outright favourites to win this league. If they don't win the league, I think that would be disappointing for them. That would be an embarrassing season for them. And then, of course, Sunderland, newly promoted side, they're really doing the business, doing their utmost to make sure that they remain in the league. They've gone on to sign, Brian Brobby from Ajax, and then they've gone on to sign Gres Struder as well, and from the Dutch league as well. And I think, but he's a Dutch player anyways. I think he's a fullback. He's been signed. Good one for them. Burnley, they've gone out there. They've signed Florentino Lewis. That's another good deal for a newly promoted club. So fair play on that one. Now, for Chelsea, teams, that's one of the teams who people have to watch, because you have Nico Jackson. He's back. Is he really going to stay at Chelsea? Now, he's someone that I think Newcastle United could be interested in. He fits the mold. I think he's got pace, can run the channels. He just is finishing that lets him down. But when you already have a Nick Voltemade in the building, and then you have maybe Osula as well, then you can say, okay, to have a third striker, you can get Nico Jackson as well. So you get Nico Jackson alongside Nick Voltemade, and if you can snag Wissa as well, then I think your striking options begin to look really, really interesting, in my opinion. So let's see how that all shapes up. So Newcastle United and Chelsea deals are just having negotiations for players. That could be something that could happen. Let's see if it indeed happens. And then Maguire, Chelsea, that means he's ready to come in and play, but he is cap tied for the Carabao Cup. So let's see how that all shapes up. Yeah. How you doing? Kolo Muani and Fratesi and Strand Larsen and Wissa should sign for 55 plus 65 million pounds and add-ons for all three players. That's not going to happen, my man. That's not going to happen because for all three players, because Wolves want not of 55 million pounds, and Wissa 65 million pounds. So that's it right there. Let's see what happens. So Jackson United now add-ons for Jackson deal for. Let's see if that happens. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one. Let's see how it shapes up. So Matt O'Reilly has joined Marseille, obviously, from Brighton loan, just a straight up loan. So no option included, no buy option, no obligation to buy. It's a straight up loan. So let's see how that shapes up. Hopefully he goes there and plays well. Maybe then some independent negotiations can be had for his sale to Marseille. But for right now, it's a straight up loan. So let me know some opinions on the various transfer news we've talked about so far, or we're talking about. We continue to, I'm going to bring them to you, give my opinions about them as they break. But I also want to know, what do you think about this bit of transfer news? Samuel Chukwueze to Fulham, what he thoughts about it. Uche Crisantos to Crystal Palace. I think that's a fine move. That's a very fine move. Have him in the heart of that midfield, that would be an absolute steal for Crystal Palace. Just hoping they play him in the right position. Of course, spoken about Isak, that's already old news. Talked about Kolo Muani. Now he's talking limbo. Of course, Juventus that he wants to go to, they'll go with Openda. So where does he keep his head? Where does he keep his head? That's the question. So let's do that. So all this is done. So you're welcome to the channel. Any questions you have to ask about the channel, anything you want to know about these transfers, let's keep going, let's keep talking. Please hit the subscribe button as well. And then, of course, the approach for Bayern for Ademola Lookman, they wanted a loan with an option to buy. I don't know why Bayern Munich, they like claiming poverty, but Atalanta, as at this point, are not willing to let Ademola Lookman go out on loan with an option to buy. At best, what they want is a loan with an obligation, straight obligation to buy, or an outright purchase. So that seems right now clubs will have to stop with the cash. I don't know what Spurs are doing. I don't know what Bayern are doing. For how much is it valued at? Is it 20 odd million, 30 odd million euros? Is that crazy money for a player of his caliber? And you spend 75 on Luis Diaz? I don't quite get it right. If you don't rate the player, then don't rate the player. Then Marco Asensio set to take off to Istanbul, be joining Fenerbahce as well. So that it means the Turkish league is really firing up right now. It's really firing up. I think Fenerbahce, they really want to compete with Galatasaray. Because right now, Galatasaray, they've got Victor Osimhen, of course. They've got Icardi in the building. They've got Leroy Sané. They signed this transfer window. So they're really looking like a serious outfit at the minute. So I think Fenerbahce, what their biggest rivals in the Turkish league, Turkish Super League, they want to see if they can really compete. So going for Asensio, going for Ederson as well. Let's see what more they do. And Galatasaray have been linked to Nigerian midfielder Rafael Onyedika from Club Brugge. So where does he go to? Galatasaray can give him Champions League football as well. And then Frankfurt, I think he's more keen on going to Frankfurt. I think that's a good move for him because, one, you go there, you play in a slightly better league than the Turkish league, and your profile improves. And one thing Frankfurt knows how to do, they know how to sell their players. So if a top club comes for you, you know it's going to be for a good amount, and therefore you're going to receive a good pay, a good contract. So I think that's overall, it's a good move for him if it does indeed ends up at Frankfurt. So top marks on that one. Let's going to see how things continue to develop. So we'll continue to bring you updates on latest transfer news as they break down. So according to Sasha Tavoleri, Manchester United have agreed personal terms with Sen Lamens. Agreed 99% personal terms, but still no club-to-club agreement. Now, this is an odd one for me, right? Manchester United seem like they're going to get Emi Martinez. So if you get Emi Martinez, do you really want to sign this player, this goalkeeper, and make him a second choice? And let's face it, for goalkeepers, you don't have competition as to you don't have like two number ones. You can't have two number ones. You remember that's what Arteta did when he signed Raya. Like, oh, we have two number ones. Ramsdale is number 1A, and Raya is number 1B. No, end of the day, you have who you will always start. So for goalkeeper. So is this something Manchester United wants to do? Is this something he wants to do, as well? So does this mean if this deal is done and completed, then that means Manchester United will pull the plug on Emi Martinez? Or let's see how it shakes down. Or are they looking at him as more one for the future where they can sign him and loan him back? So that's it. And Antwerp, wow. So Royal Antwerp agreed deal with Aston Villa and Galatasaray. So personal terms have been agreed, Manchester United and the goalkeeper, but Royal Antwerp have agreed club-to-club agreement with Aston Villa and Galatasaray. So let's see who wins this one out. So, like you just heard already, old news, Isak, Liverpool player. Let's see how it goes. Undergoing his medical. Maybe we'll get it here. We get the absolute official announcement from Liverpool. And I want to know your opinions. Does this make them absolute title favorites for this season? And I think, yes, it does. Now, Fabio Vieira, I think was a player that was on the books of Arsenal at some point. He's headed to Hamburger SV in Germany. So fair play, he moves there, but he's one of those players that had high potential at Porto, but nothing happening. And now he's going to Hamburg. Let's see how it shapes up for the player. Good deal overall. Let's go into watch as things continue to develop. Now, like I said, Nico Jackson, Newcastle United, Chelsea, those are deals that you need to watch out for. Those are three parties, if you will, that you need to watch out for. Maybe a deal could be done because, like I said, right now, Jackson is not in the right headspace. Maybe he comes good and decides to play for Chelsea. Let's see how that happens. There we go. How are you? Jackson should sign for Newcastle United now. Add-ons for Jackson deal for Newcastle United. Let's see if that happens. I think that's an interesting take. I think that is something that could indeed happen. It could well and truly happen because I just think Jackson isn't willing to be at play for Chelsea anymore as it is at this moment. And then on the other hand, Newcastle United, I don't think they're satisfied with Nick Voltemade as the lone, attacking signing, as a lone attacker to have been signed this transfer window. So I'm guessing they will be looking to get at least one more body in the building now. So does that mean they get Jackson? They don't get Wissa? I think they'll still want to get Wissa as well, but that's super, super expensive. Let's see what they do. Because I think right now the pressure's on. Newcastle United, you were in Champions League last season. The season before you were in Champions League. You went to Champions League, didn't quite perform that well. And then, you fell off. This time around, I'm sure the owners, PIF, and all that, they want to make sure they do very well. They want to make sure they at least go very far in the Champions League. Maybe not, obviously not win it, but able to really compete. So people are going on about Manchester United agreed deal to sell Antony for a loss of £60 million. Sometimes you have to take the loss. Sometimes you have to take that L and move on. So that's how it is. Sometimes you take the loss and you move on. And just in a moment, I'll drop off for a few minutes and I'll be back. So just keep on. Thanks for watching. Keep watching the channel. Keep subscribing. Keep sharing this video. Let's keep going. This is going to be a long one. We'll continue to bring you updates as the transfer market continues to unfold this transfer deadline day. So Chelsea fans, Liverpool fans, Arsenal fans, gather all here. Let's see what your take is on the business your club is doing and what you want your club to do as well. So what you want your club to do as well. So I'll be So I'll be going off shortly, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So please, if you can, don't go anywhere. Hey, we're back. Thanks for sticking around. So apparently we've got it. Here we go for Sanchez. Yeah, Sanchez to Sevilla. Obviously not Chelsea. Sanchez that used to play for Arsenal. We've got it. Here we go. Alexis Sanchez to Sevilla. So is that a good deal for Sevilla? I think at this point in his career, does he still have the pace to really make a difference? But fair play. La Liga is a lot slower than the Premier League. Maybe that can be an attraction for him in a more technical league. Maybe he goes there and shines. Let's see what happens with that one. And then as well, we have to, you know, talk about Isak. Mention it. Alexander Isak to Liverpool, all done. There we go. Let's see what happens with that one. So, Thames Gen Deliso. So let me just say Deliso. Please, United, I like Emi Martinez, Holmond and Stiller. Also make plan for loan for signing for is it for loan signing of King and Lee. So we're talking of Vlahovic, Robert Sanchez, Kolo Muani to United is better for next season. Ineos make plan for Amorim. So I'm guessing what you're meaning is you like Sanchez, I mean Martinez to be signed, you like Vlahovic, maybe Kolo Muani. For me, I think Vlahovic is a decent striker, but I just think Manchester United have invested so much in Sesko, and probably they will be giving Sesko the mantle for the season to be the striker and just ride the storm and see how it shapes up. And probably they'll say to themselves, he's a young striker, he will really come good. He could possibly come good, high ceiling. So let's give him a full season to see what he can do. So I think he'll be staying for Stiller. I just think that at this moment isn't feeling like it's going to happen. And the major journalists on this one are saying, at least you're having Ben Jacobs saying that, and then you're having the likes of David Ornstein and Fabrizio Romano all silent on Stiller to Manchester United. But I know it was something that was that was reported earlier on, that he would be joining. That there was a deal for him at Manchester United, but right now nothing has been said. Now David Ornstein has come on to talk about Jadon Sancho, something that I talked about earlier in the video. So he said Aston Villa on verge of agreement to sign Jadon Sancho from Manchester United, deal for 25-year-old winger to join Aston Villa, season-long loan, almost done with clubs and England international, retain option to extend contract June 2026. So that means that, okay, he would go on loan to Aston Villa, and then Manchester United can decide that they would extend his contract, because I think he's about on the last limb of his contract. So that means they can't extend his contract beyond June 2026. So let's see how that shapes up. I think fair play, he just has to leave. But what's a bit strange for Sancho is that he's turned down lots of clubs. Lots of clubs have been in for him. Don't forget he was at Chelsea, and Chelsea wanted to sign him. Chelsea wanted to trigger the option, that obligation to buy option, that trigger the obligation to buy when negotiating with him, and he turned down. And reported it was £180,000 a week wage, and then as well, Juventus were interested, Roma were interested. He refused the deal. He turned them down. And maybe Aston Villa right now are willing to pay because they are super desperate. Maybe they're willing to pay his full wages while having him on loan. So I think he will play well under Unai Emery, as it seems to happen with a lot of attacking players. When they go to Aston Villa, they sort of play very well there. And I think that is another option for Nico Jackson. But I just think right now that could have been another option rather for Nicolas Jackson from Chelsea. But let's see how it all shapes up. At this moment, it appears that Robert. Oh, and we've got the here we go as well from Fabrizio Romano. So it said, breaking Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa. Here we go. Deal in place on initial loan from Manchester United. Green light from United and deal being sealed with formal steps to follow. So Aston Villa fans, are you hyped up about getting Jadon Sancho? He is a very good player on the pitch, playing rightly. He's very good. He's a ball-to-feet kind of player. He's not the kind of player you expect to make blistering runs behind the winger for balls over the top. He's a player where you give him the ball to feet, he can make anybody look silly, for sure. He can make everybody look silly. The thing with a lot of people that talk about football is they get two things conflated, right? Sometimes the fact that a player didn't work at a club doesn't mean he wouldn't work at another club. And sometimes the fact that maybe a player likes to party a bit doesn't mean he's a bad person, because people want to make those connections. So Jadon Sancho, I think he would work. At Chelsea, he was good in moments. It's just that at some point, Enzo Maresca wanted to play him as a typical winger that you expect to have this lightning pace going in behind, and he's not that sort of player. He's more of a player that give him the ball to fit, and he'll do his stuff, and he'll do his magic. So I think that's a very good move for Aston Villa. Seems certain. David Ornstein has given his, would I say, seal of approval. What's his face as well? Romano has also said that deal is being done. He's giving his here we go on that one. So I think overall that's a good move. And I know people say, oh, he's greedy, he wants too much money. Look at what happens to players. Look at what Chelsea has done to Nico Jackson. If you think about that for a minute, they said, you're not in our project, we don't want you in our building. He goes off on loan while in the air. They decide that, oh, our players got injured. No. You're not even going to play there anymore. Come back. So club will protect their interest always over a player's interest. So as a player, you have the responsibility to protect your own interest. And we've gotten the here we go now for Newcastle United fans. I'm sure, AD, you will be happy about this one. So breaking Wissa to Newcastle United. Here we go. Deal verbally agreed right now between clubs. Fee worth £55 million package. A £55 million package. Kennedy Central, thank you so much. Thanks for joining the channel. Nice to have you on here. You're welcome. So, Brentford accept formal proposal from Newcastle United, and Wissa on his way for a medical later today. After Isak gone, Wissa and Amadi joined for Eddie Howe. So I think now this makes sense, right? Because for me, my thing has been, while Wissa is a good player, can't take it away from him, but he's never been that central guy, main striker to the middle kind of guy. He's someone of those kind of players like an Mbuemo that prefers to float around and things like that. So I think this makes more sense. You have Nick Voltamade already signed, and then you have Wissa joining. I think that could be a good partnership, a good 1 and 2. And then who knows if they can get Nico Jackson as well, that could be a good one. So thanks everyone so far who's been on here. This will be a long one. And if you stay on here with me till the end, top marks to you. If you're new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button. Do share the channel to others as well. Let's keep going. Transfer deadline day. What sort of business do you want to see your club do? What sort of business do you want to see your club do? On top of of course, the most anticipated news, if we want to call it that, has been the whole Isak to Liverpool, and that obviously has been done right now. Because here we go for a fee reaching up to £125 million, and that is breaking the British transfer record. So Liverpool have broken the British transfer record twice, in one season. So this whole thing where people have always treated Liverpool as some sort of, UNICEF or some special non-governmental organization like a high-level charity or something that has to be admired. They spend money like the rest of us. They wanted to sign, Caicedo for £150 million. Was because they were rejected by the player. That's why that deal didn't go through. So now they've broken their transfer record twice. And I've said it before, I don't really care that much about it. It doesn't really upset me as much as it appears to upset a lot of people. For me, it's just the hypocrisy of it. If Manchester City spends, they're spending so much money. If Chelsea spends, they're spending so much money. But if Liverpool spend, it's kind of shrouded in, they're doing the business they have to do. They're spending money to earn. Money to earn from what? The Coutinho deal? How many years ago? But anyways, I have no problem with them spending. The best time to improve your squad is when you are at the top. They won the league, they're at on top of the league again this season. So this is the best time. Go on, stack up on talent, improve yourself, get the best talent available that you can get. So you're dominant, because that period of dominance, no matter how good that team is, would not last forever. Look at Man City. Man City won the Premier League title back to back, almost turning the Premier League to a Lyon League On era, where they won, it was 7 titles on the bounce or 8 titles on the bounce. But now they're struggling. So it doesn't mean Pep is no longer a good coach. He's still one of the best coaches in the world, but they're having a tough time. So I think, you have to take advantage of that time. So I have no issues with Liverpool spending what they're spending. So West Ham exploring a deadline, according to Florian Plettenberg. West Ham exploring a deadline day deal for Bright Array Mb. Talks have been ongoing negotiation for days, but it's unclear whether it will go through today. 22-year-old centre-back under contract until 2029. Now, that's about transfer deadline day. This is what I think about transfer deadline day, right? If you wait to sign a player until transfer deadline day, that is not the day you want to be super, miserly, super frugal. That's the day you look at yourself and say, I've made a mistake as a club. We've made a mistake as a club. We should have signed, we should have signed this player a long time ago once the transfer window opened. But now we can no longer sign this player at the price that we would have signed the player. We would now have to pay top pound for the player. We have to pay well over the odds as our comeuppance for not moving to sign this player earlier on. So that's it. So going into transfer deadline day, trying to be super tactful with negotiation, wanting to make sure you get, the absolute perfect deal for your club, then that is not going to work, in my humble opinion. Now, say according to Peter Rook says Preston and Charlton have made loan inquiries for Chelsea striker David Datro Fofana. This yet another striker that Chelsea apparently still has on their books, and could be going out on loan to Preston or Charlton, also seemingly interested in his signature. I think he's someone that just tells me that the Chelsea owners, don't get me wrong, I'm a Chelsea fan, but I have to speak up. I don't really do that tribal thing. He's a player that just shows me how this ownership and this club don't really care about the players that much, right? That's what he is done, right? It made me feel like they don't really care about players that much, and every club does it. To be fair to Chelsea, every club does it. Liverpool, Newcastle, and Arsenal, they all do it. They all do what they do to protect their clubs. So that's what they're doing right now with what's his face, with Fofana. He was signed under the guise that he was coming to Chelsea to be part of this young, exciting squad. But Potter did not use him. Pochettino didn't even, I don't think even knew he existed. Maresca hasn't thought about him more than once. Went on Burnley, was fairly okay at Burnley. At Molde, he was one of the rising stars at Molde. He came to Chelsea, Potter didn't even bother using him, even with no strikers, even when you had strikers injured, even when you didn't want to play an Aubameyang, right? He still did not play Datro Fofana. Pochettino did not care about him. Maresca did not even want to think about his existence. So it's really sad. So when you see players holding their ground, throwing their toys out of the pram, sometimes there's a I wouldn't say a method to the madness. Rather, I would say there's a reason for the madness. So hopefully one of these loan moves will work for him. Let he goes somewhere and plays, and maybe come next summer is able to attract interest from players. And what clubs don't understand, because right now I'm sure you have some Chelsea fans that'll be saying, yeah, let him go on loan. He's on a 7-year contract. What people don't understand is that when you do that, one, you affect the value of the club, the player, and then that means when you want to actually sell that player, you won't get top value for him. Two, agents are watching you. Other players are watching you. So the 7-year contracts you give to players right now, they won't take it anymore, right? It will be more difficult for you. And then each time you have clubs of comparable status competing for a player with you, then you could very well lose out on those players. That's just it. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much for joining. This is transfer deadline day. So Jadon Sancho gone to Aston Villa on loan. Manchester United having the right to extend that. Fair play. I think he'll be good for Aston Villa. He really will be good at Aston Villa. Uche Crisantos in England at the minute, hoping to get a deal done, hoping that a deal could be done for him to join Crystal Palace as their new player. I'm excited for that one. That's one deal I'm excited for. Fingers crossed. Hopefully that happens. Samuel Chukwueze as well is in England, waiting for a club-to-club agreement between Fulham and AC Milan. That's a deal I'm hoping does happen, because I think he's one exciting player I would love to see in the Premier League. Whilst that's been said, Kevin, a Brazilian was on the books of Shakhtar Donetsk. I think a deal has been kind of agreed for him to join Fulham. So I think that's a good one. So AD says, "How you go? How you doing? I'm doing good." Liverpool now £125 million for to join Liverpool. We've said that. I think that makes Liverpool absolute title favorites. Right now they've got Ekitike, they've got Isak, they've got Salah. And They've got Szoboszlai, scored an amazing free kick against Arsenal. So I think their team right now is stacked. There's no excuses for them to make, right? They are the outside favorites. They can't sell themselves as underdogs anymore. Remember all those years ago when Jurgen Klopp was going on about how Klopp spent all that money and Liverpool can't compete? That's silly talk now, isn't it? It's silly talk. It's silly talk. Now, like I said, I have no issues with anybody spending money. Just don't be a hypocrite about it. So, and of course, we've mentioned Wissa going from Brentford to Newcastle United. Newcastle United fans, how are you feeling about Wissa? Finally heading to your club after all this time of chasing him. And I think £55 million isn't a bad transfer fee. It's not a bad transfer fee given the time of the window when you're signing him literally on transfer deadline day. So Newcastle United fans, would like to get your thoughts and opinions on Wissa joining your club. Is it one you're excited for or you're indifferent to? Do you think he complements Nick Amadi if you have that addition? If you have that addition to your club, because you've got Elanga already, you've got Gordon already, and then Nick Amadi will join the club. So has already joined the club. If Nico Jackson joins, so you've got two Nicks. So that would be super, super interesting. But now with the deal done, if the window were to end right now, 10:31, a.m., would that be something that you would be super happy with and say happy with the business we've done, or you would have wanted more? So let me know. Let me get names you want at your club still. Chelsea fans on here, happy with the state of the club in terms of the striking situation. Liam Delap out for 2 months at least, but more scans are expected to be carried out to ascertain if he will be out for even longer. So let me know your opinions on that one, on Isak, on the state of Chelsea strikers room right now. McGeough coming back, Nico Jackson dragging his tail between his legs, come back. I understand that his head is not at Chelsea. If he plays for Chelsea, I'm kind of scared to see what he would do playing for Chelsea. So let's see what happens. I think that could still be a deal that sees him go to Newcastle, or maybe it could be a wild one. It could be a really wild one where he ends up going on loan to Strasbourg, and then you have a mega coming the other way. Maybe one of those crazy things, because this Chelsea ownership group, they always love this madness in the transfer deadline day. So let's see how that all shapes up. And then, of course, we've talked about Real Betis finally reaching a deal and agreement for Antony from Manchester United, 25 million euros, guaranteed, I think, and 5 million. 25 million euros complete package. I think that's a good deal for them. 50% rather sell-on clause for Manchester United. So that means for whatever Real Betis will sell or would sell Antony for, Manchester United will be entitled to 50% of that. So let's say it shapes up now. That's a double-edged sword. So if the player is sold for 5 million euros, then you're getting 2.5 million euros, which is not the greatest thing for you. So let's see, how that all works out. Talking about Sunderland. Sunderland have been super, super active in this transfer window. And then transfer deadline day, they've also stayed true to form. They've gone on to get Brobbey from Ajax, and they've also got Gestruda as well. So they're doing their utmost, like I said, to make sure they remain in the Premier League. I think that's a departure from other clubs, that gain promotion, and they don't look like they want to spend a dime to stay in the Premier League. They just want those parachute payments. So I think Sunderland are doing things the right way, strengthening their squad to see, hopefully, that they remain in the Premier League for their fans. So fair play in that regard to Sunderland. Burnley as well done a deal for Florentino Lewis from Benfica, I think. So he joins them. I think he used to be the partner of Enzo Fernandez, midfield partner for Enzo Fernandez at Benfica. So good deal for them, initial loan. So that is a good one for them, strengthening that midfield. So let me know your opinions on the various news items we've talked about. And of course, Gigi Donnarumma to Manchester City. How has every top club allowed Man City a free run to Donnarumma? I don't quite get it. People are saying he's not such a good goalkeeper. I don't know where you get that from. Just crazy talk to me if you think Gigi Donnarumma isn't a good goalkeeper. Of course, he is a phenomenal goalkeeper. So fair play, they've got that. I think they've replaced Ederson with a better goalkeeper. He may not be as good a ball playing goalkeeper as Ederson, but when it comes to doing what the goalkeeper is meant to do, I think he is better. And I, for one, would have loved him to join Chelsea, but that one, really was never on the card. So fair play on that one. Yeah. And Martinez to Manchester United. That's another one where I look at Chelsea and say, what are you doing? But then again, if he ends up signing for Manchester United, that would be a very good deal for them. They talk about them also still being in negotiation for the Royal Antwerp goalkeeper. They've agreed personal terms with the goalkeeper, but have not reached a club to club agreement, with Royal Antwerp. So let's see how it all shapes up with that one. Which goalkeeper do they go for? For me, I think Amy Martinez is a better goalkeeper. Or let me say this. From what I've seen, I've not really seen much of the Royal Antwerp goalkeeper, so I can judge. But Amy Martinez is a fantastic goalkeeper and is available on the cheap. He's already in the Premier League. So I think probably that's the one you should go for. But definitely from a Manchester United perspective, you probably don't want to rely on Onana this season. So top marks on that one. So Crystal Palace have reached an agreement according to Parker Turner, the reached an agreement to sign Igor from Brighton. Personal terms not expected to be an issue. So let's see how that shapes up. Maybe is this a Maguire replacement? Maybe, because Maguire there've been reports that Liverpool are confident to get Maguire. But then the question for me, from a player perspective, Maguire, are you sure Liverpool is the club you want to go to? Now, in terms of the club that can compete for the league title, a club that can, compete for the Champions League, yes. But in terms of your playing time, is it a club you really want to go to? Konate is there already. So maybe as a player, as an athlete, he's super competitive and believes in himself and super confident and feels like, okay, yeah, I'm going there, but I'm going to keep Konate on the bench. So confidence. And he has every right to be that confident because he's an excellent centre back. So let's see how that shapes up. Maybe once this Igor deal gets completed, then you get the move for Maguire joining Liverpool. So that means Liverpool are stacked. But one thing with Liverpool is, despite the fact that they're doing good transfer business, it feels to me like they have issues with defending, not a personnel issue, but a tactical and structural issue. It's like right now, Slot is going gung-ho. We're going to play crazy high line and we'll have space in behind. And if you can exploit us, you exploit us. If you can't, you can't, and we'll beat you 5-2 or we'll beat you 6-3. So maybe that's the mindset going into the season. So thanks everyone for watching. Keep watching and keep subscribing and supporting the channel. I'll just go on a short couple of minutes break, but I will be back. The live stream is still on, so don't go anywhere. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. It does mean a lot. It does mean a lot. Thanks so much for supporting. Yeah, so we're back. Thanks for staying tuned to the channel. So, before we run back the topics that we've already discussed, with big news. Just seeing this on Fabrizio Romano's page. Former Manchester United coach has been sacked by Bayern Leverkusen, which is crazy to me, right? He left Manchester United, joined Bayern Leverkusen, and then hopefully was thinking, I'm going to build something here. And he, was busy pushing people out of the club. And fair play, as a coach should. You remove the players you don't want, get the players in that you want in the team. So that's normal. That's what a lot of coaches do anyway. So fair play. Like you wanted Boniface out of the team, and Boniface could have been an AC Milan player right now, but according to them, he failed the medical, which is odd because he passed the two medical tests, but that's a different discussion. So he has been sacked. So according to Fabrizio Romano, it says Erik ten Hag has just been sacked by Bayer Leverkusen. Decision made by the club's hierarchy this morning, and the manager informed right now. So big one there. Not quite a player transfer story, but a big one nonetheless that we should all sort of be informed of. And I think it will have repercussions because if they get the manager in, that means some players would have to leave, and then that means some other players who may have been out of what I say the reckoning will now be back in. So you're probably having the likes of Victor Boniface, maybe having a new lease of life at the club, and who knows, Patrick Schick, will this still be in the good graces of the new coach? Let's see how that all shapes up. And then another one, Tottenham make contact to explore Randall Kolo Muani. For me, this is an interesting one. I think this is a player that would have to, tell the pilot keep the engine running because right now no one knows where we're heading to. There was talk of Juventus earlier in the window, talk of Newcastle United. Now you're talking about Spurs. So as it is at this minute, no one is quite all too certain where he would end up. So let's see how it shapes up with Randall Kolo Muani. So Spurs are informed of Kolo Muani available plus serious interest, but depends on fee and numbers as PSG want obligations to buy guaranteed. So, like I said earlier on, PSG want him gone. They want him gone. They don't want any sort of re-signing him with option to buy, and then the club decides not to take up the option because we've seen clubs do it. Like we've seen clubs do it. And even Chelsea at one point that signed Jadon Sancho, there was the option, there was an obligation to buy, but the obligation was more like an option in a way where, you know, Chelsea could pay a £5 million penalty fee and not sign the player for the £25 million obligation to buy clause. So PSG are wanting a guaranteed obligation to buy. That means once the loan ends, boom, you sign the player. No if, ands, but, or maybe no excuses. So those opinions on that one. Randa Kolo Muani, sports fans, is someone you want at your club. I think he is a player that you don't rely on. I think I'll put it differently. I don't think he's a player that you make your main guy. I think he's a player where you get one guy in, he comes in, and he can be very, very good, high level supporting cast, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. So, those opinions on that, let me know. And then, of course, the transfer stories we've talked of right at the top of the show. We've talked about Isak. Here we go, done deal to Liverpool, £125 million. I think crazy money. Some people are saying it's a snip, it's a steal. Let's see if he produces. And then the big question is all nice and well, Liverpool fans, super excited as you should be. You sign one of the best strikers in the Premier League, but what happens to Hugo Ekitike? Does he now end up battling with Kodiako? Or do you think your manager and a slot to switch to a 4-4-2, any sort of 4-4-2 variation of a 4-4-2? Or do you see him playing out wide somewhere? Or maybe you're thinking when the AFCON comes around, that will come up very soon. And for AFCON fans, African football fans, and Nigerian football fans, will be having watch-alongs for those games as well. So keep your eye peeled on the channel. So maybe you're thinking if Salah does go for the AFCON tournament, Of course, he will go for AFCON tournament. Does that maybe allow and the slot be a bit flexible tactically and allow him to play maybe a variation of your 4-4-2? Let me know some opinions on that one. So, good deal, official announcement, anticipated. Medicals, I don't think that will be an issue, but let's see. You never can tell with this club. So, fair play in that regard. And now, of course, we talked about Wissa to Newcastle United. I think that's a good deal, especially seeing that they've got Nick Amadi already in the building. I think that's a good deal. It improves them. It would have been a poor deal or an average deal if he was signed with no one else. If he was signed as the main guy to lead the attack, but you've got Nick Amadi, 6'6" or 6'7", tall striker. Is very good on the ball, no doubt about it. And then adding Wissa to it. Plus, you have Elanga on one side, have Gordon on the other. But I think that's a very, very good deal for Newcastle United. We'll also talk about Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa, loan deal done. Manchester United can't extend his current contract with them past 2026. So, fair play. I think Aston Villa would be bearing the burden of his salary, the sole burden of paying his wages. So I think a kind of fair deal for all parties, because I think with Asensio leaving and Aston Villa not getting João Felix, and you're looking at Nico Jackson, would he really go there with all that happening? So I think they need to get a forward player in, an attacking player in. So they've got Jadon Sancho, and I still insist he's a good player. You play him rightly, he will be fantastic for you. So that's how I see this deal. So good one all around. And then, of course, we talked about the Eagle from Brighton to Crystal Palace. The negotiations are still on. Let's see if it's completed. If it's completed on time, then that means Maguire to Liverpool could then be on. And then again, I think this transfer window is pretty special because it doesn't end 11:59 a.m. It ends 11:59 p.m. It ends 7 p.m. So it's a lot shorter than other transfer windows. So the clubs really have to work doubly fast to get deals done. Of course, we talked about Sanchez rather. Alex Sanchez joining Sevilla. Fair play to him for making that move. But is it really going to be a difference maker for Sevilla? Let's see how that happens, because I think at this age right now, can he really give you that flair and that ability, that flair and the skill that he used to have? So Luis Openda arrived in Italy, set to sign for Juventus. So I think that's a good deal for them. What does that mean for Vlahovic? Does it come off the bench for Vlahovic, or does that mean Vlahovic could very well be on his way? Let's see how things continue to develop. And then, of course, what business do you think your club is going to do? So, do you think Chelsea will do anything? Do you think Arsenal should do anything? Because Arsenal, they've got Nkapie done, they've got Mosquera done, so they've got their defensive things done. They've got Eberechi already, done. He played yesterday, so genuinely for them to do anything more, I don't really think so. I think that's fair play, top marks to them. They've got their business done early. So so they've got their business done early. So fair play in that regard. So continue to update you with the transfer business that happen as they continue to develop. So more on the Wissa deal. So getting from Sky Sports saying breaking, Newcastle United have agreed a £55 million deal with Brentford for Yoane Wissa. So I think it's all but settled right now. So let's just wait on the medicals and see how it goes down. Of course, he should pass the medical. I don't think at this point any player will be failing a medical, except maybe a club decides to be sticklers about it and want to go into more historical issues. So more on it, Fabrice Hawkins already is reporting the same thing, £55 million. He's very credible when it comes to French-speaking players or players that have connection to the French league. So I think it's all but certain that Wissa in the coming hours would be a player, a new Newcastle United player. So let's see how that all shapes up. More on Eric Ten Hag. What do you think would happen for him? Would happen to him right now? What are the options to be in the mind of Eric Ten Hag right now? That's absolute madness. So let's see how the transfer window continues to evolve. Of course, bring you more on Rafael Onyedika if he's moved to Frankfurt. If and when his move to Frankfurt is completed, we'll bring you all that. We'll also talk about Samuel Chukwueze. If that deal is done and completed, we'll also bring you that as well. Chris Santos Uche will also talk about his deal when and if it's completed to Crystal Palace. So just keep your eyes on the channel, keep supporting, keep watching, keep sharing the channel as well. And so, what business do you want your clubs to do? McGahey, do you think he will eventually go to Liverpool? I was thinking that he wouldn't go, but seeing you have Igor having his negotiations for Igor, if that is actually done, then that means they've got a replacement in, and then they would now sanction a deal, approve a deal for him to go the other way. Now, would he have playing time? I'm not quite sure how that works out, but let's see. He is a top defender. And then, of course, Newcastle United, more outlets are confirming the Wissa deal to Newcastle United, £55 million for Wissa to Newcastle United. I keep saying it's a good deal because they've got Nick Voltemade already signed. So signing him is an addition to the attack as opposed to making him the out and out, top guy, which I think would not work that well. And then, of course, we look at still talking about Eric Ten Hag. More outlets are reporting about his sack. Florian Plettenberg has come up to say he has been sacked. So that's just it. He's gone. Maybe another club would look for him, and maybe he could head back to the Premier League. Who knows? Some of this new promoted side with Farka. Farka could be one of the coaches that could get sacked. I don't know. And then, so let's see how it's going to develop. And given the falling out between Nuno Espirito Santo with the owner of Nottingham Forest, and given that they just got trashed recently by Crystal Palace, that just means maybe it could be one on the chopping block as well. And he was pretty open about it to say the relationship between him and the owner of the club is no longer good as it used to be. So maybe that means it could be on chopping block, and then maybe who knows? Then Hag could be heading to Nottingham Forest, but that's not breaking news. That's just something I'm speculating about. So let's see how all those shakes down. So let's continue to follow. We're going to follow the developments as they go on. We're getting more sites, more people keep reporting on this. Let me see if we can find something more on Chukwueze and Uche Crisantos, because I really want to see what happens to those players. And I'm sure if you're a Nigerian fan out there, you want to know what happens with those players as well. Lindelof to Aston Villa. Okay. That's one deal I don't quite understand, right? Even if it's a loan, if it's a free, I don't know. Because he's not really been great. So I don't know why Aston Villa are going out for him. But anyway, I guess he's a defender. They need bodies in there. So why not? If not, he has Premier League experience. So fair play, you have him. You have him for a season and you see how it goes. If he does perform very well, then maybe you can then decide to sign him. So that's fine. So, and then of course, Tolu Arokodare, not the Trafford deadline day deal, but nonetheless, it's still one that we're waiting to get the official announcement from Wolves, because we got here we go from Fabrizio Romano, I think a day or two ago. So let's see how that all shapes up. with this transfer business. So, Chukwueze, what's the latest with the player? Should have been at Fulham by now. Not anything. So, first report. So, Fulham are finalizing. So, this is from Attacking Football. Not super credible. Haven't really got many updates from them before. But they say Fulham are finalizing details with Milan over a deal for Samuel Chukwueze. Deal is not done yet, but talks are ongoing over the final formula and figures. Let's see how that shapes up if that works out. I think if Fulham are able to snag him, that's Samuel Chukwueze and Kevin, I think they've got their wing play set. I think they've got their wing play set. And though for me, from a personal level, my Nigerian ways, I'd have preferred them to get a Philip Otele, but doesn't feel like they are super interested in him. That's fine. There was some supposed interest, but for whatever reason, they've not gone for him. I think he's a super excellent winger, ready to step into his prime. And I would have loved to see him in the Premier League, but he still remains at Basel. That's good. One more season there wouldn't hurt. Let's see how that continues to, develop. So Samuel Chukwueze in London, like I said earlier on, he is in London waiting for a deal to be completed. So some opinions on that. Samuel Chukwueze, Fulham fans, is that a player you know much about? I think he's an exciting winger. Is that a player you want Nigerian football fans out there? Is that a good move for him? I think it's a good move for him. Some people say, oh, he wasn't quite serious at 80 million. I don't think so. Let's see what he can do. This is an opportunity for him to show himself at an even larger stage, higher stage. Let's see what he can do. I think he sorts out their right wing, for the next couple of seasons. And with Kevin on the other side, I think they are good. If they can get an Otele, let's see. Ademola Lookman is another one. That's just odd to me, right? How is everyone looking at him like kind of an option or one taken with a loan option to buy and all that thing? It doesn't make any sense to me at all. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. Now we get more from Florian Plettenberg about Bayern Munich. So say breaking last night, the loan deal for Nicholas Jackson and FC Bayern officially off. Of course, that we've heard that as well. Jackson deal to what are you talking about? Jackson deal to Bayern is back on. Ademola Lookman. Okay, so let's read what he said. What was it last night? The loan deal for Nicholas Jackson and FC Bayern was officially off. It is unbelievable, but we have learned that top secret negotiation and talks are ongoing again. Jackson deal to Bayern is back on, and Ademola Lookman is still in Italy, and this was 7 minutes ago. And so, is this for real? But this is super crazy. Negotiations we had now, deal is back on. Now, if indeed this deal is back on, then it doesn't make a lot of sense. Then it makes the recall of Magiu a lot more, a lot more understandable, because having Jackson back, having Magiu back, and then the possibility that you have Liam Delap, back fit in a couple of months just means you have a really crowded striker room. So what does that mean for Ademola Lookman? He's still in Italy. So maybe what happens is that Bayern would have to pay. Bayern will have to buy Nico Jackson outright, or turn the option to an obligation to buy. So maybe that's what would have to happen. So let's have a look at this. So Nico Jackson. So that's what would have to happen right now. Wow. Didn't see this coming. No, he's back on. It's crazy. It's back on. Like, I have to bring this up on here. Apparently the deal is back on. This is super mad, super wild. Just for deadline day, you're going to have a lot of stories like this. some transfers out of the blue that you weren't even thinking about, boom, it hits you right in your face. Wow, wow, wow. So I'll just share my screen in a minute so it comes up for all of us to see and we can talk through it. So that's it. This and there we go. So Florian Plettenberg breaking last night, the loan deal for Nicholas Jackson and FC Bayern was officially off. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But we learned that top secret negotiations and talks are ongoing again. Jackson deal to Bayern back on, and Ademola Lookman still in Italy. Mm, 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 mm. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So I'm guessing for it to be back on, it must be that at the very least, Bayern would have to include or rather accept an obligation to buy. That's what I'm thinking. They'll have to accept an obligation to buy, else I don't think it works. I think that's best for Chelsea and Jackson because the way Chelsea have treated Jackson, his head is no longer at this club. So I don't think it would make too much sense to have him, still at the club or insisting on having him at the club. So let's see how that all shakes down. And then of course, for me, I want to know what's happening with Che Crisanto. So if you're watching, thanks for watching, thanks for subscribing and being on the stream. We're going to go and we're going to give you updates as the different various transfer news continue to develop. Going to give you more of that. So Uche Crisanto in the midfield. So more all Niger goals. So saying the same news. So Uche Crisantos. The Boniface Kolo Muani. That wouldn't have been interesting. I've called it before. I said Victor Boniface could be another good target, but let's see if that indeed happens. So, not super credible site. It says breaking Crisantos in London. Said that earlier on for Crystal Palace from Getafe in the coming hours. Let's see if the clubs are able to reach any sort of agreement in that regard. But I think it will be a good move, especially if you can pair him up with Adam Wharton in the Crystal Palace midfield. I think that would be a very, very good midfield pairing, in my humble opinion. So, as things continue to develop, we'll continue to give you more insight, more updates on the development. Crystal Palace, you get this guy, you're getting a really top level midfielder, and hopefully no one gets to play him like a striker or any madness like this. So this was something yesterday, that Fabrizio Romano shared. So I'll bring it back here as well so we can look at it as well. So Uche Crisantos Uche in London to sign at Crystal Palace today as deal is now verbally agreed. Getafe expects all formal steps to be respected on Monday to sell Uche. So let us see. We're waiting for it. We're here for it. Once it becomes official, we'll also let you guys know. But you've been amazing watching and supporting this channel. So the least we can do is to keep you informed about these things as they, continue to develop. So total opinions on the various transfer deals that have happened. You've got Isak and Isak off to Newcastle, off to Liverpool. That deal hasn't been confirmed. Total opinions on that one. Ademola Lookman as well. He's hanging in limbo right now. It's just sad for the player. I just feel sad for the player because he doesn't deserve this kind of thing. He's a top player. And then what we just gotten this what would I call it, a bomber? It's kind of a bomber because the deal was meant to be off. Chelsea insisted, they planted their feet on the ground. Oh, we're not letting you continue with the medical anymore. We we want you back at the club. You're not going to sign for Bayern anymore. And then we hear there have been negotiations going on behind the scenes for the player. There are negotiations going on behind the scenes for the player, and negotiations are back on. That his move to Bayern is back on now. So that's just crazy to me. But overall, I think that is the best thing for both parties. Just go your both ways. It didn't work. Just go your separate ways rather. Things didn't work out. So um, you have to just cut your losses and move on, as opposed to fight and stay there. And then another player that we talked about, that Chelsea were exploring the idea of signing the player, but he had his head set on going to a different club. And I think if Chelsea don't amend how they treat players and their strategy, we're going to get more of this. But to be fair to Chelsea, I don't think they really made an offer for the player. It was more of exploratory talks to sign him. But Konrad Harder, here we go for him heading to RB Leipzig. So I think he now becomes the replacement for Benjamin Sesko that joined Manchester United a while ago. So Konrad Harder to RB Leipzig. Here we go. Deal in place for 26 million euros. Total package from Sporting. Harder already in Germany for medical tests and contract signing as he preferred Leipzig project as priority. So I think players begin to look at that now. Where am I going to play? Where will I improve? Where am I seen as a human being as opposed to, an object or an asset to be used and discarded when they don't see value in me? So he's gone there. He wants to develop. I think that's the right move for him. And mind you, see, 26 million euros now, I'm sure a Premier League club in even a season or two will probably go in and pay north of 80 million euros for the player. We've seen it happen, and we'll see it happen again. So I think that's a good move. That's a good move for him. He goes there and he will shine. He's got pace, he's got power, he's got a very powerful shot on him. I think he would do well in the German league. So I think he will do well. That's a good move for the player. So a lot of Chelsea fans are already started making compilation videos for the player, which is just crazy. So top backs, I think that's a good one. Fabio Romano, here we go on the player. Martin Riley, more on him now, announced as an official player option to buy. He goes there on a loan, option to buy. So good one. I think he now becomes the Rabiot replacement. Earlier in the season, Adrian Rabiot and Rowe fell out, had an altercation, and the club put them on transfer immediately. Adrian Rabiot has gone to AC Milan to join up with former boss Maxi Allegri. Rowe has ended up in Bologna. So Matt O'Reilly arrived to join Olympique Marseille from Brighton on a loan deal, without option to buy. So that's just a pure loan. And then maybe at the end of it, parties could renegotiate for the signing of the player. But for now, it's just a pure loan deal. So fair play on that one. Brighton's getting some outgoings done. I think that is a good deal for the player. He goes to the French league. Hopefully, it comes good there as well. I think it was a bit unfortunate for him. It was one player that I think he broke his foot. He broke his leg on his debut for Brighton. Was it last season? But it's good to see that he's walking about and playing. So fair play to the player. Top marks on that one. So Brighton fans, if you're here, what do you think about this? Are you pissed? Are you happy? Excited about it? And now we have to talk about some Niger boys. Although he's eligible to play for Nigeria and Germany at the minute, he seems to be heading to AC Milan right now. We've got this from Fabrizio Romano in the last minutes. We've got that one. He's in Italy looking to sign. He's a 6'4", I think 6'3", 6'4" centre back. So I think he will do well in the Serie A, and I think this is one that I'm super interested in. So AC Milan are closing in on deal to sign Here we go, the day 2006 born defender David Odogu from Wolfsburg. I think this is a good move. That's a good move for the player. Hopefully he gets game time. Hopefully it all works out for him. As you can see in his name, Odogu, his parents and his dad is Nigerian anyway, so able to play for Nigeria and Germany. Fair play. Let's see how he continues to develop there. So top marks on that one. And those opinions on that one, AC Milan fans, is a player that you're excited about to get in the building, and then for Premier League fans, you're looking at a player, maybe it could be a player your club could go and spend 60, 70 million on in 2 seasons, because apart from Brighton and maybe a Chelsea, clubs don't really, um, go out there in the Premier League and sign those project players. And even Chelsea are doing it in a crazy way. So that's just odd. So more on this Nico Jackson absolute bomber, in my opinion. Because for me, I felt like it was done. He's no longer going. He's back to Chelsea, and you're going to have to rock with it that way. But that's what we've gotten. So Jackson and Bayern. Yeah, we say Fabrizio Roman. So Bayern and Germany handle Maya San Maya. Quoting Fabrizio Romano says Bayern have tonight told Nicholas Jackson, his agent, to return to Chelsea, but let's see what happens. So I think essentially he's trying to go on to agree with Florian Plettenberg, who said the deal is now back on. You're having those negotiations because I think it just makes sense. The player doesn't want to be at the club. The club have said you're no longer in our project. So right now, Maguire and João Pedro will have to be the strikers until Liam Delap comes back. Or maybe, who knows? Chelsea love a deadline day buster. They love a deal that makes everyone talk about no one but Chelsea come the end of the transfer deadline day. So maybe let's see. Maybe Emmanuel Mega can still be on the cards. My mindset was they were already working on a deal for Emmanuel Mega to join the club, right? They were already working on a deal to join the club, to sign a pre-agreement with the player to join the club in the summer of 2026, 2027. But with this injury, I was thinking maybe you hasten that up and loan and bring him to Chelsea. But at this moment, let's see. Would Chelsea be confident that, okay, right now we're going in with 2 strikers with the possibility of a third striker, given that Delap could come back in the next 3 months? And let's see. But if it turns out that he's out for the entire season, then that becomes a different discussion. So the club is confident we're going with João Pedro and Maguire. And also you have to keep an eye out on Fermin Lopez, because right now we're not getting absolute concrete, word out there about Palmer, about his situation. Because if he's out for longer, that if he doesn't return past the international break, then I think Chelsea may have to put in a bid for a number 10. And that's why I wanted Xavi Simons. But somehow they sort of messed the bed up on that one. Although some people are feeling like Facundo Buonanotte is that number 10. Let's see. I don't rate him that highly, but coming in like a Garnacho, I don't really rate that much. But let's see what he comes in to do. If he can not really prove me wrong, but prove himself right that he is the right sort of replacement or competition for Cole Palmer. Let's see how that all shapes up. And then, of course, I'm thinking probably the club also have their eyes on Enciso, because I think that deal that saw Enciso go to Strasbourg somehow, some way would end up seeing Enciso back at Chelsea. That's just the way I see it. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I could also be right. So surprises everywhere. So agreement, Kevin, for Fulham fans. It's done. We've got a seal of approval. It's done. Waiting for official announcement right now. So Kevin to Fulham. The agreement, Kevin, Fulham is not done yet. Waiting for players and his terms. The agreement between Shakhtar and Fulham is 100% done. So let's see how that continues to evolve and develop. So Fulham fans excited about Kevin, excited about the players you're getting. Let's see how things continue to develop. So So, football fans out there, which of these deals are you super excited about? I know I'm not saying I'm super excited about it, but I'll say the most noticeable one is, of course, you know, Alexander Isak, Newcastle United to Liverpool. And then, we talked about Eric Ten Hag having been sacked by, Bayer Leverkusen. Now it's now official. This is now official. This is the here we go of the here we go of the here it is. So Bayer 04, Bayer Leverkusen have parted ways with head coach Eric Ten Hag with immediate effect. Training will be taken over by the assistant coaching staff for the time being. Wow. Because usually, when a coach is sacked, you always get this pleasant thing at the end, which is, oh, we wish him the best, with his endeavor, career. But no, by the way, like, okay, we parted ways with you. Off you go. Assistant takes your spot. So that's a mad one. Parted ways. How you feeling about it? I know some Manchester United fans will be feeling vindicated. I'm not saying Victor Boniface should be smiling or would be smiling about this, but one thing is for sure, this gives him an opportunity to further prove himself if he is not signed by another club, if he doesn't join, another club. So let's just continue following, keep giving you reports and our own insights on transfer news as they continue to happen, as they continue to break. So keep your eyes peeled on the channel. If you're new, subscribe to the channel and do share the channel, the video to people you feel will love content like this. So it's done. Jadon Sancho done. Some more people are reporting on Jadon Sancho thing. Now we go Florian Plettenberg, giving more insight on Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa. That's another one. That's so just to further explore it and give insight about it. Aston Villa fans, what do you think about it? Manchester United fans, excited about this sort of deal. You're getting him off your hands finally. So Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa, done deal, loan agreement reached with Manchester United. It's understood Villa will pay a loan fee and pay 80% of the player's wages. Okay, Manchester United having to pay 20%. As per Sky Sports, Sancho will join Aston Villa. So fair play. I think like I said, he will be good for them. He will be good for them. He will be good for them. You won't see me slating Sancho's ability. He just using him rightly, and I think he will come good, in my opinion. Now waiting for some confirmation on some news. Nothing yet. Let's see what's happening with Tula Rokodare. That's one I'm super interested in. It's been a while ago. He was heading to the UK to complete a move. For complete a move to Wolves. That one I want to see what happens. What happens with that one? Tolu Arokodare. What is the latest on that one? And then, of course, apart from Nigerian football, we'll be having another stream to talk about players that made their moves to different clubs and what that would mean. So this was what we got last. The last news we got about him was him being, in England. So we haven't got any more from that. So Tolu Arokodare in England to complete his move to Wolves. So look at it. So in the private jet, this private jet seems rather small. It's rather tiny. And should everybody be in this? Maybe 2-3 people. But anyways, I'm guessing players always have their entourage. So Tolu Arokodare arriving in England ahead of medical tests as new Wolves player from Genk. Deal 100% done. Exclusively revealed here Tolu, agent Christian Emile from CAA base. So fair play on that one. Just waiting for the official announcement. Let's see how that one checks out. I think that's another good signing, right? I think that's another good signing for Wolves. I think it will be interesting to see how they want to play. If they decide to go with a two-man attack, 5-3-2 type thing, and with Strand Larsen, if Strand Larsen doesn't leave to Newcastle United, or if another club isn't coming for him, he's open to leaving Strand Larsen, but he's not really pushing to leave. So if he stays and he gets paired up with Tula Rokodare, I think that would be immense. That would be problem for lots of clubs. They've got John Arias in there. They've got Lopez that can, really walk the ball out wide and then put the ball in the box for a 6 foot plus tall striker in Van Larsen for a 6'6" tall striker into La Rokodare. That could be absolute bedlam, mayhem for position defenders. So let's see how it happens. Although some people go on to say, some defenders, sometimes centre backs go on to say they prefer a physical defender, a big defender, a physical and big striker that they can feel and have their hands on and ruffle up a bit, as opposed to a more diminutive, striker that may be more elusive. So let's see, I shakes down. So Dan Salisbury Jones, Rokodare passes medical. So I think this is something we should look at. Passes medical. Let's see. But we have to get from the, I wouldn't say horse's mouth, but from those bigger, more credible sides. So it's a striker Tolu Arokodare passed his medical yesterday and should be confirmed as Wolves player today. It's been consistently said that signing him is separate to Jurgen Strand Larsen's future. Yes, of course, the clubs would always say that. They'll always say that. No club will come up and say, we're signing this player, and once we sign him, we're looking to sell Strand Larsen, because that just means you automatically cut in half the value of the player, and then prospective buying clubs can choose to offer you 2 cans of fish for the striker. So you have to still protect the value of the assets, like I said before, about how clubs treat players. You have to protect the value of the players. You don't just cast them away or treat them anyhow, because you're affecting the value of the player and the money you can get for that player. So we don't have here. So how you go? Fratesi and Lopez, Nicholas Jackson, Wissa should sign for Newcastle United now. Wissa doing medical. So Wissa has been confirmed he's doing his medical. Will be officially announced soon as a Newcastle United player. So that's done. But for Fratesi, not quite sure about that one. Lopez, not quite sure about that as well. Let's see how things happen. Victor Boniface one, definitely haven't heard anything about that one. That's more of something that I would like to see happen. In my opinion, I would love to see that happen, but that hasn't happened as such yet. So, and then for Nigerian football fans, something to talk about. Because right now it feels like we could be getting 3 players joining the Premier League this transfer window this season. That would be an interesting one to look at. So we could be having Tola Rokodare, Chrysanthus Uche, and Samuel Chukwueze all joining clubs in the Premier League. Of course, talking about Tola Rokodare, the Wolves, it's done, almost done. As the medical, then is completed. Samuel Chukwueze in London, waiting for a deal to be completed between the clubs. Chrysanthus Uche also in the UK, waiting for a deal to be done. So let's see how that all works out. I think going to Crystal Palace is a place where he will shine, because I think being that 2-man midfield with Adam Watson will actually bring the best, out of him. And in that 3 at the back sort of system that Glasner plays, I think it will suit him perfectly to be one of the 2 in the midfield. So let's see how that shapes up. And then for Crystal Palace fans, he's not exactly a very easy replacement. He's more of a bison that is very technical, very good on the ball. So he can go both ways. That's the good thing you'll be getting with Uche Chrysanthus. He's a player that can go both ways, and he will be a physical presence in the box as well, and he can score from range as well, from just at the edge of the box. He can score from those areas. So he'll be a super important player for Crystal Palace as well. So that's a good move for both player and the club. Because I think Crystal Palace are the right kind of club positioned rightly, where I think a player can come in there, thrive. Enough pressure where, because Crystal Palace are in Europe this season, in the Conference League, although I felt like they should well and truly have been in the Europa League, but it is what it is at the minute. And then, of course, Dula Kodare, I think going to Wolves would be a very good move for him. You immediately get to play right off the bat, because one thing is making the move to the Premier League, and you don't really get to play. For me, there's no point. There's no point in that. So let's see how that all shakes up. And then Samuel Chukwueze is still in London as well, anticipating a deal to be completed, for between AC Milan and Fulham. So that would be an interesting one, in my humble opinion. But for me, the one thing to point out, it just seems all Kevin Bushback could deal with club, agreed, but when it comes to some players, they don't really agree deals quickly with clubs. But hopefully everything turns out right for the player, and let's see what happens. And for me, going into the World Cup qualifiers that are coming on, we have against South Africa and Rwanda. My thing has been, and the AFCON as well, not to forget about that, want the players to have their heads in the right place. Sometimes we as fans, we just say, come and play, score goals, dribble. If where you get your daily bread from is not sorted, is not guaranteed, you're not certain, right? You can't be in the right headspace to go out there and play. So once the deal gets done, Victor Osimhen's deal is done. He's playing, scoring goals as usual. Scored 2 goals already for Galatasaray. So he is done. I think Lukman is another one I want his deal to get done wherever he goes to. So Chukwueze, I want that deal to be done. Kristan's Uche, that will be done. Tola Rokodare, have all those deals done. You have the players in the right frame of mind. Then no excuses. You go in, you smash South Africa. You go in 3-0. You go in, you smash Rwanda 6-0. And boom, we're good. Well, let's see how that all shapes up. So thanks so much for watching, subscribing to the channel, and supporting this channel. It does mean a lot. Keep on doing it. You are real champions, real MVPs. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going. Keep the likes coming in. Keep sharing the videos. And let me keep also, more importantly, knowing your opinions, your thoughts about the transfers that have happened for your club. Are you happy? Would you be happy if the transfer window, was to come to a halt, was to shut right now? Would you be happy with the business that your club, has done so far? Let me know your thoughts and opinions on all of that. And like I said before, I will be doing a reaction video to look at Rokodare. So keep your eyes peeled for that one on this channel for Nigerian fans and for Wolves fans as well. Let's see how that shapes up. So more on the Tola Rokodare deal. I know this may seem like I'm overvlogging it, but I just want to give more details about it. I know I'll put up a video on TikTok platform and on YouTube, and the YouTube short as well. But since you're here, you are champions, and let me give you champions treatment. So the deal was agreed in principle to sign to Rokodare, new striker from Genk, 27 million euros, agreed to about 23 or so million pounds, 22 million pounds, with Genk. So medical booked already. So he becomes a new striker for Wolves. So let's wait and see what happens with the medical. Some reports have said he's passed the medical. So if that's done, we should well and truly be expecting official announcement pretty soon. So let's see how that all shapes up. So once again, if you just joined the stream, we talked about Gigi Donnarumma joining Manchester City, from PSG. And I keep asking this question: how have people allowed Donnarumma just join Manchester City just like that? No pushback, no fight, nothing. No competing bids. That's odd to me, because he's a really good goalkeeper. All the excuses we were trying to bring about not playing up from the back is just an odd one to me. Now, Now, this is one for Ipswich fans. So, Ipswich agree loan deal for 18-year-old player Luca Fletcher. Luca Fletcher, that's from the AC, that's from Manchester City. That's from Manchester City Academy. Talent goes there on loan. When he goes to play, deal includes a buyback and sell on clause as usual. Okay. So it's a loan, initial loan obligation to buy. Let's see how that all works out, how that all checks out. Manchester City are really using the academy well. They're really using the academy well. Introducing talent like Oscar Bob to the first team, and then O'Reilly as well to the first team, and then other ones like this, letting them go out there and play, have experience, and then also selling, having options to buy them back if they really turn out to be superstars, and also benefiting from any sale, that the purchasing club would make if they actually sell the player. hmm So Fabrizio Romano more on this as well. Now he's coming back to say the deal for Nico Jackson to Bayern Munich will never collapse. So, but all in all the drama aside, all the drama aside, it just means the deal is still on. So Nicholas Jackson deal was never off or collapsed, even after former Bayern letter to return to London. Chelsea have depth now with McGeew back to the club and can renegotiate terms with Bayern, open to solutions. Jackson and Bayern, it's not over. Wow, 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 wow. This was a shocker to me when it first broke because I felt like it was done. It was done. Come back to Chelsea and let's see how you can reintegrate it. But it's not done. He's still, could be a Bayern player come the end of this transfer deadline. I just hope for the player that we don't have one of those scenes and one of those issues where, the deal is supposed to be agreed for a player and then some paperwork doesn't get filed through at the right time, and then you have the player stuck at the club, just stuck in limbo. Because right now Chelsea are saying we've got backup, we've got McGeew, we've got McGeew at the club, we've got depth now, so we don't have to get you in. And then they'll say, "Oh, we're ready." I said this previously, so I think it's really important for the player, at least for Nico Jackson, that every paperwork, every bit is done on time. And this is even a shorter deadline day. It ends 7 p.m. as opposed to 11:59, p.m. So let's see how that all shapes up. Thank everyone who is watching, who is supporting this channel. It does really mean a lot to me because when I was about doing this video, I was like, oh, can you go for all that hours? But I have to for my super subscribers. Let's keep going on it. Everything Hagmon that has been sacked. And we said earlier on, we talked about Igor too. And Crystal Palace now have been confirmed. He will be joining Crystal Palace. So does this now mean McGahey to Liverpool fully on? Let's see. So understand Igor is undergoing his medical at Crystal Palace right now. Agreement done with Crystal Palace on loan with option to buy from Brighton. Here we go. So those opinions on that one. What do you think about this? I mean, I just think basically this is cover for McGee. Sorry. That's cover for McGee. Let's see if it's completed. And it's completed. Don't be surprised to see a bid put in by Liverpool for McGee. So AD says again, how you go, how are you? Nicholas Jackson and Wissa should sign for Newcastle United now doing his medical at well, that has been confirmed, my brother. That has been confirmed. Then we're talking about the big one, the big one, crazy, wild transfer window. Nico Jackson, we all thought that was done, dusted, back to Chelsea. But apparently the deal is still on. the deal is still going on strongly. So for me, I think that's a good one for the player. That's a good one for the player. Now, other question Chelsea fans will ask: Maguire and João Pedro, is that enough? And what is the status of Cole Palmer? Is he really? Is he? How serious are his injuries? You know, are we going to see him back after the international break, or will he be out and then you still have João Pedro? Because the implication is this: if you have Palmer out for a long length of time, what that means is João Pedro continues to play in that withdrawn tennis role. That's what I'll call it, and then Maguire becomes the main striker. It's just crazy now. Then Maguire becomes the main striker till Liam Delap is fit. But if Cole Palmer comes back fit, then he obviously plays the 10 role, and then you have João Pedro being the main guy. And of course, the Facundo Buonanotte deal, we're waiting for it to be concluded. That we've gotten it, here we go, but waiting for official announcement. So if that's done as well, and depends on how he's seen, because we know Enzo Maresca can always come to say, since day one, I see him as a goalkeeper. We know that. So if that deal is done, Facundo Buonanotte could then be the 10 as well. So options there. Let's see how that all checks out as things continue to develop. We'll continue to bring you updates as transfers continue to happen. This is going to be a wild, wild day. We've already seen it with Nico Jackson. The deal was done. You know, at the start of the day, we got the Isak deal done. You know, off to Newcastle United. For me, I'm intrigued to see what sort of message he would bring. He would drop that. Isak, is he going to drop one of those cheesy things that players do when they leave a club? Oh, thank you so much, fans love you so much, but have to move on, type of thing. You know, when you've had this sort of falling out, I just think he should just keep it short and sweet. You don't want to appear to be disingenuous. I think that's the word. So let's see how it goes. So Crystal Palace have got the deal for, at least close to getting the deal for Igor Don from Brighton. You know, for those of you who are comic book fans, you know, when you hear Igor, you want to say Igor Living Planet, but probably that's for a different sort of discussion. But overall, I think fair play, top marks, if they're indeed able to get that done, you know. So more outlets are reporting this Jackson thing. This is becoming realer and realer by the minute. So Sasha Tavioleri, hopefully I haven't butchered your name, my man. So this is what he's had to tweet out. So he says on here, Nicholas Jackson's deal are live again. Talks have resumed between clubs, and a new agreement is now closed between Chelsea FC and Bayern Munich for a permanent transfer with payment starting from July 2026. Woo! Wow. All right. So what this means is it is a permanent transfer. He becomes a Bayern player, right? He's no longer a loan deal, because remember the previous offer was, or the previous deal was, Nicholas Jackson goes on loan to Bayern, and then Bayern pays Chelsea £13 million or 50 million euros, option, and then at the end of the 2025-2026 season, they have an option to buy him for, was it 80 million euros or thereabouts, so about 60 odd million pounds thereabout. So that was the initial one, but now what we're seeing is it could be a permanent transfer, but then the payment will start from next year. So it goes into, and that's very important, because that means the debit would come out of Bayern's accounting books next financial year as opposed to this year. So for FFP reasons and all that. So yeah, so this could be a thing. Let's see how it all shapes up. Let's see how it all works out. And speaking about this is one thing I've always said when I talk about the Ademola Lookman incident. I always said this, right? Whatever you want, have it in the contract, right? You see all these things that talking about, they are going to have it in the contract. So for me, I've said whatever you want, have it in the contract. So I think this is very good news for Nico Jackson. And then I think even makes more sense for Emmanuel Emega right now, because I've said this before. So let's keep an eye out for Emmanuel Emega, because there were reports earlier on that Chelsea were having negotiations to have him sign a pre-agreement to join Chelsea. So, and for me, I felt like that was one of the things that made Jackson feel like, no, I've got to leave, because you've got Liam Delap coming in, you've got João Pedro coming in, both of them. You've got McGee already in the building, so that's gone out on loan at that point. So you had 3 strikers already that you're having to compete with by next season, and then you have Emmanuel Emega possibly in the works as well. So you've got 4 strikers possibly to fight with. So when you look at that striker, and then to add insult to injury, they tell you, look, Nico, you are not really in our plans for this season. You're not really in our plans for the project for this season. So when that happens, you have got to move. So now it goes to Bayern, permanent transfer. If that is the case, then I think sorted for everyone, because believe me, Chelsea will go into the market next season again to sign player. And don't even be shocked if Chelsea go into the market again and sign another striker. Don't be shocked, because they like signing. Pauli and Lowry like to sign players. So let's see as things continue to develop, things continue to change and happen. Let's see how it happens. Oh, Disasi. We've almost forgotten about you. Let's go. Chelsea fans reacting to this. What is going on? Well, welcome to Chelsea Mundo. Right now, Chelsea is a club full of drama. It's drama central. So you're seeing people going on about, oh, what is going on? Well, that's Chelsea. I said keep an eye out on Nico Jackson, because I really don't see him playing for Chelsea. Because the way he's treated, the way he reacted, someone like a Didier Drogba would take it on the chest and come in and boss everyone. But the way Nico Jackson sort of is made up his mind is, I just didn't see him coming back to play for Chelsea. I just didn't see that happening. So let's see how all this shape up, how things happen. So things happen. So we keep giving you reports, we keep giving you our insights as things continue to develop and emerge. But we'll just take a short break, and then we will be back with more on transfer deadline day. Yeah, so we are back. We are back. We are back. So thanks for sticking around with me, and let's go on. Hope you're good so far. So let's go on there. So apparently Manchester United have agreed a deal for the Royal Antwerp goalkeeper, according to David Ornstein. So exclusive Manchester United reach agreement with Royal Antwerp to sign Saint Lamen deal for 23-year-old Royal Antwerp goalkeeper worth 21 million euros plus add-ons, no sell on plus 5 years. Belgian international flying into complete medical. So the question is, what does this now mean for Martinez? Does that deal still go through? Because well and truly, Martinez isn't going to be signed to be a number two. And then as well, you can't have two number ones. For every other position, you can have two strikers, two wingers, two fullbacks, two sets of centre backs, two sets of midfielders, but you can't have two goalkeepers that you have as two number ones. And so, would this guy who's a number one for Royal Antwerp come to Manchester United and become a number two? Maybe could happen. But I think if you're a top talent, for your club, number one, going to become number two, even at a club like Manchester United, I think that's not something that happens. So let's wait and see what happens with the deal with respect to Emi Martinez. So from David Ornstein, I call this an Ornstein bomber. Maybe it is. Let's just hold our horses and see as things continue to develop. So top stories that we talked about earlier on. Just run through them again. Alonso Isak, if you're just joining, Alonso Isak joining, Alonso Isak joining, Alonso Isak joining Liverpool from Newcastle United. So good move for him and breaking the transfer record again, £125 million. So that is a good one for them. And then as well, talk about Gigi Donnarumma joining Manchester United. Sorry, joining Manchester City. Joining Manchester City. And I just kept wondering and asking myself, how in the world have other teams just given Manchester City a free run to get Donnarumma? They signed a good goalkeeper they had an excellent goalkeeper in Ederson, let him go and sign an even better goalkeeper, in Donnarumma, and no one seemed to be interested in signing a goalkeeper. So I'm guessing Arsenal believe a lot in Raya. Chelsea, I don't know how Chelsea believe that much in Robert Sanchez, but it is what it is. Probably eyes are on Mike Penders. But let's see what happens with this deal. So Manchester United fans, how are you feeling about this deal agreed? How are you feeling about it? Happy, excited about it? Let me know. Let me know in the chats because it's super important. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think. And now we've got another one. I said this is going to be a wild, wild, wild day transfer wise. We've got another one. Apparently, it's like Spurs have agreed a deal for Kolo Muani, or is it just personal terms, or is it both between clubs? Let's see. So, exclusive Spurs have almost agreed personal terms with Randall Kolo Muani. Negotiations ongoing with PSG on deal formula as revealed to Paris insisting for obligation to buy. So, I think Fabrizio has posted one again, but I think it's still a rehashing of the same thing. Paris Saint-Germain, they either want an outright purchase, you're buying him off our hands right now, or you're coming with a loan with a pure obligation to buy. By pure obligation to buy, not tied to any if buts or maybes. Once the season ends, you sign the player. So let's see how that will shake out at the end of the day. So Spurs are really trying to strengthen their attacking lineup. So you've got Richarlison, who has found new life under Thomas Frank, and then of course you've got Kudus, you've got Javi Simons joining them. And I don't know if they see Ademola Lookman as a fallback option if all else fails, which is just madness to me. It's just madness. It's madness to me, right? It's super crazy when I see the way things happen to, Nigerian players. It's just crazy. Victor Osimhen, will talk about him having issues and things like that. And while we're talking about Nigerian strikers, Dula Rukodari has dropped something. I'm sure this is to indicate that the tone of the message just means he is heading to Wolves. At least he is leaving what the leaving Genk. So this is a message. After 2 years with this club and amazing fans, it's time for me to take the next step in my career. I want to take this opportunity to thank every single teammate, coach, supporter who has been with me on this journey and helped me while I've been here. The city of Genk has been, I know there's more to it there. So it's kind of clear that he is leaving. Don't worry, we'll read the full statement. We'll read the full statement of our boy who is joining Wolves. But let me make sure we bring this all out for you. So that just means he is on his way out of Genk and sort of confirming the move to Wolves without saying the club yet. So there we go. Say they help me out while I've been here. The city of Genk has been nothing but good to me, and it will always be place or have a place that I will treasure for the special times I have had with you all. I leave proud to have played for this badge and wish the club nothing but success in the future. Thank you for every moment in blue. So congrats to him. That's the message from Mr. Tea Time himself. Living Genk, obviously heading to Wolves. I'm thinking this then means an official announcement by Wolves that he signed for them could well and truly be a few hours away or maybe even minutes away. So let's see how it all shapes up in that regard. So top one. Let me know, what do you think about Tola Rokodar? Do you think he will succeed in the Premier League? For me, I think he has all the qualities to, succeed. He has all it takes to succeed. Physique-wise, he's got physique, he's got the speed, to play through the channels. He's got the goal scoring ability. So I think he has all it takes to really succeed. And for Newcastle United fans, I was saying maybe get him, but I'm sure they had other options. But so he probably will soon be announced as new Wolves player. And then we go on to obviously to talk about this goalkeeper. Fabrizio Romano dropped his bomber earlier on. Now, David Ornstein dropped his bomber earlier on. Now Fabrizio Romano is coming with it. Here we go. So it says breaking: Manchester United agreed 21 million euros plus add-ons deal with Royal Antwerp for Saint-Lamain. Here we go. Agreement in place for Belgian goalkeeper to join Manchester United immediately. Deal set to be sealed after medical. Deal also included add-ons as called by David Ornstein. Fair play. So what does this mean for Emi Martinez? Does this mean he is no longer in for heading to Manchester United? If that is the case, then Chelsea, come on now. You have layups. But the thing with this Chelsea board is they love to miss layups. So I'll be shocked if I see any bid for Nicholas Jackson. I will be shocked. In fact, what would be less surprising would be after the sale of Nicholas Jackson is confirmed, Chelsea going for another striker. that would be even less of a surprise to me. Forgetting that you got McGee already, forgetting that you got Liam Delap, who is injured though, but hoping to be back in maybe not of 2 months' time. So they could go in and sign another striker, or maybe sign another left winger. And another one to watch is Tyreek George. We had talks about RB Leipzig. We had talks about AS Roma, that he could head there on a permanent deal. So let's see how that shakes up if he does leave. I think the way he was used in the game versus Fulham just sort of pointed to someone that the coach wants to leave and he wants to leave the club, which is sad. He was played as an orthodox striker when he is a winger or a 10 at best. So I think he has not been, the coach has not been fair with him. So, but anyways, I think he's one to be on the lookout for, because the deal could be done, for the player. The deal could be done for the player. So let's see how that all shapes up. Now, speaking about what's the phrase right now? Speaking about Nottingham Forest doing business, they've done a lot of business this transfer window. Really, they've gone I think Omar Hutchinson. They signed him and I think they loaned him out still, but they're doing a lot of signing. One player I would recommend for Forest would be Iraso, pretty pacey player, or you could also go for Nuadri Stenberg. That's another electrifying winger, but what we get from via Sky is this. So they said, breaking, Nottingham Forest are close to completing a deal for Dilane Bakwa. Strasbourg winger has been a long-term target for Forest, and the fee being discussed is worth £34.7 million. Now, this gives me cause to pause, right? It gives me cause to pause, and we need to have a discussion about valuation of players, right? Because you see what's his face right here. Yeah. Dylan Bakwa. Of course, a young talent coming up there. I think he will do well at Nottingham Forest. He's got pace and power. So I think they're trying to replicate or replace what they lost in Elanga heading to Newcastle United. So Dylan Bakwa is not Dylan because it's not French, it's Dylan Bakwa. I think brings that. But for a player like that to be valued at £34.7 million, and for a player like Ademola Lookman, who has done what he has done, to be valued around 30 million euros, and clubs still think that will be a gamble, is madness to me. Absolute madness. So maybe this deal being done, by the way, is Marinakis' way of amending fences with Espirito, with Nuno. So fair play. They're really strengthening their team, going into the Europa League. That's what I want to see clubs do. You work so hard to qualify for Europe. Why not give yourself the best chance you can to compete? And Marinakis, whatever you say about him, he's investing in his club. He is investing in his club. So top marks on that one. Top marks. Let's see what else has been happening today. Is going to be a wild one. Wow. This is not transfer news really, but this is not good. Not good news. But we'll talk about that later, about Modric and driving issues. Now, this is what I wanted to know about, right? This is what I wanted to know about. With this deal being agreed for, with the roll to a goalkeeper of Manchester United, what does this mean for Emi Martinez? So after Manchester United proceeding with Son Lemon, deal solutions are being explored for Dibu Martinez, Argentine goalkeeper, discussed with Galatasaray in recent hours. And I say again, Chelsea, this is a layup right there for you. I don't know why you wouldn't go for Martinez. I don't get it. And then you have the bunch. Those people who would always go find, the mistakes made by a player, make a compilation of it and put it out there as if that represents the player's complete, or whole ability. Just crazy. For me, Martinez is better goalkeeper than Sanchez. But maybe Chelsea may just have their eye on, what's the keeper now? Had their eye on Mike Penders being the number one next season, and therefore are not looking to overly invest in signing a new number one when you want that young goalkeeper to come in. But for me, what I've seen with Chelsea over the years, at least since this new ownership group have come, is that anybody can go. Any and everybody is on the chopping block. So anybody can be sold off at any minute. Doesn't matter how good the player is. So let's all see what happens with that one. Wouldn't this be odd? And I know rival fans will cry about this move if it does happen. If this happens, if Chelsea pulls this off, rival fans are going to complain. So this is for breaking news. According to Bobby Vincent, Chelsea plan is for Ben Chilwell to move to Strasbourg on a permanent deal. Now, I think that would just be a waste of space because one, he's not going to play. I don't think he's going to play. But I think for Chelsea right now, what they're thinking of is get him off the books, as soon as you can, because you need to get sales done so that you can register players for the Champions League, or else you have to use your squad for that use for the Conference League. And that's why for me this Chelsea model doesn't quite work if you just have one supposed network club, because it's not going to work. So Chelsea fans, rival fans, what do you think about Chilwell to Strasbourg? Happy with it, or really don't really care that much? Let's see how that all shapes up, with that one. Let's see what happens with that. So Isak deal done. Ben Jacobs coming in with some exclusive saying the medical for what's his face has just started. So that's for Isak. Medical has just started. So and Isak gradually heading towards being a done deal, being formally announced. So Liverpool Football Club, fans of Liverpool FC, your club definitely, you have to be favorites. In fact, I think you should embrace it. There's no need to play this small dog, small horse type of narrative. You are the big dogs in this situation. You are the giant horse in this whole thing. Getting Isak done. Ekitike has already come in and shown himself that he can quickly adapt to the Premier League. And because for me, I don't know why people even use that as an excuse. Oh, can he adapt to the Premier League? In fact, most players that play well in the Premier League have come from other leagues. Not from other leagues. So that's it. So what do you think about Isak? Like I said, that makes you guys out and out favorites if that's done. So you're getting more from Matt Law. So the major guys are beginning to confirm, the Jackson move to Bayern being back on. So you're getting, citing Matt Law, it says Bayern Munich's move for Nicolas Jackson is back on. The player had been intending to travel to Senegal after being told the deal is off, but he's still in Munich. So you can imagine if he had traveled to Senegal, what would have been? But so he's still in Munich, talks back on, and we've gotten some insight on it, saying it's actually a permanent transfer, but the payment will start from next year. Because sometimes when you hear this £100 million deal, it's not immediately £100 million into the selling club's account. Sometimes it's structured. You could get 50 right off the bat, and then 20 spread over. You have 20 spread over 2 years, and 5 spread over another 2 years. 5 apiece spread over 2 years to get the deal done. So what Bayern are asking for apparently is for the deal to be done, agreed and set, maybe also containing the contract when payments will start. So payments will start from next year's next financial year. So overall, I think that's a good deal. You have to hit some compromise there. In life and in business, you don't always get exactly what you want. You have to, you know, compromise. So Sky Sports have now reported this. So deadline day, deadline day, deadline day. Le Mans joining Manchester United. More outlets reported it. So that means it's concrete. It's going to happen. What we then wait for is an official announcement by the club. So Manchester United have agreed a deal with Royal Antwerp for Saint Le Mans for around £18.2 million plus add-ons. Deadline day. Deadline day, deadline day, deadline day. Let's go one there. So I think that's a good move for the goalkeeper. And it's like I predicted, I said you won't be signing this goalkeeper for him to be number two. He's already number one at this club. He's not going to come here to be a number two. So Emi Martinez, there will be solutions. Galatasaray are looking at him. You remember Galatasaray were interested in Ederson, but somehow that deal has been absolutely kiboshed and hijacked by their rivals, their fiercest rivals in Fenerbahce. And now they have to look for other options. And they're looking at Emi Martinez. So for me, the question I ask is, how come Chelsea are there looking at Emi Martinez go somewhere else? I don't quite get it. But anyway, there it is. And so AD says, how you go? How are you? Nico Jackson and Wissa should sign. No. Nico Jackson could be heading to Bayern Munich, going by the reports that we are seeing right now as they develop. And like we said, we'll continue to give you, our insights on the news and reports in and around transfers as they happen. We'll continue to, let you know as things happen. So we continue to move on that one. So that's it. And now this boy, I hope this is a permanent move. Oh, wow, it's another loan. It's another loan. So Arsenal fans, I don't know what you make of this. Reece Nelson used to be the business, that young kid, exciting talent, went to loan to Feyenoord, but for some reason hasn't been able to break into Arteta's team, and so he has gone on loan all over the shop, and now he's headed out on loan again. So exclusive Brentford agreed deal to sign Reece Nelson from Arsenal. Here we go. Nelson has chosen to join Brentford on loan, turning down interest from other Premier League clubs as well as European sides. He is now on his way for his medical. Now, I think it's for us now to know what sort of package this loan deal is about. Does it have an option to buy or an obligation to buy, or just straight up loan? You go there, play there for 12 months or a season, and then you're back, at the Emirates. So let's see how it all shapes up in that regard. So he's gone on loan. Hopefully he plays very well there. That's it with football. Decision making is super important as a player. And that's my advice to young players is keep your eyes set for that move to the Bundesliga. Because right there, you go there, you develop, especially if you're a pacey winger, that kind of player. I think that's the best place for you to go develop yourself and, even become more valuable. Nah, I'm not going to talk about this. People are doing this madness with Isak, trying to paint him out to be, a poor striker, which I will not agree to. And now my boy leaves Chelsea. Yeah, my boy leaves Chelsea, which is sad for me, but it's gone. It's gone. It's business right now. I'm choosing to be cold as or else I'll lose my mind. So Alex Matos has completed a permanent transfer to Sheffield United on a permanent deal. So, and one thing I've noticed with this new Chelsea thing is when they let players go, it's so cold. The reply to the message following the transfer is so cold, no emotion to it. So Alex Matos has completed transfer to Sheffield. We thank Alex for his efforts throughout this time. Chelsea wish him well and begins a new chapter in his career. Well, I'm guessing this is what you call fulfilling all righteousness, just making sure you do everything. So people don't say, oh, they didn't even drop a message for him. Well, Alex Matos is one that's an odd one for me because I feel like it's another one where I hold Enzo Maresca accountable because he's got that man body to play to be sort of like a backup for Caicedo before you got Esugo. But he was skipped over and going for Raksai, and I feel Alex Matos is a better player than him. But anyway, he's got a permanent deal. I really do wish him the best. I think he could have been someone to really grow at Chelsea, but it is what it is. That's what happened. So wish him all the best. And then he's gone. So let's see how things continue to emerge, how things continue to develop on this transfer deadline day. So those of you who have been watching, supporting, subscribing to the notification bell, big thanks to you. Big thanks to you. So Nick Valtamade and this big thanks to you for all your support. Now, so transfer business done, Manchester United. Are you happy with the new goalkeeper you're getting? Do you think he is that replacement for Onana, or you still having some misgivings here and there? And yes, you can't have any transfer window without Saudi Pro League coming in. And here they are, they've come in and they've signed this player, Portuguese youngster, I think from Braga, signed Al Ittihad, and that's good for them. Exclusive Al Ittihad submit official bid for over 30 million euros for Roger Ferdinand Roger Fernandez from Braga. He's among top targets for Al Ittihad. So they keep stacking up, they keep signing players. Al Nassr signing players, Al Ittihad, they're signing players. Al Hilal, they keep signing players. That's good. They keep improving their league, they keep improving their players. And like I said, to improve your league is your responsibility. So MPFL, whatever you're waiting for, look at what other people are doing with the resources that they have. So good transfer to Al Ittihad. I think Chelsea were at some point linked to him, and Chelsea get linked with almost everybody. So Top Max is going to Al Ittihad, maybe get that big bag there. Can he find his way back? Let's see how he shapes up. And for me, my advice to Nigerian players is, if you feel you have, something still to achieve in Europe, if you feel that way, then do not go to do not go to Saudi, because the narrative around you will be mad. But if you feel like, it's a job anyways, I'll go to where I earn the most, fair play, and go to Saudi. If you feel like, I've achieved all I wanted to achieve in Europe, I'm looking for a different challenge, brilliant, go to Saudi still. So fair play in that regard. So total opinions on all the news we brought you. We talked about Gigi Donnarumma joining up with Man City. How do you rate that? I rate that an absolute 9 out of 10, because I can't give it 10, but I can give it 9 out of 10 as the top deal. And then the absolute bomber so far of this window is this, Nico Jackson deal back. Done. It is back. So what do you think about it, right? I really want to know what you think. And I really want to know what you think. And I'm guessing maybe you need to get some coffee, you need to get thinking. While you're thinking, I will, be back in a minute, and then we'll have, more discussions around Nico Jackson, deal to Bayern being back on. We'll have more talk around Gigi Donnarumma. We'll have more talks about what's happening to Ben Chilwell. More talk around Jadon Sancho, Emi Martinez, and more. So let's keep on going. No, thank you for subscribing, for sharing, for supporting the channel. It's been really important. So we are back, we are back, we are back. So thanks for staying tuned and watching all day, all through with us. So what do we have in the chat here? So is it more from good? She's saying Newcastle United now with doing medical. Yeah, that's been done, that's been done, that's been done. So we got a new one for you. Apparently Fulham have, reignited their interest in signing Raheem Sterling from Chelsea. Apparently, they're still locked in negotiations with Kevin on personal terms and Samuel Chukwueze. The Kevin thing uh, um, still hasn't been sorted out yet. The talks are still ongoing. So the question is, with the Sterling thing, I'm sure, of course, Chelsea just wants him out the window, to want him out the door. So maybe something like £20 million, you should be able, and then Chelsea will let him go for that one. But the issue, I think, with signing Ryan Sterling is his wages. Are you willing to meet his wages? Is he willing to take a pay cut just to move and leave the club? Maybe he takes a wage cut, or maybe Fulham look at it from this level where they say he is our main man. He has a lot of experience in the Premier League, playing Champions League football, winning league titles with Man City. So maybe he can just be that guy to be inspirational for the team, and therefore um, that inspirational quality is something you can't put a price on. So we could just go on and pay that not of £300,000 a week wage that he does earn at the minute at Chelsea. So maybe that is done, and I think that would be good for Chelsea as well. You get that wage bill off your table and gives you some flexibility as well. So, just opinions on that one, Chelsea fans. Excited about seeing Raheem Sterling go. For me, I think Raheem Sterling is an excellent person, an excellent human being. But I just think his time at Chelsea hasn't quite worked out, and I don't think he has completely applied himself 100% very well. I'm not talking about being professional. I'm talking about on the pitch. I'm not talking anything character-wise. I think he's a special person. Look at what he's doing for the community. Look at the academy he set up there to train young emerging football talents from a very tender age. Have employed coaches to do that. So I think that's fair play to him. Good one, and other things he does for the community as well. He does for his place, his origin, Jamaica, because he has Jamaican heritage. So fair play in that regard. But in terms of how he's applied himself on the pitch for Chelsea, I think it could have been a lot better, a lot better. So, but I think at this point in time, the club wants to get that weight bill off. So, fair play to see him move, and hopefully this deal gets done, and he goes to Fulham, and he actually comes good for them. I'm just hoping that it doesn't really affect, the deal for Samuel Chukwueze. Want that deal sorted out, so we know that he'll be off to somewhere where he's valued, where he'll actually be playing and have his head in the right space, if you know what I mean. So that's what I'm hoping and praying for. And then the Fulham move, hopefully, turns out to be good. Let's see how everything shapes up in that regard. So, and then we'll talk about news top of on top of the show. Let's run through them again. I want to know your thoughts and opinions. I want to see your opinions in the chats, in the comments. Gigi Donnarumma to Manchester City, good signing for me, in my opinion. What do you think about that? It's done. And then we got something here for Liverpool fans. So out on a supposed outgoing, but as it looks at this minute, it's not an outgoing. Joe Gomez will still be at the club. Joe Gomez is like a cat. He seems to have 9 lives. He never ever seems to leave Liverpool, despite his injury record and everything else. So, according to Fabrizio Romano, he said Liverpool insists on no green light to AC Milan for Joe Gomez, deal currently off. So the question is it that they're waiting for a deal for maybe a Gehi to be done first before letting him go, because I don't see, Joe Gomez upstaging the likes of Konate and definitely not Van Dijk. So I don't know why they would be holding him back. I think it's when you let him go. But I guess they may be holding to say, okay, he could be an additional body in the building at this minute until we get an actual centre back replacement in. Then until we do that, we're not letting you go, Joe. So maybe that's what it is from a Liverpool standpoint. But for me, I think he should leave. But I'm not a Liverpool fan. I'm just giving my opinion. Maybe that doesn't count for anything. But let's see what happens with this Joe Gomez deal. And then, of course, we talked about Tolaro Kodare. Things are going to develop, and as things continue to move closer, he's seeming like he's going to sooner rather than later become a Wolves player. So some opinions on that. Nigerian football fans out there, Wolves fans, what do you think? You happy about that deal? For me, I think you're getting a really top class player. And then, of course, we talk about getting the here we go for Saint Lemans, the Belgian goalkeeper that's joining Manchester United. So fair play, the deal is done. We said earlier on that personal terms we agreed for the player, and then before we went on the intermission or on the break, we did say that club-to-club agreement had been reached, as we were presenting again. Agreements reached for the player, so he will be at Manchester United to do medical to seal that deal. To see him join Manchester United. So I think that's a good one, but that just means Martinez won't be heading to Manchester United because he's way too good to be anything like a 1A or like a 1B to anybody, or not talk of a number 2. So where would he go? Galatasaray rumored to be interested in him. I don't know why Chelsea are not all over this like white on rice, but there you have it. So St. Lemans, all things go to plan, he will end up being Manchester United's number 1 going forward. And then what would that mean for Onana? I just had a crazy thought. I hope it doesn't happen. I just had a crazy thought. What if Chelsea goes for Onana? I hope it doesn't happen, because they can come up with some weird reason to say, oh, he has that experience, and then he's the one they go to sign. Please, Lord, don't allow that to happen. We talk about Rando Kolo Muani. Now Spurs have almost agreed personal terms with the player. Let's see how that shakes down. He has been holding out to go to Juventus, but I'm sure with Lloyd Openda, moving to Juventus, it probably dawned on him right now that, look, these guys are not going to call me. They are not going to use me. So it's best you begin to look for where you want to go. So fair play in that regard. And of course, we talk about the big one, Alexander Isak, on his way, to Liverpool. Deal agreed, £125 million. I think that's huge money, man. Imagine if I had that. So deal agreed. Medical being done at the minute, as revealed by Ben Jacobs. So he should be announced as a Liverpool player at some point. But certainly, I'm sure clubs are working crazily, given the fact that this is a shorter window transfer deadline day anyways, shortened by 7 p.m. Wow. So clubs are really frenetic. We also talk about Nico Jackson. That is the most shocking news so far of this transfer window. It's the most shocking news so far of this transfer window. It's the most shocking news. Wow. I thought everything was done, but negotiations are still going on. Hopefully that's sorted out and that's done, and we're happy with that going forward. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Chelsea goes out there and signs another striker. I wouldn't be surprised, because I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think they're telling us everything we need to know about Cole Palmer. I'm just hoping I'm wrong, because I have a feeling that his injury is more serious than the club is letting on. That's the way I feel about it. I feel like his injury is way worse. I hope I'm wrong on this one. I hope I'm super wrong. I hope I'm super wrong. You know, I hope I'm super wrong. I hope I'm super wrong on that one. Let's see how that all shapes out. So, and then West Ham United, you happy? I know you beat Nottingham Forest 3-0 yesterday, but sometimes these victories can be poison chalices. Like it makes you feel like you have everything in order, and then you feel, oh, let's rock with this, and then window shots, you discover that you have shortcomings. Like I think West Ham United have shortcomings. Like striker, Phil Krug isn't your guy. Wilson is super injury prone. So can you absolutely rely on him, to be that guy? And for me, I don't really think so, in my humble opinion. So in my mind, I'm thinking West Ham United, they have to do something in this transfer window to get someone in. But with the 3-0 victory versus Nottingham Forest, I'm sure maybe the board think to themselves, oh, we've got this wrapped up, we've got this done. And that's fine. And then there's one more thing I wanted to bring to the list of Chelsea fans. So I think it's something about a player that Chelsea were linked to, and I just felt like the way Chelsea were going about it, it wasn't going to happen, and it wasn't going to happen. So it's in different outlets come up with, yeah. So you see managing back, so Femi Lopez, that's what I'm talking about. Femi Lopez, I'll talk about Chelsea being interested in the player, and I'm sure it's a briefing that the owners put out there after absolutely, soiling the bed on the Xavi Simons deal. They came up with this, Femi Lopez. Players like Femi Lopez, given the fact that he is a La Masia graduate, how in tune he is with the club, you can't just jump up one Monday and say you're going to sign the player. And especially when you make such ridiculously lowballed offer, going with £36 million. Now, for me, £36 million is crazy money. But in football world right now, £36 million is it's nothing. Especially when the player still has some years on his contract, is a graduate of La Masia, you have that love, that affection, for Barca. You wouldn't want to force a move. You have to go out of the club and agree terms. And the love works in that way, where if you agree terms with the club, the player wouldn't want to, make any waves and would definitely agree personal terms with you. But the way Chelsea were going about it, I felt like this was a non-starter. It was just more of briefing to take people's minds off Xavi Simons. They said, oh, we've got this player that's better. So Manny Bakker says, major breaking, Femi Lopez has made the final decision to stay at Barcelona. The saga is over. The player never asked to leave the club, and the club never wanted to sell. I'm sure there was a price that Chelsea would have paid, and that deal would have been done. But Chelsea were not willing to pay the money. We're not willing to match Barca's valuation. And definitely, like I said, the player was not going to force his way out of the club. So AD again, the same thing. So that's not going to happen. So fair play. So maybe we have to rely on Facundo. So that's it. The Chelsea owners, I think Lowry and Pauli should be sacked, because those guys don't know what they are doing. They do not know what they were doing. Because we've seen the signs all through last season that Cole Palmer needed rest. He needed someone to come off and take some of the creative burden in that 10 role from him, if not at least compete with him, right? It was clear. But for whatever reason, decided, oh no, we're going to let him play, let him get kicked all over the shop. Maresca also added fuel to that fire, decided not to play João Felix, decided not to play Nkunku. And both players now have left the club on permanent deals. and now you're having to shoehorn a striker into that 10 role. And you have a lot of people with different coping mechanisms, different coping excuses to cope, to help them cope. Oh, João Pedro can play as a 10. When he was 10 years old, he used to play in the 10 position. So, and the way this season is, that means João Pedro could be the 10, and Chelsea will have Maguire as a striker. So as opposed to having two strikers, you're going to have 110 and a striker. So, and then you've also seen Maresca showing you that he is not willing to let Estevayo start a game playing the 10 role. So that's where Chelsea find, ourselves in this minute. But it is what it is, I guess. So let's see what happens. Maybe Facundo Buonanotte turns out to be this super special wonder kid that we didn't see at Brighton. Maybe comes to Chelsea and becomes sort of blue lock character. Let's see how it all shapes up. Let's see how that all shakes down. Opted against pursuing the deal. Of course, they would opt not to pursue. They never were serious about pursuing the deal. They do things just to manipulate fans. The way I see this ownership group, these sporting directors, they do things to make you feel like, oh, we're going to go for this player. And then it turns out that they never really were serious in respect to going for the player. So fair play in that regard. But again, Chelsea opt to stop pursuing. Yeah, that's fine. So, what else are we going to do? So more on Jackson, we're seeing more talk of a loan move. So, but I think this will, if it's a loan, it will end up being an obligation to buy. End up being an obligation to buy. So, according to some reports, Jackson does not want to be back at Chelsea. Yeah, fair play. I understand that 100%. 100%. Now, Manuel Akanji could possibly be heading to Inter, but nothing has been finalized with that one. More negotiations having to go on in that regard. So let's see how it all shapes up. So Manuel Akanji, Inter see Manuel Akanji as ideal replacement for Benjamin Pavard in French. If French defender leaves, not easy as few hours before deadline. No deal in place for Pavard, permanent exit at this stage, with OM only interested in a loan. So this is one of those ones that will absolutely run to the wire. And let's see if indeed that, comes to fruition. I just think deadline day is not when you want to be cute. Deadline day is the day you get the business done early. What I said done early is the day you come up with the money, you pay it, you get the business done, you move on to other things. Because if you really need that player, then you're not going to sign the player if you don't meet up with what you're doing. So, back on Maguire. So, Liverpool maintain optimism that Maguire's deal could be done. Okay. And I think it could really happen because that Igor that was signed from Brighton, I think, is a replacement for Maguire. That's what I think. I think he is the cover for Maguire leaving. So, Liverpool maintain optimism to get green light for Maguire from Crystal Palace deal still on. Let's watch how it happens, and we will continue to bring you updates on all the transfers as they happen and give our own insights about it. And as well, like I said, I want to hear your comments. I want to hear what you think about these various deals, because it's really important for us to have, those conversations. Liverpool fans, where are you? Let me know what you think. Rival fans, where are you? Now, for me, this is a player that I have interest in on two fronts. First off, he's a Chelsea player, so always interested in that. Academy player, and then he's eligible to play for Nigeria at the minute. David George moved to AS Roma, is currently off, no agreement with Chelsea at this stage. There are two ways I feel about this, because right now you've got Garnacho in the building, right? And you have Gittins already in his position, right? And then you've seen the way Enzo Maresca has used Tariq George, which is just an insult to me, I think. I think for me that is more like you're insulting the intelligence of the fans, or you're trying to make the player look stupid, playing the winger as an orthodox striker back to goal, as opposed to, even if you want to play him as a striker, maybe you use him as a striker that can play on the shoulder of a defender, latch onto through passes, and score goals that way. But typically, Tariq George is a player that likes to be on the ball, run at his defenders, either as a winger and in some off circumstances as a 10. So for me, I just feel like it's a bit odd. And in that regard, I wouldn't mind seeing him go somewhere else to play. But I don't want him to completely leave Chelsea either way. But the deal being off, so that I have two feelings. One part of me is happy he's not going, but on the other side of me as well is like, he's not going. What does that even mean, for him at the club? Because one, you sealed up those positions at left wing. You've got Garnacho, you've got Gittins, and I don't think Gittins is better than him, but Gittins is a new signing. Club has spent 60 odd on Gittins. Therefore, Gittins will be given enough game time to see what he can do. And Garnacho, as well, a new signing, will be given game time to see what he can do. And Tariq George, an academy player, we looked at as an academy player. Whatever we get for him is pure profit. Even if it's £500,000, is pure profit, right? So I think he may very well end up leaving the club by the end of the transfer deadline day today. By 7 p.m. or 6:59, he possibly could be at another club. And it is really, really a shame. And then I think this makes Numoha's leaving makes more sense, because right now you look at the club and you feel like academy players really getting a shot. You get a couple of games here and there you play, but no one's really keeping faith in you. So for me, two parts of it. One, happy that he's not leaving, but on the other side of things, looking at it, is he really going to get game time? And if the few minutes he will get, would he really get those minutes playing in his actual favored position? And for me, all these coaches that do things like, I see football as chess, or I play chess, or use salt shakers, to mimic players. I wonder, do they see players as humans as well in the whole mix? But overall, the news deal off at the minute, as agreement has not been reached. With Serie A clubs, they would never ever pay the full value you ask for. For sure, there'll always be a bargain, that's for sure. And then maybe they're going for a loan, and Chelsea want him sold. If he leaves, they want him to leave on a permanent deal. I think that's one of the reasons he didn't join RB Leipzig, which would have made it easier for what's-his-face to join, for Xavi Simons to join. But right now, Chelsea are where Chelsea are. No proper number 10 cover. Right now, it seems like we've got one striker. Because no one knows how long Cole Palmer is truly out for. But then again, there you have it. So we'll continue to bring you all the updates as we continue to go. And for Nigerian football fans, of course, we'll be having a video where we will be talking about the players joining the camp and all that. So David Ornstein has come up with a proper bomber. So finally, Spurs have strengthened their team. Now finally, they've gone on to improve their team even more. So exclusive, Spurs reach agreement with Paris Saint-Germain Saint Germain for to sign Kolo Muani deal for 26-year-old PSG striker. Straight season long loan, no option or obligation. Personal terms done. France international en route to London for medical. So that's done. So finally, I think Spurs have been able to convince PSG that they're not going to be convince them to let the player go on a pure loan as opposed to a loan that has any attachment, whether option or obligation. So becomes a new Spurs player in a couple of hours. Let's see how it all shakes down. So good move for the player overall. So either it becomes competition for Richarlison or Thomas Frank could go 4-4-2 and maybe 4-4-2 diamond and have Javi Simons in the 10, have Kolo Muani and who was his face Richarlison as a striker pairing, or maybe there's been something different. So overall, Spurs are really improving their team. So fair play, fair play, fair play. Now, I'll say Chelsea fans, would you say you're super happy with the transfer dealings the club has done so far? Let me know in the comments. Check. Spurs fans, you happy? Manchester United fans, the deal you've done for Laments, does that make your win? Does that make you feel happier with your window? Okay, so let's see how it all shapes up in that regard. Let's see how it all shapes up. For deadline day. On the Kolo Muani. So Rizzo Romano has dropped his here we go on that one. So Randall Kolo Muani, sports player. That's done. That's done. So loan move with option to buy, not mandatory. So it's slightly different. So there's option to buy, but it's not mandatory. So it depends. So that depends on the performance of the player, and if everything goes well with both parties. And then what's important in all this sort of agreement is who can trigger that option to buy. Because sometimes, like that's how Chelsea lost Tomori to AC Milan. They had the sole right to trigger the option to buy. So the moment they let him go, the moment he went on loan, he performed well there. They just triggered the option to buy, and then they were able to sign him. So signing. So that's a good one. That is a good one. So let's see how as the day continues to develop, as we continue to get even more transfer news and stories, we will continue to give you those updates. And to give you those updates. So let's see how it all continues to take shape. As this is going to happen, we're going to give you the update. So Fulham, okay. Fulham are interested in or made an offer for Wang in Byung. Made an offer for Wang in Byung. So let us see if that's an offer that makes sense for them. I wonder where he plays. I wonder what is his position, because if he's a wide attacking player, then that means Chukwueze's deal may not happen. So the Fulham have made a big offer, 20 million euros for Wang Yimbyum, but Feyenoord are likely to reject it. The Dutch side not only struggle to find a replacement this late in the window, but also face a bigger issue with Quentin Timber, who has just 1 year left on his deal, if they, of course, let this guy go. So Fulham are very little for, yeah. So that's the thing with transfer deadline day deals. It could be rejected because you give the club little or no time to find replacements. So the money could be big, could be a huge sum, but if the club is unable to replace the player, then what's the point? You know, what's the point? What's the point? So let's see how it all shapes up. Let's see how it all shapes up. So, that's some opinions on the business that your club has done so far. And big thanks to everyone who is watching. Today is going to be a really long one. And I know when I was doing this, can I pull it off? Will people be willing to sit with me this long to watch this? But you guys have proven to me that yes, you are willing to support this channel and let's continue to grow. And whilst we're on here, we're wanting to build a community in the Google Money Football channel. If you want to join the WhatsApp group description, the link is in the description of the channel. Click on it and join. Let's grow and build together. So, but at this moment, I'll just take a brief break and I'll be back with you. And then we can also, have more discussions and we're going to give updates on the various transfer topics and headlines as they continue to develop. So I'll be seeing you shortly. But for now, just take a quick break and I'll be with you very soon. Yeah, so thanks for staying on. Thanks for staying on. We are back again. We are back again. So, one more transfer news on this transfer deadline day to bring to you, and that is, of course, Liverpool's Harvey Elliott. Aston Villa are interested in signing the player. So, according to Ben Jacobs, he says Aston Villa close to signing Harvey Elliott on a loan with £35 million obligation to buy, as David Ornstein called, still some back and forth over final points of the deal structure, but optimism it gets done. Now, this is an interesting one. It's an interesting one for Aston Villa to get Javier £35 million on loan obligation to buy for the £5 million. So, in all, it's more like a permanent sale and the money going into Liverpool's accounts next year, coming up on their balance sheet for 2026, 2027. So, good one, I think, for Aston Villa. But I wonder, is it really, really, really the player, the sort of player that they need that will be a difference maker in that midfield? But anyway, let's see how it checks out for that one. But want to know your opinions on the major transfer deadline day topics that we brought up. Let me know. Please let me know in the chat. It's super important to me that we have a nice interactive session on here. So talk about Nico Jackson, obviously to be announced very soon as new Liverpool player, striker. What do you think the implication is, for Liverpool in terms of winning the Premier League title, and will winning the Premier League title alone be seen as success for them? See, right now they have one of the best, if arguably the best, attacking front line in the Premier League, because you've got Ekitike, in addition to the fact that you've got now Isak, you've got Salah already, that gives you 30 goals, or 35 goal contributions a season easy. And then they're looking to get McGahey in the defense, in addition to Konate and Van Dijk, obviously. So you've got Frimpong on one side, you've got Kekesh on the other. What does this mean for Liverpool? I think this means you should be winning the league. But for Aston Villa, wanting to push to Europa League spots, wanting to push to maybe Champions League spots, having Harvey Elliott, does that really move the needle for you? Let me know some opinions about that one. And then, of course, Chelsea fans, how are you feeling about Nico Jackson still to Bayern Munich being back on after all, sort of indications where that the deal was off and he was expected to be back at Chelsea. And obviously he was on his way to Senegal instead. But he's still in Munich. Negotiations are ongoing. Some reports say it is a permanent sale, but with the money going into Bayern's account next year. So what they're saying is a loan. I think if it's a loan, it would be with an obligation to buy, a pure obligation to buy with no strings attached. So some opinions on that one. And what do you think about Cole Palmer? Because to me, I feel like Cole Palmer there's more to it than meets the eye. I think he's actually injured for a longer time. I wish I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong on this one, but I just have a feeling that he may be out for longer than we anticipate. And you may end up seeing João Pedro playing there as the 9. And if that's in the 10 role, rather, and if that is the case, that then goes on to mean that Maguire becomes the starting striker. So that's something we have to, think about. Or are we saying Facundo Buonanotte becomes the 10, the actual replacement for Cole Palmer, and then that allows João Pedro to be that 9 starting striker, whilst you have Maguire as the backup striker on the bench. Now, for me, I think Moses Face does his best work starting as a striker, that's João Pedro, and then becomes mobile and moves about the pitch and drives centre backs all over the place. So I think that's where he does his best work. I don't think he is a good 10 as a lot of people want to make him out to be. But that's it. Manchester United fans, what do you think about the business that your club has done? For the goalkeeping, for goalkeeper, they've gone for Saint Lemens as opposed to Emi Martinez, that was keen on joining Manchester United. Just some opinions on that one. What do you think about it? For me, I feel like, okay, I mean, Martinez is a very good goalkeeper. He has Premier League experience. I think would have been fantastic for Manchester United to sign, and he has personality as well. But maybe that personality is something that's become too much for some clubs, because sometimes clubs just love robots. Come in, do a job, go home, and that's it. So maybe that is an issue for Martinez. And then as well, we've had Kolo Muani to Spurs alone with an option to buy, according to David Ornstein. So that then means it's a good deal for them. Getting him on loan, 26-year-old striker, got pace, is tall, has experience in playing in Champions League, and of course, Spurs are in the Champions League this season. And you know how things have come back to, I wouldn't say bite me, because the Europa League finals, I was saying I want Spurs to win so that, because I know they wouldn't match Manchester United spending. But now they've gone out there, got Javi Simons as opposed to him going to Chelsea. They've got Kudus, that some reports say would have been coming to Chelsea. And now they've got Randall Kolo Muani in the building, Richarlison, and they may go on to get Ademola Lookman. And if they get all that, that is immense firepower. Immense firepower. And I could say maybe that would be top 7-ish attacking force in the league. So let's see how that all pans down. But Kolo Muani could very well be a Spurs player by the end of this transfer deadline day window. And then, of course, we've talked about Jadon Sancho joining Aston Villa on loan from Manchester United, with Aston Villa paying 80% of his salary, and of course Manchester United picking up 20% of it. What do you think about that? I'm sure Manchester United fans are just happy to see him leave the club at least for another 12 months. And of course, part of that deal, Manchester United have the opportunity, or rather have the power, to extend the contract for one more year. So maybe to allow them the authority, of rather power, leverage, to sell the player on a permanent transfer to another club, or maybe to Aston Villa themselves. So let's see how that all shapes up. So total opinions on all the transfer news items that we've talked about. Of course, not forgetting to mention Gigi Donnarumma joining Manchester City, with Ederson heading off to Turkey, to the Turkish Super League, to join Fenerbahce. Incidentally, Fenerbahce have sacked, or rather have parted ways with Jose Mourinho. So I think maybe his style of play, Ederson, would suit whoever new coach is. It is, because I think Mourinho would not be too keen on that playing out from the back with 10 short passes at the back. I don't think that is Mourinho's style. So those opinions on all these transfer topics we talked about. And then the Harvey Elliott one. And then there was one that came up. I'm not quite sure the outlet, but nonetheless, it was one that was out there that I think the Saudi Pro League club had made an offer. The Saudi Pro League club had made an offer for Alex and for Andre Santos. For me, Andre Santos, there's no way you would have let him go for £50 million. Even if it was a bid of £50 million, there's no way you would have let him go. Now, more on the Nico Jackson bit. Yeah, that we're still going on. For me, I feel this is the shock of the window, because this deal, first off, was he going to go on loan? Was he not going to go on loan? Was he going to be sold? Then he got sold. He got sent on loan. Medical got cancelled. Come back. Liam Delap is injured. Now he's back on again. So all parties now confident of Nicholas Jackson joining Bayern before deadline day. That's deadline day, of course. So exclusive Bayern considering resurrecting Nicholas Jackson move in the final hours of the window. Ali Barat moving to try and find a solution. Jackson's loan with buy option was called up. So I'm thinking just one thing would change in that agreement, and that would be erasing the word option and writing the word obligation on, in that spot. So I think that's one of the main things that would change if it indeed ends up being a loan, and a pure one at that. So once the transfer window, or rather once the season does end, instantly then Bayern Munich have to, sign the player. So let me know what you think about that, Chelsea fans. Just opinions on it. For those of you that wanted him to come back to the club, what is your take? What are your thoughts on it? So, we're getting conflicting reports here. So Fabrizio Romano has come out to say no buy option. David Ornstein says there's a buy option. So what's going on? Or rather, I think he came out to say buy. So no buy option eventually. So it's just pure straight up loan. More on Kolo Muani and the story from last night. The deal does not include any buy option clause after final email exchange between Spurs and PSG. So that's it. The Fabrizio Romano is doing a fine work. And for some reason, people want to paint him out to be a bad guy. Or inaccurate. Of course, you're human. You're going to get some wrong. Of course, your information could be wrong. So, Kolo Muani, 2 Spurs, of opinions on that. Good deal for you. For me, let's see how that all shapes up with that one. Now, Victor Lindelof, is now a Manchester United. He's now an Aston Villa player. It just feels like Aston Villa right now are taking every rejected player from Manchester, not just Manchester United, from every other club. Harvey Elliott, I don't think was ever going to be part of the team seriously, Liverpool, so they're taking him off their hands. Victor Lindelof is joining Aston Villa on a free transfer, okay. Manchester United to understand that one. Jadon Sancho is another one that is joining them. So, on to Sky Sports News, breaking: Victor Lindelof has joined Aston Villa on a free transfer after leaving Manchester United. So, that's a good one. Probably feels like it's another PSR type deal where you look at it and feel like, wow, we just have to do this so we remain in the black going into next season. And I just feel it's a bit odd. If you have owners that are willing to spend and to cover the debt of a club, why not let them do it as opposed to being too heavy-handed with it, in my opinion? I just feel if you have owners that just come and leech on the club, then that's fine. You can, hold them accountable and expect them, to meet certain things. But if you have ownership groups that want to actually spend on the club, then why would you sort of now we've got another news from Ben Jacobs about Facundo Buonanotte, and he says the loan move for Facundo Buonanotte to Chelsea expected to be official mid-afternoon, no buy option. Well, Chelsea now taking players on loan from Brighton. I'm sure within this contract, within this loan thing, Chelsea will be able to negotiate, buying a player if it does perform that well. But it just seems odd to me that Chelsea right now are taking players from Brighton on loan, because it well and truly should be, Brighton take an academy player from Chelsea on loan, give them game time. But it just feels like the way both clubs are run is just different, right? People make some weird decisions at the Chelsea hierarchy. They make some crazy, weird decisions. But anyways, let's hope the player comes good from a Chelsea fan's perspective. And then if he has a fantastic 12 months at Chelsea, maybe he stays at the club. But anyway, I'm guessing Chelsea could have their eyes on Enciso and Kendrick Pires as well, and could be as well expecting Cole Palmer will come back fit from his injuries and not without that much complications. So they may be saying we have 2 10s to look forward to. But for me, would I say it's PTSD, or I'm very wary, right? I'm very wary of these sporting directors, because Kendrick Pires was meant to have a part to play in the Club World Cup, but for whatever reason, he didn't see a second. He wasn't even part of the team, wasn't part of the group, wasn't even allowed to really be with the team. And then he wasn't even allowed to play any sort of preseason with the team whatsoever, and then was shipped out on loan. It just feels odd to me. And that's why when I say buy a goalkeeper, people talk about Mike Penders. I say, I know Mike Penders is good, but this ownership group, or at least the sporting directors, the way they behave, you might just end up seeing he's sold because you got Petrovic. Petrovic went on loan to Strasbourg, right? The point was he goes on loan, comes back, but he went on loan, performed well, and got sold. So that's what makes me wary about this ownership group. Every player right now is a tradable asset. It's an asset on the table that can be sold, that can be, shoveled off to, somewhere else. So that is the issue I have with some deals that the club, does. But mm, let's see, let's see how it shakes down. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Mhm. So finally, Randall Kolo Muani deal done officially. Here we go in that regard. So bring it up here. Let's have a talk about it. Randall Kolo Muani deal done. Now we've got here we go. To break in Randall Kolo Muani to Spurs. Here we go. Deal done for loan move until June 2026. Paris Saint-Germain accepts Spurs proposal as Kolo Muani wanted the move plus out of the project. That is, Kolo Muani wanted to move. He wanted to leave PSG because he's out of their project. So I think Luis Enrique is happy with the team he kind of has. He's happy with the at least the profile of players he has, and maybe Kolo Muani doesn't quite suit his profile, and that's it again with a player. That's why when players protect themselves, you have to understand where some of them are coming from because the club can just decide, knock on the finger, we don't want you anymore. We don't want to see you anywhere near the club and don't even care about any kind of contract. To fair play, he joined Spurs. So the attacking lineup, if I'm honest, coming from a Chelsea fan, it does look spicy. It does look spicy. And the game at Spurs could be a lot more difficult than it would have been. Because right now they've got super talent. Xavi Simons, I'll keep saying this, it really annoyed me because he was right there. These directors, they keep missing out on layups. But anyway, let's move on to other transfer topics. It's going to be a long, long one today. We'll be here for a while. Thanks for staying true and supporting me as we have been going through to the various transfer news. So, Harvey Elliott becomes official. Was official. So, here we go now. So, officially, is now an Aston Villa player. So, breaking Aston Villa reached verbal agreement with Liverpool to sign Harvey Elliott. Here we go. Agreement in place with Liverpool on loan with obligation to buy, guaranteed for £35 million package. So I think that's a very good deal for both parties. So for Aston Villa, they don't get to pay today. They don't get to pay this year, so it doesn't come off their accounts today. It doesn't go as a red on the account. So I think fair play to them in that regard. And then for Liverpool, obviously, you get the player off your books with the feeling that you get some money coming in next season. And I think the way this deal is structured, probably, or rather, most likely, Aston Villa will be paying the bulk of his wages anyway. So one club that has really been shackled by PSR is Aston Villa. But saying that, I think what is the problem with some of these clubs is they only focus on players from certain areas, only Premier League, and maybe we look at Germany, and that's it. And that's why you're having to pay crazy fees and you have your hands cuffed because there are some players that you could look at, you could get for a fraction, of the amount. And I think that would have served Aston Villa well. But I guess if you sign a player from Belgium or from Turkey, fans will look at you like, what are we doing? Are we ambitious enough? So that's where we are with that one. So now you get the That's from yesterday. So here we go. That one. So that is with that one. So let me some opinions on what's happening. So 4-3-3, they come with this one. Let's see if it turns out to be accurate. So Emi Martinez, like I said, the Manchester United deal not going through because they've signed Sen Elements or Lemons. And now you see breaking after his Manchester United move fell through. Galatasaray have made new 25 million euro bid to sign Emilio Martinez. Now, how are Chelsea not doing this business? I don't quite understand. I don't quite understand. But anyway, let's go on. Breaking after his Manchester United fell through, Galatasaray have made a new 25 million euros bid to sign Emilio Martinez. I quite see why they want to make the move because he is a very, very good goalkeeper, top level goalkeeper on his day, could be world class as well. And then they missed out on Ederson to fierce, Turkish Super League rivals Fenerbahce. So they need to get a top level goalkeeper in the building, and they've been showing the ambition. They've got Victor Osimhen, world class striker. They've got Leroy Sané. I used to play for Bayern. Still has something to offer. So they really want to go all out and see if they can do back to back, win the league back to back, and probably push on in the Champions League because the Champions League isn't going to be easy. So let's see how that all shakes out. If they're able to get Emi Martinez, I feel that would be a major coup, especially for how much they're looking to get him for. That is about, is it 17 or so £1 million for a goalkeeper of his caliber in this age, in this market. I think that would be an absolute steal if Galatasaray are able to, get that done. Now, I think with this Rwanda Kolo Muani deal done, I just feel like Ademola Lookman, that deal is done. I feel that deal is well and truly done. So, Ghanaian brothers, Chale, wow, our West African rivalry notwithstanding. So, we got news for Tariq Lamptey, the Brighton player, former Brighton player. So, and Ghanaian international signed with Fiorentina. So, good move for the player, £6 million fee going to Ben Jacobs. So, I think that's a good move. Good move for the player. He goes there to play. I think he will come good there as well. And like I said, since with Serie A is that the clubs don't really have that much money. So when they sign players, they do their utmost to get the best out of the players. I think that's a good move for Tariq Lamptey. And then let's see how he shines there. So I think once this new coach joined Brighton, it was curtains for his Brighton career. So he's now had to leave. So Brighton fans, how you feeling about this? You happy that he's gone or you wish he stayed? Ghanaian fans, what do you think about this move as well? What do you think about him as a player? Do you think this is a good move in terms of his prospects for the club, for AFCON and for World Cup qualifiers as well? I'd like to know what you think about it. And for Nigerians, don't worry, we'll be having our show where we talk about, the AFCON, talk about the World qualifiers, what we see about it. So for Magehi, now more news in and around Magehi. Still report from Ben Jacobs talking about an offer of £35 million and Liverpool have placed in more of a take it and leave it sort of thing. So Liverpool have left their £35 million offer on the table from the weekend. Club not now waiting for Steve Parish, that's the chairman of Crystal Palace, to inform them if Gueye can undergo medical in London. Let's see. The way I see it, it would be something that would be dragged way down to the wire, but eventually it will get done. I just feel he will go to Liverpool, seeing that they've signed a replacement already. They signed Igor from Brighton. They probably see that as a replacement. So I see that. I just feel like this deal to Liverpool would get done. So taking care of business. They are taking care of business. So fair play to them. Taking care of, taking care of business. So Liverpool fans, I'm sure you're super excited, sitting pretty top of the league table with, and then you sign Isak, you already got AKTK, you got Salah, got Van Dijk, you have Konate already, and then you're adding McGay to this list. I'm sure you are super ecstatic. Who wouldn't be? But to whom much is given, now much is expected. To whom buys a lot of players, top quality players, that person goes the boarding, to win the league. And if you don't win the league, that's an absolute shambles for you guys. No underdog story here. No underdog story. And that's what has always, upset me about Liverpool fans. They spend money like everyone else, but they act like, they go cap in arms, begging for arms. So you're a big club, you spend lots of money this season. So win the league title is an absolute bare minimum. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. Mm-hmm. So this was 15 hours ago, but things have changed. Things have changed, haven't they? Haven't they? Newcastle United fans not happy with the deal, but that's what it is. So let's look what's happening at Demola Lukman. I want to know what's happening with my player. Lindelof, officially the announcement is here for Lindelof to Aston Villa. Of course, free transfer that should be quickly done. So the announcement right here, officially done. So they say nickname Iceman defender Victor Lindelof. So good move. Now it's up to him to show that his time at Manchester United was a fluke and was because of the toxic atmosphere at Manchester United. That's why he didn't play to his full potential. Now he's at Aston Villa. Let's see what he can do. Maybe he proves everyone that they are wrong and he's right. So fair one, fair play. He joins Villa on a free transfer, apparently. So top marks on that one. For me, I just want to know what has happened or what is happening to mine and your brothers. So I take it Jackson, upon obligation to buy. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. That's what it is going to be. The Jackson deal has just got to be either an outright sale right now or with along with an obligation to buy, a pure obligation to buy. So that's the way I see that happening. But I'm Platinum, no, this is not the real one. This is him to buy. Lookman, what happens to him? Don't worry, that deal is off the table. Yeah. What is happening with that Lookman deal? Mhm. We'll see this. I'm not quite sure how reliable this is, but just for us to have a quick discussion before we go on and next break. A quick discussion here. So this Danny knows footy, so not super credible in my opinion, but exclusive after talks with Atalanta's camp and an initial agreement. What are you talking about? So I don't think this is super credible. So apologies, I'll take this off here. I want to see if Bayern Munich go on to sign Nico Jackson, if they then would now go on, to sign an Ademola Lookman. That's an odd one to me. I don't know why Ademola Lookman is struggling to find a move. I don't know why he is struggling to find a move. It's odd to me. All he's done in European football, struggling to get a move, 35 million euros. offer. I mean, valuation. Uh, or is it 50 they want? I don't know. It's just, even if it's 50 million euros, it's just weird to me that it's odd. Oh, wow. Newcastle agreed £30 million. Therefore, Osula, looking to sell Osula, the Nigerian Danish player. Oh, did I say, is he a full Danish international? I don't think so. So, let's find out the club. Osula, £30 million deal to sell William Osula with interesting clause revealed. Wow. So that means, oh well, you understand it in a way. You understand it in a way, because if you're signing Walter Made and then you're going on to sign Wissa, that means his game time is really next to nothing. So fair play that he does leave. Fair play that he leaves. So where is he going to? The club has made that offer. So is he heading to Aston Villa? I think they already signed the striker. Frankfurt, yeah. If I have a player, I want you to go to Frankfurt because you go there instantly, your value triples or quadruples even. So William Osula leaving Newcastle United to join Frankfurt. So breaking Frankfurt on verge of signing William Osula, 22, from Newcastle, £30 million deal. Going to Craig Hope. So I understand why he's got to go. Same thing, like I said with Jackson. You want to play, you want to succeed at the club, but when you look at it, you scored for the club against Liverpool, but you still see the club wanting to sign Nick Voltemade. They've signed him, still pushing for Wissa. I'm sure you say to yourself, from his point of view, I need to go to a place where I'll play. And you look at Frankfurt, they've sold the KTK. So that means that opens up an opportunity for you. So fair play on that one. Rafael Dorishimi is one player I'm hoping he does get a move. With due respect to Victoria Pleasant, I think he has done all he can do, all he can achieve right there. So fair play to them in that regard, but I'm hoping he can make a move to the German Bundesliga, hopefully, so he can really cut his teeth and improve his value. So William Osula leaving Newcastle United, and that's what makes me wonder. £30 million right off the bat, no arguments around it. Fair play, fair play, fair play. I see why he wants to leave. That's cool. That's fine, in my opinion. No problem about that one. And then, speaking about Rafael Dorishimi, let's find out what's happening to him in this transfer window. It's also quiet. It's so sad that I think before Ekitike was signed, Frankfurt had a deal for him. And then, whoa. KAA Ghent. Okay, going to the Belgian league. Not bad, not bad, not bad. So this is from Rudy Gaglietti, I think. So let's see. My boy, where's my boy going to? So exclusive, Ghent have sent an official offer to Victoria Pleasant for Rafael Dorishimi. The Belgian bid considered too low, with the Czech club asking more. The player is eager to move and has refused to train to push the transfer. Wow. But one thing I want to say is this, right? Why do these clubs value, I'll say, Nigerian players this low? Why do they always come with a low offer? I don't quite get it. So we move to KA again. I think that would be an excellent move for him. Seriously, I do. Go there, I think he would easily give you 25 goals. Easily give you 25 goals. He's that good, super dynamic, runs the channels, can be a physical presence in the box, 6'4", so it's a massive unit. So I think he's someone that could have done with the move to the Premier League, but like I said, Premier League, they don't really look at all them, Czech leagues and all this kind of thing. So fair play in that regard. That's why you have to pay triple or quadruple the amount when a Belgian club takes the risk or when a German Bundesliga club takes the risk. So good move for him, but why are we having to have this situation where he has to fight, he has to push for it? Why can't the club just meet the valuation set? And I know Nigerian players are not super expensive in the market for whatever reason, not super expensive. So I don't know why, I don't quite get, um, why it should be this kind of struggle, why it has to fight and push to leave. That's not what I like that much. And I've done a reaction video about the player, so you can check that out as well. He's a top player, top talent, man. So I'll be super happy if this happens, if this pulls through, because I think he is a very good player. So Tolu Arokodare, what's the latest happening with you, brother? Tolu Arokodare. This announcement, expecting it to happen soon. He's already said his goodbyes to, Genk, not to KRC Genk, not to be mistaken with KAA Ghent, with the club that are interested in the services. Let's see what's happening on that front. We've seen his goodbyes. Fine, fair play. So, some opinions on the transfer market and for deadline day, things that have happened so far. When Jacob saved a completed loan move to Chelsea, Nottingham Forest pushing, now pushing to make it done with Roger Fernandez. I thought that was agreed with Al Ittihad. So, how are this still? Oh, is this another Roger Fernandez? That could be another Roger Fernandez, I think. Not the same one. This should be the midfielder as opposed to the winger. So, I think that's a different one. So, Vakando Buonanotte, deal to Chelsea is kind of done. Yeah, that'll be good. So, done deal. Nigerian eligible David Odogu to Milan. Deal done. If we're to believe this report, from Florian Plettenberg, let's go. Full agreement with Wolfsburg on permanent deal sealed. The 19-year-old German, Nigerian, whatever, centre back is set to land in Italy shortly to finalize his move. So let's see how that shapes up. And I think Plettenberg is very accurate, or rather reasonably accurate when it comes to anything relating to players connected to German clubs. So maybe this could mean David Odogu will be heading to AC Milan. So one to follow. And speaking about AC Milan, just to mention, just as a side note, remember Victor Eletu is there, and a young Nigerian midfielder want to keep an eye out on for. So let's just keep hoping and praying we'll have more transfer deals come true. Let's see how they all shape up. The day Manchester United going for anything that's going to happen. Let's see how it all happens. Shake down. Okay. Inter agreeing deal. Whoa. Fabrizio has dropped another one. Inter agreed a deal for Akanji. That's another one. Like when I look at this ownership group, I'm like, okay, you want a replacement for this guy. You've let go a top young talent. How about you look for anyway? It's all about Chelsea. So exclusive Inter agree a deal with Manchester City to sign Manuel Akanji. Here we go. 2 million euros loan fee, 50 million euros buy option clause to become mandatory under difficult conditions. So maybe Inter wins Champions League or Inter wins the treble. So Italian Cup, the Serie A, and maybe Champions League, some sort of agreement like that. Then it becomes an obligation. But for now, it's an option to buy. So that's okay. That's okay. So let's see how it all pans out with that one. So fair play in that regard. So if you're watching, thanks so much for supporting the channel, for watching all through with me on here, liking and smashing the like button, the notification bell, sharing the video as well. It's been amazing. Thank you so much. We keep going. Of course, we want to know what you think. If you're just joining, Isak to Liverpool, does that make them absolute title favorites? What do you think about the business Aston Villa have done? Jadon Sancho, they've got Harvey Elliott now from Liverpool. They've got Lindelof on um, a free transfer. That's super exciting for me. If I was an Aston Villa fan, I would have been looking at it with a side eye, because I don't think that is super exciting, especially if you're looking to push forward to win, and at least to get those European spots, Europa League spot at the bare minimum. Um, let's see how that shakes up. I think they really want to get Paqueta, but the Paqueta deal just seems like it's not going to happen. But who knows? There's still time on the clock. Those opinions on that one. And Tularo Kulari to Wolves. What do you think about that one? Does it excite you Wolves fans? Does it excite you Nigerian fans? Of course, Crisanto Uche in London, waiting for the move to be completed and for him to join Crystal Palace. That's one I support, especially if Glasner has him profiled rightly. He's a midfielder. All this nonsense about striker is just stupid, in my opinion. Anyway, so let's see how that happens. If he comes in, plays in that midfield, Crystal Palace fans, you're in for a swell time. Trust me on that one. And then, of course, we talked about Durushimi being linked to Ghent. He's refusing to train right now. I don't know why players have to force all these things to happen. That's why I say when you sign that contract, maybe you come with me. I have a certain set of skills, but get you a lawyer, get you an agent, you pour through the agreement, whatever you want. Something that usually happens to African players is because of the hardship that you face when you're coming to grassroots system, you're fighting hard, trying to achieve things for yourself, for your family, and you see that deal in front of you, £1,000 a week, woo, life changing for you. And sometimes you just sign stuff without really pouring through everything. And that's why you need not just big name agents, but agents that know what to look for, in buy clauses, release clauses, sometimes even suggest it, so whatever clause you have, you can have it to say if a club from XYZ league that a club that finishes in European sport in XYZ league puts a bid for me, allow me to speak with the club. You can have all those things to the very specific and fine detailed level. I think that's something that players should begin to do, because we are seeing people having issues leaving their clubs refusing to let them go. And like I said, gentleman's agreement is no agreement. If a club wants a clause in a contract, if they really want a clause in a contract, they will have it in there. When they want the obligation to buy in loan agreements, they put it in there. When they want it to be an option, they specify. When they want the conditions, that you have to fulfill for the clause to become an obligation, to move from an option to become an obligation, they specify it in there. So if you want to join a particular type of club, if you're playing in Belgium, you want to join a English Premier League club, if they bid for you, you have that included in your contract. Don't look at it as something that doesn't matter. Have it there, or else you find yourself in this situation where you can't really win. Because once you're subject to contract, a club can treat you any way they want, which is not right. But the fans will turn on you, seeing you as someone who doesn't respect the badge, doesn't respect the club, and things like that, and then just makes your life horrible. And sometimes the buying club doesn't want to deal with the player that's fighting with his club. So I think we need to do more to understand contracts, not just, we signing, getting money, but we signing the contract. We also assigning to how we're to leave that contract, how we're to leave that arrangement if and when the need arises. So that's my thought on Rafael Durushimi. And then we have to talk about Manchester City just moving from one great goalkeeper to another great goalkeeper in Gigi Donnarumma, and no one has even attempted to fight that, And then you have Emi Martinez. It felt like he was heading to Manchester United, but that deal is off since they've signed Belgian goalkeeper from Royal Antwerp. So there's reported 25 million euros bid from Galatasaray. So let's see if Aston Villa would accept that. If you accept that, who would you be going for? When I look at the goalkeeper just looks poor, maybe you go for Stanley Wabale. Come on now. Come on. Or maybe you could go for Noah Tubulu. Noah Tubulu, top goalkeeper, Frankfurt. But another look us less. So you end up going to pay, either you get a rubbish goalkeeper or you go pay quadruple what you buy for an average goalkeeper. But the fact that Emi Martinez is leaving and no Premier League club is really, really pushing to sign him is odd to me, especially clubs like Chelsea. And then we've had Fulham looking to revive their interest in, Raheem Sterling. For me, I'm okay with it. Let him go. He's a phenomenal human being, a nice person. But when you talk about a footballer, what he's done at Chelsea, no, he just got to go. He just got to go. He goes to Fulham and he can earn more money there. He can go there and maybe become a star there. And probably maybe he goes there and knows that, we have to scratch and claw for everything we get here. And so I have to be more disciplined. Maybe that does happen. And then we talk about Samuel Chukwueze heading to Fulham. Reports are he is in London waiting for a deal to be agreed between, Fulham and AC Milan, and Kevin as well, the Brazilian from Shakhtar. He is there. Negotiations are still ongoing, but nothing final has been reached. So let's see how that all shakes down, how that all shapes up come the end of the transfer window, who gets to move, who gets to stay, how that all pans out. So still waiting. Nico Jackson, that is Chelsea Mundo for you. Chelsea, absolute Mundo. Chelsea drama season, absolute drama. Was meant to be at the club, then they signed Liam Delap. And they signed Liam Delap. And like, okay, I can battle with this other strike. And then they signed out Pedro. And like, okay, what do I do? And then go on loan. Then loan is cut short. And then you come back to the club again. And then you hear Bayern, the move to Bayern is back on. So drama all around. Let's see how that all shapes up. So we keep going on this. As the news breaks, we'll bring it to you and we'll give you our thoughts and opinions on it. So let's keep going with that one. Mhm. Now, speaking about the Nico Jackson deal, more on it. Negotiation is still ongoing. Um, Apparently, Bayern are cautiously confident that the deal will get done at some point. So Florian Plettenberg says negotiation ongoing. Barat, Jackson, Ebel, and Dresden, those are directors at Bayern. Barat is sort of like the specialist agent or transfer consultant that's working with Diomante Camara, that is Jackson's agent as well, and Jackson's group. So are pushing to get the deal done. There is cautious optimism. So I hope all this gets done quickly and everyone is satisfied come the end of this. Let's see how it all pans out. It's been absolute drama. This is absolute Jackson 5 right here. So let's see what happens come the end of the transfer window if it does indeed get to move. So if it gets to move, let's see what happens with that one. Mm-hmm. Let's see what happens. David Osula leave. Let's see how it shapes up. Let's see how it shapes up. Transfer business happens. and transfer business don't happen. Let's see what goes on here. Of course, we brought to you the fact that um, Ten Hag has left Bayern Leverkusen. They've parted ways. So interesting time. Let's see how that all shapes up. So thanks for still watching and still staying on here with me. And for now, we'll go on a break, and we'll be back with more of the top transfer deadline day stories. We'll give you the reports, we'll give you what reported them, and we will definitely give you our own insight on it. So, but at this minute, we'll just go for a brief um, break, and we'll be back right here with you. So, stick around, don't go anywhere. We're back, we're back, we're back. And one new story to talk about. We're talking about the ones we've mentioned, Isak and the likes. Talk about Jadon Sancho, talk about Eri Martinez, Akanji. But this transfer window, Everton has been making signings that usually you don't associate with Everton. And you wonder if this is if all these signings have been David Moyes' signings. But you can't fault the quality they've been going for. They've got Tyler Devlin, a very attack-minded young player. They've got Jack Grealish, in addition to Ndaye, that has been super dynamic for them in that 10 role, scoring tons of goals as well. And they've got Tieno Bari, a very highly rated young striker, did the business for Villarreal as well. And now they've gone on to sign Merlin Rowe. Wow, that's if the reports by Plettenberg are anything to go by, then Everton fans, you guys are eating and cooking really good. So Florian Plettenberg says full agreement has been reached in Freiburg. It's a loan with obligation to buy. Rowe medical is taking place now. It's a top player, top talented young player, super dynamic in the midfield. I've seen him play a couple of times, and I think, yeah, yeah. Everton, they're moving crazy. They're moving crazy. I think what they want to do is to bring European football quickly to their new stadium. That's what I think they want to do. That's why they've gone out with all these signings, and they're looking to maybe get Champions League or at least get Europa League. And the way they're moving with the players they're signing, I think they may very well finish in that Europa League spots. They are Nottingham Forest may just edge out Aston Villa because I've been more impressed with the business that they've done more than the business that Aston Villa has done. So top business. Merlin Rowe, top business that Everton continue to do, right? And I continue to ask questions if they've been more sort of signing, but he's proven with the way they've been playing, that he knows how to use them. He may not play tiki-taka, 2 million passes at the back football, but they play effective and exciting football with the amount of goals they've been scoring, although they've been shipping goals as well themselves, as exemplified in the game versus Wolves, where they won 3-2. So top marks, top player that they have got. Everton fans, you have every right to be excited about this one. This is a player that I thought in this whole youth craze, potential, high ceiling sort of business that Chelsea have been up to this sort of era. I was thinking definitely Chelsea will get to be linked to Merlin Rowe, but to my shock, that has not happened. So good one for Everton, good player for Everton. So top marks on that one. Top marks. So it's going to be done pretty soon. So fair play to Everton for just top scouting, man. No one even knew that they were even didn't have that much reports on Everton, going for the player. So top marks. Good deal. Now the pressure is on David Moyes. You have now to deliver, right? You have all this quality because when he was at West Ham, We used to hear all the things of, oh, they've not given me the talent, they've not bought the players for me, but you now have it done. You now have it done. So who's putting this out there? Says Tommy Chukwueze is set to sign for not super reliable or super credible, but have to, you know, read and see what it is. Says Tommy Chukwueze is set to sign for Fulham from AC Milan on loan. JD Canvot to Crystal Palace to some 27 million euros. Fee to Toulouse. Tola Kodare is on the way to England to complete the deal. So I think I don't know where this is coming from, but I want to see it from a more reliable source. What's happening? Because to me, I want that deal to be done before the deadline day. I don't want anything to stretch. I don't want any Nigerian player specifically and any player in general to be left in limbo. So that's a good one so far. So good to Kodare, waiting for the official announcement from Wolves. Let's see when that does, arrive. So let me know what you think about the various bits of transfer news that have taken place so far on this transfer deadline day. What is going on? What do you mean by this? RB Leipzig uncertain of signing Konrad Hader and now approach Chelsea to sign Tariq George. That makes no sense. That makes zero sense to me. Because Konrad Hader is a midfielder. Tariq George is a winger or a 10 at best. So I don't get why that would be a thing. I'm not sure that's going to happen. I'm not sure. Maybe they signed Tariq George, but I don't think it's because they're unsure of Konrad Hader. Because if you are deciding that you want to sign a striker, and for whatever reason, if that doesn't pull through, then you should be looking for another striker as opposed to as opposed to getting a player that plays in a different position. So and then for Manchester United fans, it seems like Kobe Mainoo may remain at the club. And I think ultimately that may be the right decision. That is if what's his face gets to use him, or else maybe he ends up going to Turkey because their transfer window stays open for a fair bit after the regular European transfer window. So we got Fabio Romano saying, understand Manchester United have informed Kobe Mainoo about zero chances to leave today. The case is closed. Mainoo stays at Manchester United this season despite requests to leave on loan. And why haven't they made that possible? Because you've seen the coach doesn't want to play him. That is super odd to me. That's super, super odd to me. Now, in terms of stylistically, I think he fits what, ironically, Amorim wants to do. But he is the one that doesn't get played. That's just strange to me. And now, if you're not going to play the young kid, let him go out on loan and maybe hone his talent. He's not even pushing to leave on a permanent transfer. Let him go out on loan, and get some minutes under his belt and become a better player for it. And then maybe return to your club and really, really show his progress and be a better player. So that's just odd to me. Sky Sports reporting the same thing. That's just super, super odd to me right now. So super odd. How Chelsea are doing their business is a bit strange. I don't think that's even right. Konrad Hader. Now, if a club like Leipzig are going for a striker, they will get a striker. Now, whether or not it's Konrad Hader, that's a different thing. And I think that news out there is pretty inaccurate, in my opinion. I just don't see RB Leipzig as that kind of club that would fumble things so badly. That fumble things so badly where you don't want to sign a striker and then you go on to sign a midfielder. I don't quite get it. Don't quite get it. And then we talked about Akanji a while ago. Now that's almost official. We've got it. Here we go on that one. So let's see how that all shapes up. Akanji is one that I wouldn't have minded Chelsea getting, but I think he has that quality and he could have easily filled that space, the vacuum left by Cole being out injured. So, but apparently that's not something that Chelsea really were looking to do. So we get this, here we go on it. And this is what Fabrizio has tweeted out. Now, Manchester City, why are you really letting this guy go? I struggle to see why you're not keeping him, but maybe he doesn't want to sign a new deal. Maybe. Pep Guardiola said he doesn't like to keep players that don't want to stay at the club. So Mohamed Akanji from Man City to Inter, deal details: €2 million loan fee, and part of salary covered. So don't know how the percentage that is. €50 million buy option clause. Buy clause becomes mandatory if Akanji plays at least 50% of games and if Inter wins the Serie A this season. Now, the 50% of games could have been easily attainable, but the way Inter are this season, will they be able to win the Serie A? Let's see. And then the funny thing with this 50%, while it's easy to achieve, if the club are sensing that they don't want to meet it, they could just decide that you end up playing with 40% of the games, and that's it. So that's an odd one. So, but fair play, he goes out, gets game time. I'm sure the idea is go there, put himself in the shop window, and then maybe if the deal doesn't, if Inter Milan don't take up the option to sign him, or it doesn't become an obligation, then some other club can go out there and put in the bid for the player. So fair play, that's done. Mm. So in the last 54 seconds, still more on Nico Jackson again. I'm about not giving up on things like that. Well, so Nico Jackson's agent Ali Barak, Nico was ready, Bayern was ready. We were all aligned on a world-class project for the agreement to be withdrawn at the final moment. Is deeply frustrating, but we won't give up. I'll fight with everything I have and make sure Nico's next. So don't worry, we'll get back to what it is fully. Let's see what he actually said. Go back. And then so to make sure Nico's next step reflects his talent, ambition, and plan will be built together. We hope Chelsea can cover Liam Delap's unfortunate injury. Fair play, fair play. And McGee has been recalled, so that is kind of like a cover. But I still suspect. I keep saying this. I don't know why. I still suspect that Chelsea will sign another striker. I don't know why I feel that way. I just feel that, given the way João Pedro is being used at the minute, wow, 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 wow. This is another one. Fulham agreed deal to sign Tyreek George. Oh boy. So I think that would then mean for either Kevin or Samuel Chukwueze, it's not going to work. One of them would not be signed. So Fulham agreed deal to sign Tyreek George after move to Roma collapsed. As revealed earlier, Chelsea received £22 million plus heavy selling clause as Honestin reports medical on the way in London. So he gets to go. He gets to go. I didn't really want him to leave, but when you look at how things have been set, how things have, really been put together, the sort of signings Chelsea have made, Garnacho, your Gittins in that left wing, and the way Enzo Maresca wants to use him. So I just think he would leave. I just think he will leave. So deal agreed. It's not one I wanted to see, but you have to feel for the young man. He has to go out there, find a good spot to play, become good, And maybe if he attracts sale to some other club, Chelsea can sign him and even can get something for him in return for that one. But good deal for Fulham, good deal for Fulham. I just hope that he gets to play. I don't want one of these things where they sign him and then they sign 4 more wingers. But anyways, it's not a loan, it's an actual sale. So that means that since they've spent money, they will do their utmost to make sure that they get a return on their investment. So that's fair play, fair play. He joins Fulham. So back in the Premier League. So that's a good one. That means somebody out of your Chukwueze or your Kevin will miss out. I think one of those deals hasn't pulled through. That's why this deal has come up. Olympic Marseille official bid for Pavard. Okay, so let's see what it says on here. Olympic Marseille send official bid for Benjamin Pavard. Loan until June 2026 with option to buy and salary covered. Negotiations ongoing. Decision up to Inter. Let's see what happens with this one. So I said to myself, I will not become overly emotional about any of these things. I'll just let them flow. I'm not going to worry myself too much about them anymore. I'll just take them as they come cold as they are. Again, Medical Newcastle United. Yeah, Wissa seems to be heading to Newcastle United. Here we go. With respect to that. So that could happen anytime now. Official announcement could come anytime now. So George off to Fulham. That means one of those winger deals no longer happening. No longer happening. So join Fulham. Wow. And definitely, that will come back to bite Chelsea for sure, 110%. Still on transfer deadline day show, talking about various transfers that are happening. Of course, talking about there's Ursula heading to Frankfurt, £30 million deal, from Newcastle United to Frankfurt. And now Ken Solikol has come up with further update on the Nico Jackson deal. So it seems things are really moving really quickly. I'm moving how, the parties expected to happen. So there we go. So it says breakthrough in talks, deal closed for Nicholas Jackson to Bayern Munich. Bayern now prepared to accept obligation element in loan agreement. So yeah, so that's going to. That's what I predicted. I said the only way this happens is if the option changes to obligation or it becomes an outright sale. So fair play to Nico Jackson. He gets his move, and that's fine. That's quite understandable. That's quite understandable given the way he has been pushed out of the project. That's fine. So that's so that's cool in that regard. So what are we saying about this transfer window? What are your opinions on the deals that have been done? Obviously, Isak and Liverpool, the main one. The Nico drama with Nico Jackson, maybe going to Bayern. Let's see how that shapes up. Talking about the deals about Jadon Sancho, about Kolo Muani heading to Spurs. What are your opinions on that one for a Spurs fan? Is it the kind of deal you're hoping to happen? For me, I think Spurs right now they've really, really improved their attack a ton. Yeah, attacking line super improved. Javi Simons in the 10. You've got Kolo Muani, you've got Solanke as well. That's a very, very decent striker. And then wow, you've got Richarlison that's hit fine form under Thomas Frank. Right now they're all stacked. If they add another Lookman to it, then that's really, really trouble. So that's it. And then of course you've got the Tyre George deal. You've got Tularu Kodari waiting for the official announcements. Some reports say medical has been completed. So that means we'll get the here we go, or rather we'll get the official announcement from Wolverhampton Wanderers pretty soon. So what is your opinions on all these things that have happened that we've been watching, we've been seeing happen? We keep bringing to you the latest news as they happen, as they break down, as they're reported. We bring it to you. So thanks for watching, thanks for supporting, thanks for subscribing to the channel. So more journalists, more people are, reporting. Wow. So this player that was meant, so that's what I said exactly. Fulham had the deal agreed, but they couldn't agree. They couldn't agree personal terms. So Kevin is heading to Sporting Lisbon, and that's why they've gone for Tyreek George. So, like I just called it, that's why they've gone for Tyreek George. So, breaking Sporting CP at Sporting Lisbon, showing late interest in Kevin and are competing with Fulham for a signature. Oh, they're competing for a signature. Okay. Fulham had a deal agreed to sign Kevin from Shakhtar Donetsk. I think before that happens, the agent has opened the door to Port Lisbon, or maybe is it one of those things where they're trying to pull a fast one? I just think the deal is not getting done, and they want to do or at least either the deal for Kevin or Chukwueze is not getting done. That's what I think, and I think that's why they've gone for Tyreek George, £22 million. And like I said, Chelsea will accept anything for Tyreek George because they see it as profit, pure profit from the academy. £22 million for Tyreek George. For me, it's a bit upsetting, but let him go and let him play somewhere. If what's his face, Enzo Maresca isn't going to give him game time anyway, so there's no point having him sulk and hang around there. So there's no point about that one. So fair play. So it's a bit upsetting, but yeah, we take it that way and we move on. I know lots of Chelsea fans will begin to tell you about Kevin something. What's his name? I forgot the name of the player. And they're going to call Leo Cardoso for you and all those kind of things. But nah. But we keep losing out on players, then it doesn't matter how many players the academy produces. If you keep letting them go, then that means you're letting them go. So that's it. There are some opinions on all the news that's happened so far, from Isak to Gigi Donnarumma to Tyreek George to Pavard going to Marseille apparently on loan, Akanji going to Inter Milan. Inter fans, what do you think? What do you feel about that? I mean, what do you feel about that? First off, do you think he's a good enough defender for you? I think he is good enough. I think he would absolutely shine in the Serie A. And then as well, Man City fans, you happy with the cover you've gotten, especially as you got pipped to 2-1 win to Brighton, and overall you haven't looked that great this season defensively. So are you super confident letting Akanji go, or do you think your club will make a last-ditch attempt to get another centre back through the doors? Or are you saying Kusinov is enough? Let's see, as things continue to develop, we'll continue to give you updates as things develop. And then for Samuel Chukwueze, wonder what is happening to him. I want to know what is going on with all my Nigerian boys. Is he playing? Is he going to Fulham, or that's not happening again? Because for this Tyreek George thing to happen, it just came out of the blue. So what is going on? That means one of those deals would have fallen through. For sure. Because I don't think these guys will go for 3 wingers. I think one of these deals would have fallen through, and that's why they've gone for Tyreek George. New spending Football de Inglaterra. What are they saying here? News pending official confirmation. Fulham has signed the Nigerian winger coming from AC Milan. Samuel Chukwueze, 26 on loan. Bless already on his way to London. We've heard this before. Examinations to and be announced. Well, those negotiations are still going on. Let's see what happens with all of this. Let's see what happens with all of this. So more news, more news. Let's just keep vigilant and keep waiting as this develops, as things continue to change. You know. hmm So it's official set to sign a 5-year contract at Fulham. Okay, from a Nigerian perspective, since they decide to move to Fulham, then I'll say it will be Calvin Bassey, get to work, become the agent for the Super Eagles, become proper 007. So Fulham agreed £20 million deal to sign Tyreek George from Chelsea. He's set to pen a 5-year contract. Deal includes sell-on clause. So let's see what happens with Tyreek George. See what happens to him. I hope he really gets to play there because if Kevin is still on the table, if what's his face is still on the table, that's Chukwueze, then that means either they see him as a 10 or in struggle for minutes. So not happy with it, but we have to take it as it comes. So sorry, we'll take another break and I'll be back to talk you through the latest deadline day um, news stories and the latest happenings. So stick around, don't go anywhere. Yes, so we are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. Now, we're talking about Facundo Buonanotte, and now the deal has been confirmed. Chelsea have announced it on the official X handle. That means the deal is well and truly done and complete. So I'll bring this up on my screen so we can see the official announcement on Chelsea's X. And Chelsea's X funny. Um, so Facundo Buonanotte has joined the Blues on a season-long loan from Brighton and Hove Albion. Okay. Now the one question I want to ask is he really that much better than Tyre George? It's a question for all or for everyone to answer. I know probably we'll have our different opinions on the player, but is he that much better than Tyreek George, so you get him on loan to come to the club? Some opinions on that one, but at least you've got a body in. That's what you can say. On the flip side of things, that you get in someone that can fit in that Palmer role whilst he's out injured, and then it just doesn't feel right to me. But anyways, he's coming. He's joined. He's joined the club, giving the full support. That's all I can do, and that's all you can do as a fan as well, for whichever club you support. So let's see how it all, really shakes down. So finally that's done. Tyreek George heading out. Medical all but completed. So should be announced as a Fulham player pretty soon. Announced as a Fulham player pretty soon. Fabrizio Romano puts his as well. Giving a bit more details on the deal. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at them as well. So share this on here and let's go. So it just says official story, exclusive story confirmed. Facundo Buonanotte joins Chelsea on loan. Deal from Brighton. Deal includes matching rights for Chelsea, so that means Chelsea has, the right to match whatever offer that Brighton get for the player. So where I see it, he becomes a Chelsea player next season. So that means if say Man City puts in 30 million euros, 30 million pounds offer, Chelsea has the right of first refusal, so to speak, to match those rights. I kind of feel maybe I should have a session where I talk about these clauses, these various clauses in contracts. So, but maybe something I do. I don't think that would be super interesting to people who are watching this. But anyway, so Facundo, just a player. Let's say happy day for the player. Looks like a movie star. Admit, nice that the deal is done. Is he a player that I'm super keen on joining Chelsea? No, I'll be 100% honest to say not really. Not really, not in the slightest. And then now, yes, we have to. And now we have to go on to talk about Tyreek George. What is happening with the player? No, not even Tyreek George. We have to talk about Nico Jackson. Nico Jackson, I think that's another interesting story to look at. I think all parties are headed towards an agreement. Whether it's an agreement or to head for an agreement that will suit all parties. And fair play, Jackson. He gets his move. He gets the move he wants to get, and goes on to Bayern and goes on there to shine. But so I get that 100%. Going there to shine, perfect. And then of course Tyreek George also leaving, heading to Fulham. I mean, that is just, well, pound and sell on clause. Well, financially speaking, the Tyreek George deal, I think, is a good deal for Chelsea financially, but I just feel like you can't keep shipping away all your best academy players. and you can't keep having as an excuse that we have the next one in line. We have the next one in line. So where does it stop? Where does it stop? When do you say let's promote this one? When do you say let's have this one join the mix? So when do we do that? So um, that's it on here. Fulham to sign Chelsea winger Tariq George for a fee of £22 million, as we stated earlier on, and has agreed a 5-year contract. So he'll be there until he's 24 if everything works out right. So fair play for the player. You understand why he's got to go. He's been here since he was he 8? But you understand why he's got to go. Game time, and the way Enzo Maresca has been treating some players, for me, doesn't sit right with me. But for some reason, some Chelsea fans, they sort of champion that sort of behavior from managers. They sort of feel like that's the way to do. Treat players anyhow you want to. As long as you win a couple of games, that's fine. The way he's done with Nkunku, the way he did with João Felix, the way he treated Aaron Anselmino like he didn't even exist. The way now he's treated Tyreek George. Maybe that's why they hired him. Maybe they hired him because you can have a coach that can just be 100% soulless. Yeah, play a player out of position just to see him get out of the club. And because they know most fans are all about who scores and who doesn't score, as opposed to the nuanced thing of, is this player being played in the rightful position? Is this player's confidence being crushed by the coach? And things like that. So they kind of bank on that the player will come into the pitch. And if he doesn't quite play well, irrespective of how he's being used on the pitch, a lot of fans will be like, yeah, get him out there, he's not performing. And I'll say that doesn't really sit right with me. But who am I to even have feelings about this? But but fair play. He's made his move to Fulham, so hopefully he gets success there, and hopefully he can move on to bigger and better things. And hopefully he will be on Calvin Bassey. I don't give an award. Get on this guy and let him play for the Nigerian Super Eagles. If I can cheer for him for Chelsea, maybe, just maybe, I can cheer for him playing for the Nigerian Super Eagles. So let's move on to talk about other transfer news and topics that are making the rounds in today's transfer deadline day. It is going to be a wild one. Nico Jackson, we've had talks about him going to Bayern. Let's see. And I keep saying this, it is tea time, ladies and gentlemen. It is tea time. I think I've got one of my own tea time videos. I think it's about that time. And Wolves, I've got to put my own announcement video on here. Where's that video right now? We're going to have our own reveal on here for Tolu Arokodare. Have our own announcement video right here. Yeah, so they put in their own announcement video. I'll share this and I'll share mine as well. Let's see who did it best. So they put their own announcement video. Yeah, so that's the video. Fortunately, I can't show much of it. I don't want anything about copyright, no copyright. So that means it's now official. It's now official. He's now, a player for Wolverhampton Wanderers, and I think that's a brilliant move for the player. Brilliant move, gives him the right platform where he can shine. You don't have the crazy pressure, in my opinion. But I'm not saying if he had gone to a way bigger club, he wouldn't have shone. But I think it's good for him to get to a club like Wolves, a big club in their own right. So the top marks to him for that deal being completed. And Ornstein and Fabrice Romano, that have been always reporting this news, top marks to them for being on it, and all the Nigerian journalists as well, that have also been on it. So in a minute, I'll share my own reaction video to this. Now, the link to join the stream is on there. If you want to join, feel free to click on the link and let's all have a nice discussion. Also, just to say, if you also want to, because we want to be having pre and post match reactions, and then the AFCON is coming, we want to be having pre and post match reactions as well for the AFCON and live watch alongs. Drop a comment in the comment section. Join the WhatsApp group. That will make it a lot easier. We've got the links there. You can click on it and join right there.
It is a here we go, but also tea time as Wolves complete signing of Tolu Arokodare.
Yeah, so this is it. Let's play.
It is a here we go, but also tea time as Wolves complete signing of Tolu Arokodare.
Yes, that's it. One more time. So I'll take that off. Yeah, so it's official. He signed for Wolves, and that's top. So looking forward to seeing him playing his first game for Wolves. Would he be playing as a lone striker, or would he be paired up, with Strand Larsen if he doesn't need to remain? And the question is, because I've seen some reports about bids for a non-striker from Wolves was rejected. Are they also looking to get another striker? So who would they be going for? Would they be going for our boy Rafi Dorishimi? I don't know. That's what I would love to see, but nah, you can always get all that you want, in my humble opinion. So fair play with all that's going on. We're going to bring you the latest news as they continue to develop, as the news continues to break. I'm going to let you know. Really appreciate you guys that have stayed on, from the start of this up to this point. It's been really amazing because this has been a super long one. Wasn't super confident that I would get this started, but super happy that I've gotten it done. So more people talking about the news about Tyreek George moving to Fulham. There are multiple deals it proves. Fulham working on this to sign Tyreek George. Samuel Chukwueze currently undergoing medical. So this one has to do with Tyreek George, has to do with Samuel Chukwueze. So this is one that I would like to see for sure. But before we continue with that one, I don't want any nonsense here. So we're going to pause you and move this up. I don't want anything about that. So Peter Rotzler, let's go back there. And so there's noted yesterday that Fulham were doing multiple deals. And so it proves yesterday, as per David Honeston, Fulham are working on a deal to sign CFC's Tyreek George. Samuel Chukwueze currently undergoing a medical. Kevin has completed a medical. So, wow, that means they're really going all out attacking. They want to really improve the attacking lineup. And that could mean cuttings for Adama Traore. Could even get to start the Chelsea game. So maybe they're looking at Tyreek George as a 10, maybe. Kevin on one wing, and Samuel Chukwueze on the other. So let's see how things shakes down if all this turns out to be true. So thoughts and opinions on the business that Fulham are doing. The Nigerian on here, what do you think about Samuel Chukwueze joining Fulham, and an Nigerian eligible player in Tyreek George also joining Fulham as well? Chelsea fans, what are your thoughts and opinions on Tyreek George joining Fulham? Is this something that you just, okay, he's gone? For me, I decided that I'll try my best to be as cold as I can be, because I've realized that sometimes I get very emotional about certain things that happen at the club. And I've come to the realization that a lot of people earn lots of money to make decisions, and they make crappy decisions. And if I keep worrying myself, I'm going to give myself, I'm going to short circuit my brain. So Tyreek George leaving, I don't understand why he has to go on the permanent transfer, but there you have it. So hopefully he goes there and crushes it, and hopefully he gets to play for Nigeria Super Eagles. That's all I can say right now in regards to that. So going to bring you news as they continue to develop, as it's happened. And I want to know what's happening to Rafiu Durushimi. So let's see what is being said about by this Chelsea fan about McGee. So I don't get why people want to complain. People always want to complain. So, and this guy complains a lot now, doesn't he? McGee was sent to Sunderland for regular game time so he could develop. McGee was Sunderland's third choice striker. Now he's brought as backup in an emergency. Come on, man. Give it a rest. Give it a rest. He wants to play for Chelsea, and we know that in the opportunity he was given, he shone. In the opportunity he was given. And let's see what happens. But that being said, I still have a sneaky feeling that Chelsea will go out there and sign another striker. I just feel that way because they're never short of. I think the Chelsea board and a lot of Chelsea fans, they have this simultaneum, addiction, addiction to signings. It doesn't matter how good the players are, just sign me some more players, sign me some more players. So let's see how it pans out. We still have a couple of more hours heading to, the to when the transfer window closes. Although we'll be closing by 7 p.m. Let's see how that all shapes up. Present Hiroshima, what is going on here? I want to know the latest on the player. So still on this one, going to KA Ghent. Happen, not training, not seeing any updates that I want to see. So go back. So no major development on Rafiu Dorishimi. He's still stuck with the club. He's still stuck with Victoria Pleasant. And for me, I'll say it again. And now we've got a here we go again. The first time in football transfer history, in the history of the here we goes with Fabrizio Romano, we get a here we go for a player, the same player going to the same club. And it's only this mad situation, this madhouse called Chelsea, that you have this going on. So breaking Bayern and Chelsea seal new agreement for Nicholas Jackson. Deal done, loan plus buy clause with new element of obligation, like I said, to buy included in the deal for 2026 as Chelsea wanted. Yeah, that's what I predicted. So the only way it works, take away the option, make it an obligation to buy. So, and I hope it is a pure obligation to buy. So that's a nice one for Chelsea to have pulled off. But the question remains with Jackson going there. I know he wants more game time, and I think he will have more game time, given you have Champions League, you have the German Cup, you have the German Bundesliga. That's the league to play in. But maybe he doesn't get used as an out-and-out striker because you have Harry Kane, who's always going to get you 25 to 30 goals every season. So are you going to take him off? Or maybe he comes in understanding that he is that bench guy right now. And I think it's easier. You've got two, you just have one striker to compete with. Right? I think that's easier. Unlike the situation at Chelsea, where one, you got João Pedro. Two, you got Delap. Three, someone else is coming next season. But with Bayern right now, if he plays well, what happens is, whatever happens to Harry Kane, he becomes the second guy. So fair play to Jackson. I get why he wants to be there. Players have to look out for their own welfare. Sometimes we fans, we get stuck in the idea of we're watching games, we're enjoying the games, and we don't care what happens to whatever player. I'm sure some people are championing and happy that Harry George is gone. But that's it. So players have to take care of their own situation, their own welfare. It is their job after all. So fair play to Jackson. wish him all the best. I'm happy he didn't go to Newcastle United. I'm happy he went to a different league. And I think that's what stings a bit for Tyreek George. Maybe if he had gone to RB Leipzig, it would have been a lot easier for me to take, or Roma. But you can have everything you want in life. There it is. There you have it. So waiting for the here we go on Tyreek George. Tola Rokudari, we've seen the announcement. So that is fair. Happy days from a Nigerian perspective. So he comes now to the AFCON with his head on his shoulders and in the right spot. So share this again. Tola Rokudari. This is the official picture someone has taken and made into this one. Tola Rokudari joins Wolves from Genk on a 4-year deal, an option for an extra year. So good one all round. Hopefully he can absolutely crush it this first season, maybe 15 goals and 5 or 6 assists, so 20 goal contributions in the league. And then you top it up with another maybe 2-3 goals and 4 more assists. You add it up and you get 30 plus goals. So Tola Rokudari, good one. Super happy for this one that it came to be. So happy for that one. So some opinions on that. If you're a fan of Nigerian Super Eagles and Nigerian on here watching this, what you think about this? If you're a Wolves fan, what do you think about this signing? Believe me, you've got a very good player on your hands. And I want you to subscribe to this channel, the notification bell, because I'll be doing a reaction video on Tola Rokudari and telling you about his strengths and what he can bring to your side. So that's one you don't want to miss. You want to be notified once that video comes on live on the channel, and you want to be the first person, or this among one of the first persons, to see that video, on the channel. So I wonder what would happen to Ryan Sterling and all that jazz, given the fact that no bid has come in for him yet, except Fulham have serious cash that they want to go Kevin, they want to go Chukwueze, they want to go Tyreek George, and then they want to go Sterling. His wages, irrespective of his wages. So let's see how it all shapes up. We're still waiting for the official announcement of Santos Uche to Crystal Palace. Let's see. We're waiting for confirmation on that one. Deadline day. Let's see how that pans out. If indeed it comes to fruition, let's see what happens with that. And then Rafael Onyedika is another one I want to know. I'm sure you want to know what's happening with his own transfers as well. To Frankfurt. Heading to Frankfurt. I think that's still the thing. And I think Frankfurt would be a good move for him. That's where I see it. Oh, but this is another, complication, or not a complication, but it's another aspect to it. Frankfurt, if you're going to make an offer for the player. Stop bouncing around and hanging around. Make an offer for the player. So they said the signing of Rafael Onyedika is on hold. The Germans would like to recruit an offensive player and will decide on the offer for the Club Brugge midfielder based on that. Oh wow, that's not all too good in my opinion. If you want a player, go ahead and sign him, man. Go ahead and sign him. And then again, so maybe Rafael Durushimi, maybe could they go back in for him? At some point, they were interested in his signature. In fact, they had They had made an offer. Victoria Pleasant had accepted. He went on the medical, but he had some knee issues, and that deal fell through. So maybe they're going again for him this time around. And I want Nigerian players to go to Frankfurt. Right? They know how to sell players. Frankfurt, Dortmund, Stuttgart, they know how to maximize players, get the best out of them on the pitch, and also improve their commercial value. So that's one thing I want to see for Nigerian players, their value actually increasing as opposed to, being priced for £2.50 or £10 and a tin of fish. So we want players to really have that value. And the Bundesliga is somewhere where I think he can really thrive, in my opinion. So let's see, what happens with respect to that one. So exactly what this person has said, what he said, they want to finalize an offensive player first before going out to complete this. So this just confirms it. So Rafael Benitez's deal is on standby. Frankfurt wants to finalize an attacking player and will decide about the amount of the bid they offer in function of the budget spent in front of the attack. More time advanced, more chances are high to see the Nigerians staying at Club Brugge. Again, that's it. When you get to this time in the transfer window, you don't need to waste that much time because the other club needs to find a replacement. That's one thing people don't get. Yes, you have the money, you put it on the table, you want to sign a player, but the more time you waste, you shorten the time for the selling club to find a replacement. And I'll say, Club Brugge, if you want to find a replacement for a Nigerian, how about you go for another Nigerian? Maybe you go for Charles Oba. You won't miss out if you sign that player. But there again, we go. Let's keep following the news as it continues to develop with all these transfer stories and things that have been, happening so far on this transfer deadline day. So we keep going, we keep pushing, we keep. Thanks for your support. So Florian Plettenberg here has gone with his own done deal, which is his equivalent of here we go. So Mark Gahey heading to Liverpool. And this is another one you ask yourself, Chelsea, you really sat there? What just happened? But anyway, that's where we are. No need to complain about it. Just keep pushing. So Mark Gahey to Liverpool, done deal, full agreement with Crystal Palace, following the prior verbal agreement with 25-year-old centre-back long-term contract. The total transfer fee is understood to be 40 million euros, 35 million pounds. Medical done as revealed earlier this week. Now, before I talk about Gay going to Liverpool and what it means for the league and for Liverpool, it's just odd. I feel like this thing called tapping up is not really a thing. It's more like something these club owners have in their pocket when they don't want a player to go for some reason or they're not happy with an aspect of a transaction and they bring it out there to say tapping up. Because before a player, you allow a player to conduct medical for a transfer. That means the player has been tapped up, So, but there you go. So Maguire, top centre back. But for me, the one question I have with his going to Liverpool is you've got the Konate there, you've got the Van Dijk there, obviously. So will Konate be dropping off, or you're just super confident in yourself as Maguire, feeling that okay, I can go there, I can battle with Konate, and I would take his spot? Well, as a competitor, you have to be that way because that's how you get to the very, very top. I think he is a top-class defender, and he surely improves Liverpool. But the question remains, right? As a player, he improves Liverpool, but structurally, the way they set up their defense, the way Liverpool sets up their defense, that then brings the question. If you play with a crazy high line, you still can be broken down. That is the point I'm making. You still can be broken down. You still can be gotten at with long balls, over the top and quick counterattacks. When you have pacey wingers, obviously, So that's one of the things I see with that one. But overall, in terms of player going to a club, in terms of fit, I think it's a good fit. In terms of ability, of course, he is good, and this just raises the stake, raises the what I say value or the probability of Liverpool winning the league again because they've gone out there and they've done good business, right? Not just marketing business or business where you get a player you can sell, next year for good value, for good money, but they've gone out to do deals that improve their team. Isak immediately improves their team instantly, right? In addition to Mohamed Salah, McGahey improves their team exponentially in defense. And then you also have the likes of Uge Ketike, improves their team. So, and they have a young talent, Moha, coming through. So that's it. They are the favorites to win the league. So that being said, if you don't win the league, Liverpool, that is pure and utter failure, in my opinion. So, Liverpool fans, what should be the fate of Arne Slot if you fail to win the league? Even if you win, say, a League Cup, for instance, what would you expect the fate of Arne Slot to be? So, let's go there. This is just out of the blue. Good one. That. So I think overall the deal's done. The Jackson deal, we have to talk about it. How you feeling, Chelsea fans? How you feeling, Bayern fans? How you feeling about Nico Jackson? I think that's a good signing. Despite the fact that I would say Harry Kane, of course, head and shoulders above him right now. But with his pace, with the pace he has, of course, electric pace he has, he will definitely, score lots of goals in the German Bundesliga because a lot of the time Bayern Munich are already 3 or 4 goals up by, 60 minutes into the game. So he comes, you can imagine a team down by 2 or 3, pushing to get back into the game, and they already play with a high line already. And then Nico Jackson comes on. That is absolutely bedlam for that defense with the space. So I think he will score a fair amount of goals, and that would convince. That's an obligation, so he no longer needs convincing. But if there's any way to renege from that agreement, as we saw with Chelsea and Sancho, maybe that makes Bayern Munich not think about extricating themselves from the agreement. So I think he will come good in the end. So AD says, I will go. Victor Boniface and Wissa should sign for Newcastle United now. Wissa has signed, so that's good for you. You've got Nick Voltamade. I think that's also a good one. So you've got 2 striking options. Will they really go for a third high-profile striker in Victor Boniface? Let's see. For me, if you are not cutting Wissa, then you have Voltamade alone. Then I'd say having what's his face, Victor Boniface and Nick Voltamade would be an excellent pairing. And don't get me wrong, if Newcastle United get Victor Boniface, it will still be an excellent pairing. But I just think that since you've already got Wissa, I don't see why you want to go out there and get another striker to make it 3 or is it 4? Or maybe you can argue with William Osula leaving the club or potentially leaving the club to Frankfurt. So, and I think the offer is in around £30 million. And if that happens, then maybe that means you want to sign a third striker. But that means one striker would end up straddling the bench. And I don't want my Nigerian folk to be straddling the bench. But I think skill-wise, ability-wise, he can compete. He can compete with either of them. And it will be interesting to see Nick partnered with Vic. Yeah, it will be interesting to see because of their skill set. So, some opinions on the various transfer news I've made this deadline day. The ones concerning Nigerian players, and one not concerning Nigerian players, concerning your club. Let us know what happened. What am I seeing here, DiMaggio? I'm not sure this is all too accurate. I'm not sure it's auto accurate. Chelsea considering a move for Santi Jimenez. Oh boy, considering a move for Santi Jimenez. Really though, really. A lot of people rate this guy that highly, but I don't know what has he done really for AC Milan. Um, I don't know. I don't know. And also, you end up having two strikers. Then we need to know how long Palmer is out for. For me, this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I know a lot of people that love signings probably would want to jump on this one, but this doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't. So let's see how it shakes out. But I just still feel that Chelsea will sign someone. I'm not saying that's what I want, but I'm just saying the way Chelsea operate, they are going to end up signing another person. You know, they're going to end up signing another person. So that's the way I see it. They'll end up making another signing. And of course, I always like the transfer deadline day madness type of thing. So officially we've got the here we go, for Gay. So from Fabrizio. So this is ultimately done and should I say dusted? Well, I guess I have to say that. So it's done by Gay, joins Liverpool, while Chelsea are busy trading. Breaking Liverpool agreed deal to sign McGahey from Crystal Palace. Here we go. Deal in place for fee over £35 million plus 10% sell-on clause included in the package. Gahey agreed personal terms with Liverpool 1 month ago. Wow. Now all done. One more move by Richard Hughes. Getting their business done. Getting everything nice and tidy. They want to shut down the league again. So for me, shutting down the league, let's see. If you don't win the league title, Liverpool fans, I think your coach has to be sacked. And in fact, I think if you don't win the Champions League as well, your coach has to be sent packet back to Holland. I think he has to go then if he doesn't win multiple trophies this season. So so this is strange. That means there's a lot of money spent in them. As this deal become super, 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 it feels super expensive to me, but so according to Matt Law, what we have in here is, I think Chelsea must have, I don't know, but let's see. So £4.2 million loan fee that Chelsea will receive immediately, an obligation to buy for £56.2 million. So that's a fair deal, I think. Looking at it right now, I think that represents a fair deal. That just then means that clears the road for a mega. I don't know if Chelsea would look at McGahey and say he is a striker for the future. But let's see. He did show potential. He did score lots of goals in the Conference League games. He did show that energy that we're looking for, the high press and all that, in the games that he played until the game where he picked up that knock. So let's go. Let's go. Nico Jackson, all the best. Go to Germany. Hopefully you crush it there and prove people who didn't rate you, like me, I didn't quite rate you that highly at Chelsea because you missed a ton of chances. Go there and show that, yeah, you were the man. So Fabrizio has come to say disputing this. Breaking news: Werder Bremen are working on deal to sign Victor Boniface on loan from Bayern Leverkusen. That is it. It's too late to make these deals at this time of the day. It's too late to just have couple of hours because this is 3:45. So let's just say 4 o'clock. You have 3 hours. You have 3 hours to get the deal done, to agree verbally. You have 3 hours to get papers submitted either way. You have 3 hours for the player to, pass a medical. Now, would that be, you will be able to complete that in those 3 hours? I don't think so. I don't think so, in my humble opinion. But this could work really fast, like the way Liverpool agreed personal terms with McGay. Maybe you could just do the medicals en route to the club. So maybe, who knows? Where there's a will, they say there's a way. But this is one just out of the blue, that I didn't see coming. So they should have gone to AC Milan, but yeah, well, this one out of the blue. See, going to bring you updates and things as things continue to, develop. It's going to develop and improve. We will. So this is the Telegraph here. Telegraph Football dropped this. Bayern obliged to pay more than £70 million for Nicholas Jackson. So that includes the loan fee that Chelsea will get immediately, and then the obligation, the fee from the obligation to buy. So fair play. I'm sure Vincent Company believes a lot in Nico Jackson, and when you look at the German Bundesliga, I think he would absolutely crush it there. I think he would. I just think he would. But I also feel like Bayern wouldn't just let themselves bear this way. I think probably there's some clause in there where they could pay a penalty, maybe £10 million or something like that, and then not sign the player. I think that could still be something that's weaved into the contract. Because remember with Jadon Sancho, no one really immediately knew that Chelsea could pay £5 million, a £5 million penalty, and renege from the agreement from the obligation to sign Jadon Sancho. So, and it was a couple of days after the deal was done that we got to know that. So maybe that could still be the same circumstance, right here. So we'll keep going. We'll keep giving you the news as it comes and giving our opinion on things. And also let me know what you think in the chat right there. What do you think about the deals and business that have been done by the various clubs and your club as well? So Nico Jackson deal causing impact as well. So the player that was meant to be part of the first team not lineup, but part of the first team squad, Jonah Kusi Asare, now heads out on loan. So you see, we always have an impact on the academy. So he will be going out on loan. Let's see how that all shapes up. Going to appreciate everyone who's been all through this. How many hours that we've been on here? It's been eventful. It's been nice to have you on here. It keeps me really going. You have been my motivation today. So thank you so much for your support. I'd like to know what you actually think. That would mean a lot to me. In the chat, just drop a few comments. Let me know what you think about these various, transfer news, transfer dealings that have happened so far and will continue to happen until we hit, that 7 p.m. mark or 6:59 p.m. So Crystal Palace are looking to sign Manu Solomon, and then Chelsea not interested in Santiago Jimenez, according to Fabrizio Romano. So does that mean they're looking for strikers, still exploring the idea of signing strikers? Who knows? Maybe they are. Now, whilst I have you on here, on this channel, yes, we're talking about football, we talk about Chelsea, we talk about Arsenal, Liverpool, Nigerian football, we talk about different football clubs and competitions. But here we want to build something unique, something that would have heart at its core, something where we can give back to society in terms of impacting lives. And you all here are here to also help in doing that. What we all need is just hit the notification bell, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button as well, so the channel continues to grow. And as the channel continues to grow, we will want to impact lives. That's what we want to do, because not many YouTube channels are out there that do this, that look out to impact lives with scholarships, help with scouting and things like that. That's what we want to do. We actually want to be a force for good. While we talk about the beautiful game that we all love, but we also want to touch lives via this channel. So just keep supporting this, and it does mean a lot. Also, want to say this: if you want to join the WhatsApp group, like I said, you go onto the channel description, you click on it, and then you see the link to the WhatsApp group. You click on that link so you can join and get some insight into what goes on behind the scenes, and as well, it allows you that opportunity to, if you want to be a panelist on the show, on the various shows that we'll be having going forward, you can join up right from there, and it does make it a lot easier. And when it comes to giveaways that we plan to do, different sort of benefits that you get for supporting the channel, I think that's the easiest way to get those benefits by joining that WhatsApp group, being part of the community. So let's keep growing. Let's keep being strong. Together we move. So let's keep moving as we keep going through the stories as they break down. As they break down, we continue to go through them. And for Nigerian football fans, don't worry, we will get to talk about Nigerian football and Nigerian Super Eagles. We know the World Cup qualifiers are around the corner. More on the Jackson thing. Sky Sports have also chimed in and confirmed what we said earlier on. So a deal has now been agreed between Chelsea and Bayern Munich for Nicholas Jackson. The loan fee goes from 15 million euros to 16.5 million euros, the obligation being 65 million euros. So good one financially for Chelsea. And I'm sure a lot of Chelsea fans that have been thinking like accountants would love this one, for sure. I'm sure a lot of people will be super excited all because of money in the building. And know some others too will be on the other spectrum where they want lots of money spent, want to sign another striker. So, and then speaking about Tolu Arukudare signing for Chelsea, don't you think that's going to be a problem for a lot of Arsenal? Because since they love, corner kicks and stuff, it's going to be a real handful for Arsenal. Don't you think? Leeds United are in talks with Fulham to sign Harry Wilson. That's an interesting one. Leeds United are in talks, according to Sky Sports. According to Sky Sports, Leeds United. Wait up, hold on a second. So Leeds United are interested in signing Harry Wilson from Fulham. Leeds United are in talks with Fulham over the signing of Harry Wilson. They were in for Brighton for Facundo Buonanotte on loan before Chelsea came in. Okay, so maybe that's why they've come in for Tyreek George. It now makes sense. That's why they've come in for Tyreek George, and then Kevin would be on one wing and Chukwueze on the other, whilst you have Tyreek George at that offensive attack, dynamic, aggressive 10, which I think is a position he can play, but just not as a number 9 with his back to goal. For crying out loud, that's not what he can do. So Leeds United in for Harry Wilson. Let's see how that shapes up. If that deal gets done, maybe Harry Wilson has indicated that he wants to join Leeds United. So let's see how it all shapes up in that regard. So we move on. We continue to bring you the news as it develops, as it presents itself, and we continue to give our insight on it. I will also want to know your thoughts and opinions on all of this that is happening. Please don't forget as you're watching, smash that like button. Finally, Nkapie completing his move from Nkapie will be completing his move according to Sky Sports. Pero Nkapie will be completing his move from Bayer Leverkusen to Arsenal. So Ateta keeps on piling on, stacking up defensive reinforcements. Well, they say defense wins you titles, attack wins you games, defense wins you titles. So let's see what that means for Arsenal going forward. So Pedro Nkapie is finalizing his move to Arsenal from Bayer Leverkusen, which will allow Jakob Kivior to formally complete his transfer to FC Porto. However, Alexander Zinchenko potential move to Marseille looks increasingly unlikely, like I suspected, because it seems they don't have that much money to spend. Because, like you've seen with the deal they've done for Pavard, it's more of a loan type thing. So maybe that's what they're even still looking at, on a loan type thing. So we continue to move. We give you the breakdown of things as we continue to happen. Liverpool have absolutely done themselves all the favor in the world to go out there and retain the league title, as it should. As it should. When you win the league title, you go on, you restock, you strategize, improve yourself, go out there and win. So good one, good one. Good one. That's a good one for them overall. So finally official. It's now more pictures, more images emerging, of Facundo Buonanotte. For some reason, I just wish the international break wasn't quite starting by next week, and we could at least see one game with these new signings and see what they're about. So official exclusive story confirmed: Facundo Buonanotte joins Chelsea on loan. Deal from Brighton. Deal includes matching rights for Chelsea, as Elion said. So top marks to everyone who's got his deal done. But let's see what he can do. For someone that was attracting interest from Fulham, and Chelsea decide that, wow, that's the player we want to go for. Let's see. Let's see if we're thinking of winning or more about, because I look at it and ask myself, how about you give Tyreek Judd that role? Would it be the end of the world, really? Would it be the end of the world? But Tyreek Judd, the way he's safe right now, probably very soon we'll be getting that. Here we go. Absolutely, here we go of him to Fulham. So let's see how that all shakes down. The way it's going, it will not happen. This transfer will not happen. I want it to happen, but the way it's feeling right now, the vibes I'm getting, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, right? It's unfortunate why anytime transfers involve Nigerian players is always this way. And when I look at it from the standpoint of a black and white standpoint, I get to understand that it's more about certain things that Nigerian players don't consider, and that is the contract terms in your contract. When you sign a deal, with a club, you should look beyond just the what you get paid. You should look at how you move on from that club, especially when you know that you're going to that club, but you're also thinking about moving. That club is that club is a stepping stone for you to get to other places. So I think that's something that Nigerian players should begin to consider really, 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 really seriously. So more on the Tyreek George to Fulham bit. So we get this. So we say David Ornstein exclusive Fulham agreement with Chelsea sign Tyreek George, deal for 19-year-old winger, £22 million package, sell-on clause, personal terms, in place on 5-year contract for Chelsea Youth International. Permission given um, for England Youth International, very soon Nigeria International. But anyway, permission given by Chelsea to do medical, the Athletic, and New York Times. So fair play on that one. Let's see how it happens. Simon George, leaving the club. I'm not going to be emotional about it anymore. He's gone. Fair play. Hope he comes good where he is, and hope Alex Iwobi and Calvin Bassey. I've given you guys job. I've given you guys a job. Red Cap Chief, I've given you guys job. Get that boy to commit to play for Nigeria. That's the only thing we can do now. He's now with you guys. But anyway, all jokes aside, fair play. He's moved on there. Want to see the Chukwueze deal also announced, just like we've seen Tularu Kodari's deal announced. So we're waiting for that one. And as things happen, we will, bring that all to you. So we've got that. Sky Sports are still saying the same thing about Tyreek George moving on to Fulham. Fair play, fair play, fair play. No need to talk about that so much. Interesting about Chukwueze, talent outlets. So Buchilaba has come with another one about Chukwueze. So let's see. I think he was super accurate about Victor Osimhen. Let's see if he's indeed accurate about this one as well. So agreement sorted out this morning between Fulham and AC Milan. Samuel Chukwueze currently undergoing the last phase of medicals at Fulham. Okay, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Sammy boy. Ebiana Abia. You have come. Ebiala. Come and show them what you're all about here. Come and show them what you can do. And so happy days with this one. And on the flip side, I'm happy these players are getting their futures all sorted out. So come World Cup qualifiers, no excuses about distraction. Come, you deliver, score your goals, create your assists, and we move on. For me, I'm super concerned about Rafael Durishimi, what happens to that boy, what happens to him. But it just seems like nothing is developing, and I just don't think if the Belgian transfer window will be closing by the same 7 p.m., I don't see the deal being done. Unfortunately, I don't see that deal being done. So more people talking about, the Nico Jackson transfer. I said Nottingham Forest again in the transfer market. I say what you will about Marinakis. He just keeps supplying Nuno with more players, more bodies in the building. Now it's up to Nuno to go deliver. So according to David Ornstein, Nottingham Forest reached agreement with Atletico Madrid with Javi Gallan, deal done between clubs. Spanish left back to join Nottingham Forest from Atleti, undisclosed fee. 30-year-old doing medical in Madrid before deadline day move, 3 + 1 year contract. So that's what I said. About these medical things. If both clubs are in sync, so he stays in Spain, does the medical there before even leaving, and the same thing can happen with Boniface. Rather than leaving where you are, stay where you are. A doctor will come to you, do your medicals, and then the deal can get done. But I just hope for Boniface's sake that either the new manager that comes in fancies him enough to give him a chance to play, because each time he's fit and available to play for Bayer Leverkusen, he's very good. So that's just what I hope and I pray, for. We'll continue reporting and give you the latest transfer news as they develop, and of course, trust Talksport to turn it into some sort of circus. Trust them completely to go on and do this madness. Of course, days after cancelling, this is absolute drama. Everyone is enjoying the drama. People are creating content off of the back of this drama. This is full on Chelsea Mundo. And like I said, if you think the drama is over with Chelsea, no, you don't know this club the way it is run right now. Just obviously expect some more twists and turns, some more, you know, strange signings that you didn't even see coming. Just expect that. And we are here for that all until the transfer window shuts. So days after cancelling Jackson's move in a shocking U-turn, the Blues have once again done a 180 and will allow the Senegalese star leave. So still talking about £14.2 million loan fee. Fair play. And then going on and talk about the entire package being £70 million. All right, fair play as well. So for me, I'm just happy that Nico Jackson gets his move and Chelsea now can move on. And then people complain about McGee, but you don't want to complain about the ownership and the board. Then you can't have your cake and eat it, man. You can't eat your sandwich and then wonder where it went. So for me, that's it. I've been saying about this sporting directors for one, that they don't know what they are doing. They're not meant to be running the club at this level. They're meant to be running a mid-tier level club where you don't have as much pressure, because the mistakes they keep making, layup after layup after layup, they keep missing. My. But whatever. We're here for all the drama. We're here for everything. But let's keep going as the news continues to develop. We continue to bring them to you. So, thinking about, what do you think? I'll just ask you as a general question. What do you think about Liverpool's transfer window? I think it's been perfect. They've sort of shown how you go about doing your transfers after a season where you've won the title. Because once you won the title, every player loves you. Like, every player looks at you and says, "Okay, this is a team that will win the league title. They're a real team." So they're open to coming to you. So if you make a serious offer for them, they most likely will come to you. So that's when you have to put your foot on the pedal to the metal, squeeze that accelerator, squeeze that get yourself set, put yourself in full motion to get moving, go on, sign the players that you need to improve your squad. And lots of teams that have won league titles and then dropped off is because they didn't build on it. Like Leicester City won that miraculous league title, but they did not build on it. For whatever reason, they didn't build enough on it, and then that's how they dropped out. Not saying Liverpool ever looked like they're going to drop out, but they got Salah. They would have been forgiving to say, "We've got Salah, we're fine, right? We've got Salah, we've got Yako. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. Use the same team that we have, and then we're fine." But they said, "No, we've got Salah. We signed Van Dijk as well. We've got Kodiako. Then let's go on, get a Ketike. Go on, get Isak. So no excuses whatsoever, right?" And so a Ketike has hit the ground running. No one expected him to start the season the way he started it. So fair play on him. Now Isak joins them, Salah joins them. So Salah can create and Salah can score goals. So that's just an absolute threat. Now you can still get at them at the fullbacks area, but in many games they're going to score more goals than you. That's just it. They're just going to score more goals than you. And when they play against the less fancy teams, they're going to absolutely steamroll those teams. So that's how I see it. That's how I see the business that Liverpool have done. I think it's something that should be emulated. But I'll say for Chelsea have signed lots of players. João Pedro has been impressive, surprisingly so. I raise my hand up to say that. And then when you talk about signing a co-replacement or a co-competition, Xavi Simons was there, an absolute layup. They missed it. And then they've got to sign this kid that may or may not come good. Whilst you could have used the kid in your own academy, but you sent him out and people go on in place head, and it was all that nonsense. So, but he's gone. Okay, fair play. Who else do you have in the building that's ready to come in right now and deliver for you? So, but that's we are where we are. Imagine if you got a Victor Osimhen in, you got a capable centre back in as well. You got maybe a Donnarumma in goal. Then wow, we're ready for business, right? We're ready to compete for a league title. But anyways, Enzo Maresca, you've got what you've got. Go on and deal with it. That's all I can say about that one. So thanks so much for those who've been watching this. Who've been watching this transfer deadline day special stream. I'll call it a super mega stream because it's been going on for a bit now. And those of you who stuck around, you're real champions. Those that want to join the Amadi Football channel community, let me know in the chat. You can also go to the channel description and click on the link there, or at least follow the file part there and join the WhatsApp group. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. It does certainly mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. And let's keep on going. We'll keep bringing the news to you, transfer news to you as they develop, as things continue to happen and unravel. I'm sure we'll have more twists and turns as time goes on. Chelsea right now are mining this Facundo thing. This video, fair play. I'm still talking about Tyreek George going off there. 3 more hours to go for the window closes. So clubs right now are obviously running helter-skelter to get this deal done, for their club. So some Newcastle United fans already have Wissa on the back of their shirts. Yeah, hopefully everything works out well, for you guys. So you have Amadi. I think Newcastle United, they have an interesting and intriguing attack, I'd say. They have an intriguing attack. So Amadi, let's see how he adapts to the Premier League. I think he will adapt well. After all, we've got Peter Crouch. We have Peter Crouch here, and it was okay. It was okay. And I think Amadi has a bit more technique than him, although Peter Crouch, had a lot more technique on the ball, was a lot more silkier than people give him credit for. So Nick Amadi is going to thrive here 110%. And then Jadon Sancho to Aston Villa. How are you feeling? I thought there's some reports that were saying Manchester United wanted to just do a swap. Sancho, Villa, Emi Martinez off to Manchester United. But apparently, what's his face? Jadon Sancho didn't want to go to Aston Villa on a permanent transfer. He want to go on a permanent transfer, which is a bit odd because for some reason he kind of has, powers in a situation where he's in a tight spot. But anyways, I'm sure when you earn that much money with Manchester United and they're tied to a contract to paying it, so I think you've got some leverage on them. But let's see. Hoping for Manchester United's sake, I'm sure Manchester United hopes he goes to Aston Villa, absolutely crushes it, maybe scores 8 goals, comes up with another 9 assists or 10 assists, and then attracts a huge move from a German club, and then they can flog him off because they can't extend the contract by 1 more year. That's part of the agreement that saw him go to Aston Villa. And then apart from that, the rest of the business Aston Villa have done, in my opinion, not an Aston Villa fan, obviously hasn't been super impressive in my humble opinion, because they've done a free transfer for Lindelof. Doesn't really impress me as something that you see that is groundbreaking, but I'm sure he fulfills a need, and maybe because of PSR and FFP consent, maybe that's why they've gone for a free transfer. Let's see how that all shakes down. Tyreek George to Fulham, not something I wanted to happen, but it happens. That we have it. We move on with that one. And Gigi Donnarumma to Manchester City. How have other clubs that need goalkeepers like Chelsea let that happen? This happened, and Ederson has headed off to Turkey and joined Fenerbahce. So the Turkish league is going to be an interesting one, especially that title chase between Fenerbahce and Galatasaray. So Galatasaray have got Sane, they've got Victor Osimhen, so they've stockpiled, and they want to get Emi Martinez in goal, so they want to compete with Fenerbahce. They want to match what Fenerbahce have done because Fenerbahce have got Ederson, so Emi Martinez. So let's ask this question: who do you think is a better goalkeeper, Ederson or Emi Martinez? So tell us opinions on that one. Let me know in the chat and the comments. Go in the chat and in the comments. Let's see what's going on. Whoa. So, earlier on we told you about what's his face, Harry Wilson to Fulham. To Leeds United from Fulham on loan. Apparently, Fulham have rejected that offer. They've rejected the loan offer. So Fulham reject loan offer for Harry Wilson from rival Premier League side, and we know that's Leeds United. So, seeing that has been rejected, what's your take on it? What do you make of it? For me, I think maybe if they go in again, they'll do it. But I think this is going to drag down to the final minutes of the transfer window. And I think clubs who want to sign players, they have just 1 hour to have bids accepted. That's what I think, because right now it's slightly under 3 hours to go. If you keep delaying and dragging things, you may have a thing where you don't have that transfer sheet sent in on time. So let's see how it all shakes down. Big thank you to everyone who's watching, who's supporting, this stream by watching, subscribing, sharing. It's been super, super amazing. Thank you so much for your support. And we're still on for sure. We're still on for sure. But one thing's gonna happen. I'll go on a quick break and I'll be back and we'll join ourselves, and I'll continue to bring you the latest updates on news and reports relating to transfers on the transfer deadline day. So don't go anywhere. Just stick around. Hello there. Thanks for holding on and waiting on and watching, on the stream with me back from the break. Now, we brought you earlier on a report that Igor from Brighton will be heading on loan to Crystal Palace, and well, apparently here we go. But apparently he's gone there and has decided that he doesn't want to join Crystal Palace and will be heading to West Ham United instead. Now, this is crazy. I thought Nico Jackson was the craziest thing I would hear. Well, to be honest, I think it's still the craziest thing I've heard this transfer window, but this is a very, very close second. absolute bonkers in my opinion, because how would you agree to go to a club and then suddenly decide that no, I don't want to go to that club anymore? It's just absolute bonkers in my opinion. Absolute craziness to me. I wonder what you all think about what had just happened. But before we get on to that, there's more to talk about this Nico Jackson deal. So that's why I feel nothing real would really top nothing would really top this Bayern Munich thing with Nico Jackson. So Florian Plettenberg, like I said, very accurate with the news from German clubs and German players as well. So he says Nico Jackson to FC Bayern, the numbers, loan fee for 16.5 million euros. If the obligation to buy is triggered, 65 million euros on top, and Chelsea will still have a sell-on clause. If triggered, Jackson will sign a contract until 2031. So I think there's more to this. I kept saying it, if you remember on this video, that Bayern Munich are not in such a dire situation where they just agree to this without things happening. And of course, he has to reach high number of game played in, to have this triggered, to trigger the obligation, and that is now in the hands of Bayern Munich, and that could be that get out of jail free card. So he's to earn 14 million salary immediately, and if bonuses are met, up to 14 million euros. So if he gets additional add-ons and achieves certain benchmarks and things like that, certain KPIs are looked at and seen to be met, then that means Nico Jackson would earn up to 14 million euros. That's about 10 or so million pounds. So top marks for that one. Good deal done. Now this Igor thing has been absolutely bonkers in my opinion. Just crazy town. I wonder what you all think about this. People are going on. All the people that were saying it's a bit wild for what's his face to leave, for Nico Jackson to come back. Suddenly are on this train of, oh, Chelsea needs to bring someone in. Well, I'm not of the opinion that Chelsea needs to bring someone in, but I just have a feeling that Chelsea will sign somebody. I just have that feeling because right now this club, that's how it's built. It's built right now on steady signing of players by the dozen. That's what it seems this ownership group are all about at the minute. So could expect anything from them. So back to this ego thing. I really want us to discuss about it. I really want us to share and have the discussion. Time has gone. Time has really disappeared. So I'll go and check the ego thing. Now, a lot of people speaking about Jackson, a lot of people are going on about, they lost just on the board. It's pretty clear what happened with that one. It's pretty clear. So let's see this ego thing, pure utter madness, in my opinion. So what's in the chat right here? Still the same thing. There you go. Victor Boniface and Wissa doing his medical. Wissa doing his medical now. I think that medical should have been done. So that's all clear, set, and arranged. Now we go on to talk about ego. This is madness. I want to know what your take is on this. So it says Sky Sports News breaking: Igor Julio is not going to join Crystal Palace as things stand. The defender is now on his way to West Ham for a medical. This is super crazy in my opinion. And I would like to say this, that if the deal for Maguire goes through, that means Maguire joins Liverpool. Glasner has really been done dirty, in my opinion, by Mr. Parrish at Crystal Palace, because if you want to sell your player, you need to manage finances at the club, and someone like Maguire is a top asset, then you should have already got someone in the building. You should have. Someone like Igor, for instance, would be, I don't know, 3 million euros, 4 million euros, something like that. And you have gotten him already in the building. before you letting someone like a McGee go. And to make matters worse, we're having reports that the personal terms for McGee was agreed a month ago. And like I said, tapping up is something that clubs only do when they don't want the deal to go through. They only talk about it. They only speak about tapping up when they don't want the deal to go through. So you must have been aware for a month, 2 months that you were going to sell McGee. So the fact that you refuse to, or you stalled so badly in getting a replacement, I think you've done your manager bad. And I don't know why lots of clubs do this, because you have a manager that's giving you your first trophy in like I don't know how long, and then he's helped you get good results against Chelsea. Smashed the team he played on the weekend, and then this is how you repay him by selling the best centre back in the team, and then getting the replacement in. Let's see what they have to do, because right now this is really cutting it really, really close. Because what you have right now is an hour, 20 minutes gone. So that's an hour, 40 minutes. That's what you have left now. An hour, 40 minutes. Up to an hour or 2 hours, 40 minutes. 2 hours, 40 minutes. That's what you have right now. So this is panic station in my humble opinion for Crystal Palace. And I think someone like Glasner doesn't deserve this sort of treatment, because of how and what he's done for the club. You have a manager that's helping you win, doesn't demand too much. Give him what can help him, compete and actually win more games for you, win more titles for you. They're just absolute bonkers, in my opinion, what's going on today. To leave anything to transfer deadline day is absolute madness. It's absolute madness, in my opinion. And Gigi Donnarumma signed a new long-term contract. And then we'll have Ilkay Gundogan has accepted a move to Galatasaray. So they're really ramping up the quality at Galatasaray, probably looking to push on in the Champions League and also do a repeat of the Turkish league title. So breaking, Galatasaray and Manchester City agreed a deal for Ilkay Gundogan. He's leaving the club with authorization by City, waiting on players' approval for a 2-year contract. Gala are preparing his travel if Guando accepts. So if this happens, then top marks to them, in my opinion. So a good one all round. So we keep going. Thanks for all who have been waiting, who've been patient on here. So talking about Gundogan, that's not what we'll talk about. So this Igor thing, he actually completed a medical. This is absolutely bonkers, bro. This is actually mad, my guys. This is madness. We actually completed a medical. We actually completed a medical. Breaking ego to Crystal Palace has collapsed. Says news arrived as soon as Gay completes medical in London as Liverpool player. What? This is just weird. Like the kind of thing that happened, it's just madness. It's just madness. Why did you agree if you didn't want to go? Oh my God, this is madness. Well, Crystal Palace, I know a guy, Igor Gu, Slavia Prague, go there, sign him up, maybe 3 or 4 million euros, and he's yours. So go on, hurry up, get it done, get it absolutely done. And then another one, Zaniolo. This guy was meant to be the next big thing in. This guy was meant to be the next big thing in European football. Most certainly in Italian football. It was meant to be the next big thing, but it hasn't happened that way. I think it was at some point on Aston Villa, went to Galatasaray. He's been all over the place. But So you see him here. So Nicolo Zaniolo to Udinese. Here we go. He's now set to sign new deal at Galatasaray ahead of Udinese on loan. So still on loan at Galatasaray, and just goes out on loan to Udinese. But still, for how he was hyped up, for how he was talked about, he was meant to be the next thing, like the rebirth of Roberto Baggio. But I guess that's what it is right now. So we move on. We move on with that one. With that one. Let me chat again. We'll move on with that one. And yeah, another Chelsea academy player being sold. I think he turned down a contract at Chelsea. A new contract at Chelsea. He turned that down, and I think now he's signed a deal with his Nottingham Forest, and now he's going out on loan. And so, because I think the way it feels right now, it just feels like a lot of these players wouldn't really be staying wouldn't want to stay at Chelsea still. He signs with Nottingham Forest and then goes out on loan to Wycombe. I think Wycombe right now, the way they're doing it is that they're going for really young players, like your forgotten young player. They're going for really, really young players to give them a starting spot. So I think that's a good move for him, right? That's a good move for him, Donnell McNally. That's one of the drawbacks of this model, right? When you sign it, when a youngster, say 17, 18, sees a player sign who is like 26, it kind of feels like if that player stays at most 3 years, the player will be 29, and that's still you still have room as a 17-year-old, then you know, then you'll be 20, you still have time to come in and play at the club. But when you're 17 and you see a 19-year-old signed, and that 19-year-old is already playing in the first team ahead of you, you automatically know that, you're not going to get game time. And this player that have been signed for maybe 10 million, 20 million pounds, 3 million, 30 million pounds, is definitely going to be giving game time ahead of you. So you kind of understand why these players have got to leave, why they've gone. So for me, no issues here whatsoever. So if you enjoy Chelsea always signing 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds from other clubs, then you should embrace this, because this is what you're going to get. For every action, there is a correlating reaction. So that's it. So if you keep signing 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds from all over the world, then that excites you as a fan when you see all these players from Brazil, Argentina, and different countries all over the world. But one thing that would happen for sure is that those young players in your own academy will begin to assess their future and begin to ask themselves, do I really have a place in this team? Do I really have a place in this club? So you start seeing young players leaving the team. And there's a saying where I come from, you don't beat a child and expect the child not to cry. That is, you don't punish someone, you don't reprimand someone, you don't treat someone in a particular way and expect that person not to react. That's it. So if you take away opportunities for these players to make first team spots, then they can leave you. So, for instance, Chelsea signed a striker, David Washington. He's been on loan to Santos. What happens when the loan is done? And no one is thinking about that. What happens when the loan is done? I'm sure when the loan is done, they'll probably take the player and loan him out again somewhere else. So when you behave this way and treat players like, basically mates, for lack of a better phrase, then they begin to look at you differently, right? And they stop believing what you're saying, that you have plans for them. They ask themselves and say, what plans do you have for them, really? So that's something that I think fans should take on board as well when embracing this model. When embracing this sort of model. So Tularo Kodare has been announced, Isak to Liverpool. I think they have really, really embraced this market, and they've really shown how to do it, right? Say all you will about what they spent. They spent crazy amount of money. That's fine. But the only thing that gets me about them is when they go on to act like they don't spend money. Of course, you spend money. Embrace it, right? Embrace it. Now, Højlund, well, this one, Højlund has signed a deal with Napoli. He stays at Napoli. He's now a new Napoli player. So fair play on that one. Fabrizio Romano coming up clutch with the news as well. So fair play to that. Let's see what he does with Napoli. I thought at some point Tularu Kodare would be the one heading to Napoli, but that didn't happen. More focus on Rasmus Højlund that we talked about in previous videos. So fair play to see him go there. Let's see if Antonio Conte can work his magic on the player, because that's one thing people don't realize or embrace about Antonio Conte, because he doesn't play tippy-tappy football, 1 million passes from the back. So a lot of people don't think that he develops players. He makes players better. One player I can talk about, Victor Moses. Victor Moses was loan fodder, right? Was loan fodder at Chelsea, loan to every club, loan to Stoke City, at some point loan to Liverpool. That iteration of Liverpool wasn't the title challenge in Liverpool, you should remember. So it was loan to everywhere. Antonio Conte coming, we're expecting we're all thinking at that point, where else would Victor Moses go to? But he came in, took him under his wings, made him a right wing back, and he turned out to be one of the best wing backs in the Premier League, in my opinion. And I think he's proven that he can do it with Lukaku. He did for Lukaku at Inter Milan. He did for Lukaku at Napoli. So I think he can do it for Rasmus Højlund as well, because the way he plays the ball comes straight to the striker, quick chances are created, and I think probably he can really improve Rasmus Højlund. Now, on the flip side of things, if Rasmus Højlund doesn't improve under Antonio Conte, then I think I kind of lose hope in him, and maybe he starts thinking of a different place, a different career to pursue, or maybe just feel like he's not meant for the top level, because I think Antonio Conte is that good when it comes to improving players, especially attack-minded players, especially your strikers. Mm-hmm. So more on ego, more on ego, the living planet. Not going on loan to Crystal Palace, which is just pure shambles, pure absolute shambles. This is deadline mundo, absolute drama. Igor Julio is not going to join Crystal Palace as things stand, despite completing a medical there this afternoon. West Ham are now in talks with Brighton, and the player tried to complete a deal to take him on loan. So how did this even happen? Like, was this I don't quite understand. They said the moment McGay completed his medical, Igor decided he wasn't going to Crystal Palace anymore. That's a bit odd to me. That's an odd and a peculiar piece of detail to have out there. You know, is anybody thinking what I'm thinking? But we'll keep that one on the shelf for now, and let's see how things pan out. Now, what does that mean for Crystal Palace? Does that mean the McGay deal will crumble? Let's see. Let's see. That would be absolute madness for Arne Slot and Liverpool. Madness for Arne Slot and Liverpool. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about the business Liverpool have done. Someone has come to talk about what it means for the spending of Liverpool. I mean, like I said, I don't really care that much. I don't really hold it against club. Oh, you spend this money, no. So the body is spending up to 461 million pounds. Wow, in one window. In one window. For me, I'm not really criticizing them. For me, that's what I'm all about. If you want your team to win, if you want your club to win, go out there, spend the money, get the best talents you can get the best coach you can get, get the best of everything you can get, and let the team compete, right? But the thing for me is the way Liverpool go on about, oh, we don't spend money. You do. You just do. So it's high time you kind of accept what you are, right? You spend money like the rest of the big clubs, somewhere like the rest of the big clubs, in my opinion. Now I'm still wondering what's happening to Chukwueze. Haven't had much about it. Still talking about his medicals being done and stuff at the moment. And then of course McGee, according to Ben Jacobs, he's completed his move. He's completed his move back to Chelsea. So nice to see that he's done. And he gets to be the number 9. If Chelsea keeps, like, if Maresca sticks with playing João Pedro as the 10. If not, then maybe Buonanotte gets to be the 10, and then Baguio can come off the bench. So that's it. Some people are still going on about getting 4 strikers. Like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? So what do you do with the unhappy striker that is locked up on the bench? So Magui has completed his move back to Chelsea after Sunderland agreed to cancel his loan. Difficult situation, but one I'm told Giu has handled professionally. He'll now get to play in the UCL, in the UEFA Champions League. Now, that's what it says on paper. But Enzo Maresca, are you going to let the boy play, or are you going to find some excuse to have him rock on the bench? It may seem like I'm being harsh on the guy, but it's been what I've seen with my own eyes. So I have to talk about it. I can't say anything different other than what I have witnessed and observed by myself. So hopefully he gets to play. So we're getting reports about Axel Disasi wanting to move to West Ham. I think that'll be a good move for him if he does move. Now this is cutting it close. The way I see it, he might end up being in the bomb squad for this season, at least for this first half of the season, because this is really, really cutting it close, really cutting it close in my own opinion. Just like 1 hour and so minutes. So it's cutting really close. After this, I still want to join London club West Ham. Discussions ongoing. Let's see how that all shapes up. So that's it. This should have been done earlier on. You know, people want to blame his agents. Well, you can't blame the agent, and that is the thing. That's the flip side of treating players the way you treat them. When you treat them like they're nothing, like they're loose change, people lose respect for their value. And when prospective buyers lose respect for the value of players, what you then get is they keep making you silly offers like £2.50 for a player. Oh, can I spend £10 on the player and get 2 for free? Those sort of things. So that's what you get. So each time you cheer on your coach when he has players dumped on the bench, just know in your mind that that player that you may need to sell someday, you're affecting his value. That's just it. That's just it for real. So Axel Disasi, let's see if anything will be done about the player if he's able to secure a move. At some point, Bournemouth wanted to sign him, but that doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon. So, now Crystal Palace, following what has happened now with Igor, they're now looking at, according to Sky Sports News, they're now looking at interest from AC Milan defender Pavlovic. So let's see if they have enough time to get it done. Maybe they can just say, to the medical in Italy, right? To the medical in Italy, no need to come to England, complete everything there in Italy. Then once that's done, we can even announce you in Italy and all that. So you don't have to travel out, get everything done, signed, sealed, delivered, and then we move on. So Crystal Palace have a long-term interest in AC Milan CB, Stranija Pavlovic. They are now actively exploring if a deal can be done for him less than 2 hours to the windows remaining open. So this is 100% panic station. This is crazy. Right. Igor, living planet, I can't feel but call him that, has really put Crystal Palace in a spot of bother. And I think who to blame right now for me, I think Crystal Palace fans would agree with me, is Steve Parish. Because if you wanted to, you would have known. I'm sure Liverpool would have been in touch with you or want to sign a player. So you'd have known for a while that you would be selling McGay. So you'd have, okay, let's look for a solution. Let's look for someone who can sign. And I've said, you go right there, you sign that player, I'm sure you look for me and you thank me. But either ways, they want to get Pavlovich. Let's see if they're able to secure it, secure a signature, given that you have such small time on the clock. So let's continue to see how things progress with various deals. And then let's continue to see how things improve and progress, and we'll continue to bring you insights on the various transfer news as they continue to happen. So just stick with us. And a big thank you for sticking with the channel so far throughout today for this very, very I'll admit, very, very long stream. So these are the players that Newcastle United have gotten. Now this person here has added something about net spend. Right now, for me, I don't really care about net spend right now. Now, I just want to know, what do you think about this business that Newcastle United have done? Are you a Newcastle United fan? Are you a rival fan? What do you think? So this is business that have been done. Wissa, Nick Amadi, Tao, the centre back from AC Milan, and they've got Ramsey as well. Ramsey from Aston Villa. They've got Elanga, and they've got Ramsdale. So looking at this transfer business window coming ever close, coming close, gradually getting close to be closed, if that's a way to say it. If the window shuts down right now, Newcastle United fans, are you happy with this one? Are you happy with the business done? I think they would have done with another winger, but fair play. I think the business is done. It's fair in the circumstance. You've got two strikers in, you've got a defender, you've got a winger to operate on the other side, whilst you have Gordon on the opposite side. You've got a goalkeeper in, you've got another forward in. So I think that's fair for me, in my opinion. I think the business is done. And generally, you can always go again. You don't need to sign a full starting 11 in one window. You can go again. You can go again, stick with what you have, and then move on and progress with it. So Liverpool's transfer window, I'm sure they're super excited about it. So Georgi Majavili signed for Liverpool's goalkeeper. Now, I would say this: other top clubs, Chelsea included, how about testing the resolve? I know it's already too late. Testing the resolve for Alisson Becker. Liverpool have already got his replacement. How about you go there and test the resolve and say, okay, we're going to put in maybe £50 million for Alisson Becker. Now, I think it's something you should try. Now, Liverpool may turn around and say, no, we're not selling. But I think it's something you should try and see maybe you can get a player in. So they've got, for now, at least, Magay is still there. They've got Frimpong, they've got Ketike, they've got Vets, they've got Isak, they've got Lioni, and they've got Kekesh. Now, for me, I think the one issue that they would have is a question of gelling, question of chemistry, especially between Isak and Ekitike, because they kind of play the same way, like to run through the channels. So are you saying one of them is going to be like a winger type thing, a winger supporting striker hybrid? You already have Jack Rowe that plays that role already. So could that be an issue? So total opinions on Liverpool's window, I think they've really done well, but a question of chemistry, that's the only thing that you could say about what Liverpool have done. But other than that, in terms of the personnel that they've got in the building, I think they've shown other people what to do when you're at the top. And I think Chelsea failed a bit. They've done some good business. João Pedro has looked decent and all, but I just feel like more could have been done. Not necessarily in number of signings, but more to do in quality of signing. But nothing can be done. I feel Chelsea will do one crazy thing before the window shuts. But yeah, Let's see how that all shapes up going forward. We'll continue to bring you the latest news on transfers as things continue to happen. Things continue to break down. We'll continue to give you update on it. So Wissa is going to wear the number 9. Okay, so this actually has happened. Victor Boniface. Okay, Nigeria. Gather here. Anyway, let's go. So Victor Boniface completed his medical at Werder Bremen, and so he possibly could be a new forward, a new striker. This courtesy of Fabrizio Romano. So it says Victor Boniface just completed his medical test at Werder Bremen. Now, apparently, no issue. So, other people showing pictures about this of someone's knee. I'm not quite sure. Victor Boniface's knee. What do you have to say now? Now, this has been done, so that means he gets to link up with fellow Nigerians in Felix Agu and Justin Njima. So Justin Njima has not yet committed to playing for Nigerian Super Eagles, but Felix Agu has already done that, played a couple of games and has been super impressive. So top for that one. And then, of course, so I think in terms of playing style, I think he and Justin Njima can mesh well because, like I said, Victor Boniface is someone that plays well when he has a number 10 close to him that he can combine with, dovetail with, or he has another striker playing close next to him. Yeah, so he can really shine in that way. Now, the one question I would have to say that is not transfer related is it because of these transfer issues that he was left out of the World Cup qualifying squad by the Nigerian head coach Eric Chell? It does seem pretty odd to me, in my humble opinion. It does seem really odd to me why you leave him out of the team because you're not going to invite anyone new. You have invited Otele, but for whatever reason you chose not to. So I don't get why Victor Boniface is not on that list. But there we have it. We keep going, keep giving you the latest developments on the as it progresses. Wissa to wear number 9 at Newcastle United. Okay, fair play with that one. Oh boy, Igor, the living planet, has just shaken things up and has spoiled everything for everybody. Whoa. So David Honeston says McGay underwent medical ahead of proposed transfer from Crystal Palace to Liverpool, but move in jeopardy amidst Crystal Palace issues finding adequate replacement. Talks now between 25-year-old and manager Glasner to make final decision on LFC switch. Can you imagine your whole mindset set on leaving, and then boom, this happens? That's why when you know you're about to you're about to let a player go, you should be looking for replacements from a long while. You shouldn't be leaving this to transfer deadline day. A couple of hours to go before you complete it is just absolutely bonkers, in my opinion. Absolutely bonkers. There are a couple of players you can look for. You can get players immediately, but like I said, there's a been cost less. So you guys don't really look at Nigerian players that much. So I guess that's what it is. That's what it is. I don't really look at Nigerian players that much because there's Igor, aggressive, pacey, can play the switch ball, plays for Slavia Praha, and he could be immediately player that Crystal Palace can sign, and instantly he will have impact. He's built for the Premier League, but I'm thinking Brighton doesn't know where they're looking at. Let's see if they can get the Pavlovich deal done. But mind you, you're dealing with AC Milan, so that may be something super difficult for you to get done. So that's absolute bonkers. So just to make sure that everything goes through, share it again, that you don't miss it. Don't miss it. I'll talk about this. So that's it. He's done the medical, but move apparently is in jeopardy as Igor has decided that he wants to mosey off onto West Ham. So that's it. What would you do? Glasner right now, I'm sure he doesn't want to have any issues with Gay, but at this point in time, you have to look for the best interest of the team and how you can win going forward. So let's see what solutions will come before the deadline day. Not over deadline day, before the deadline hour, because by an hour, 10 minutes, or an hour, 11 minutes, the window will slam shut. So there's little or no time to do any real business. On how to do any real business. So still saying the same thing. It seems like Emi Martinez, no one is coming for him. So maybe does he end up going to play for? Does he end up going to play for Aston Villa? Still remain at Aston Villa? Oh, wow. Samuel Chukwueze, what's happening to that deal? No one is hearing anything. Let me see if I can not on Earth, but bring up something and see what's happening to the Fulham deal. Because Fulham are apparently going winger crazy. Let's see what's happening with that deal right now. Daily transfer news. Samuel Chukwueze to Fulham, very close. Samuel Chukwueze undergoing medicals. For how long? We've been hearing this over and over and over and over and over again. Medicals and medicals and medicals. When things begin to go this way, it doesn't feel nice to me because the hours are running so close. You could have the deal theoretically complete, but once you don't have that transfer sheet sent in and filed, the player can't be registered. So that is an issue, right? That is a big issue. So the deal is almost done. Hearing from all sorts of sources. Get it done, guys. Get it done. Get it done. Get it done. Get this deal over the line. Get it done. Get it done. So I'm going to say, get it done. Uche Santos, no one seems to know what's going on with that one. You know, no one knows. No one seems to know. It's just been quiet ever since we heard it was in London, waiting for Crystal Palace deal to be done. Or don't tell me that they want to say they have all their heads focused on, getting Gay out or getting defensive replacements, because that would just be madness and don't want to be left in the limbo. So don't worry, guys. I'll go and check if I can see something on Uche Santos. So Samuel Chukwueze to Fulham. The very last details also systemized, deal closed, signatures incoming according to Matteo Moretto. So let's see if that indeed becomes the case, because right now we just barely a couple of minutes, more than an hour. So not much time left to do anything. Not much time left to deliver anything. So let's see if we start this with Jay. What's happening? What's happening with you? What's happening with you? This deal, why isn't it done yet? Right? Is it one of those things that will just drag to the very last minute? One of those things that will happen that way. Suddenly, nothing is happening. Not hearing anything, not seeing anything. This isn't good. This isn't good. This isn't good. People are saying move agreed, but nothing from the super credible, reliable sources. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens with this one. One of the deals that we hope and pray gets done. We hope and pray it gets done. Tulu has already been unveiled, by a Wolves. So that's been done. So just to find out what are your thoughts and opinions on the business that have been done so far by your club, whatever club that you support. For me, I look at Chelsea and I say, okay, maybe you finished top four again this season. No more, no more expectations, nothing more than that. And then as well, you look at Liverpool. I say they're favourites right now, whether or not, irrespective of getting the deal for Maggie over the line, whether or not they get that over the line for me, it's not an issue. They are favourites given the business they've done. Isak joining them, so I think they should be favourites. And then look at Arsenal. They've got AZ, they've got Nkapie coming in from Bayer Leverkusen to give them defensive security. Mosquera is already there, so and they've got Gyökeres, which I think that striking position was one of their biggest issues going into the season. So I think they should be title contenders, no doubt, in my opinion. And then, of course, you look at Manchester United, the business they've done so far. I'm not really impressed. Doesn't make me shake in my boots. They've got Laments, I think, Laments or Laments. They've got him in, good, fairly decent goalkeeper. Let's see how he adapts to playing in the Premier League. And then they've got Sesko. Probably is going to take him some more months to actually come good. That is, if he does come good. And then as well, the midfield is still lacking, in my opinion. For whatever reason, Amorim doesn't really want to play Mino. He wants to go Casemiro and Bruno Fernandes, and I think that's a recipe for disaster. Bruno Fernandes is not the one for that midfield, in my opinion, as well as Casemiro's legs are no longer what they used to be. Even at his best, he wasn't that guy to go on long busting runs two-way. He just wasn't. So I think the business they've done doesn't really make me feel like they'll be a threat to anybody. Aston Villa looking at they've got Mbeumo and Cunha, but still, Aston Villa they've got Jadon Sancho. Who else? They've got the guy from Nice. Sorry, I can't quite remember. Is it Quensda or something? I don't want to butcher his name. Signing from Nice, and just looking at what they've done. I don't think it's super threatening. Whether Emi Martinez gets to stay, because right now Manchester United sort of gave him the runaround and ended up going with the Belgian goalkeeper. And then Galatasaray, I've not been able to get the deal done with Aston Villa, so that means maybe he gets to remain, or it's one of those things that will be completed way, way late, transfer deadline day. We're just 4 minutes away from heading into the last hour of this transfer deadline day. So absolute bunkers. And you all who've been all through this, you've been the absolute champions, and your support has been immense. Thank you so much. So, in Martinez, looks likely to stay. So, and I, for one, I don't see why Aston Villa wants to get rid of him. I'm struggling to see. Is it a PSR thing or what is it? Because he's a very good goalkeeper. Martinez looks likely to stay, according to BBC Match today, to stay at Aston Villa as the deadline draws closer. Yeah, we're just right now 3 minutes away from getting to the last hour of transfer deadline day. So I don't know. I don't know what happens with Emi Martinez, but it just does feel like he may not be going anywhere. He may not be leaving, Aston Villa. So the Kevin deal has been done. Now we're waiting on what's his face, Samuel Chukwueze. So Kevin deal is done. We've got the hell we go on it. So I think the Fulham fans can rest easy. Exclusive Fulham agreed deal for Kevin. Also on player side, here we go. 40 million euros plus 5 million euros add-on. So it's 45 million euros entire package. So that's 35 million pounds entire package. And then long-term deal agreed with Kevin, and deal sealed now despite Sporting pushing. Kevin joins Fulham. So fair play. deal done. Maybe the next one we'll get will be Chukwueze. Let's see if that pulls through. Because the medical has been going on for a while now. He's been doing his medical, he's been doing his medical, he's been doing his medical. But we've not got anything else to say whether the deal has been done or not. So Benfica signed an 18-year-old midfielder. Don't worry, Chelsea are going to end up buying this guy for maybe 35 million euros at some point. So there we go, complete deal for young midfielder from AS Roma. It turns SL Benfica in surprise last day signing 1 million euros fee. So I'm sure these are the kind of deals that the likes of Larry and Pauli will be wishing they could do. They could just splurge 10 million euros and sign 10 players with that. Wouldn't that be lovely? So we're done. And then, of course, Victor Boniface, talked about that already. He looks likely he could be joining Bremen. So top marks for all those deals. Now, finally, I think we've gotten to the last hour. Yes, finally we made it. This is the last hour of the deadline day. So by 6:59, it would be curtains on the transfer. It would be curtains on the transfer window. Anyone that's unable to get deals done, that will be it. That will be it until the January transfer window. Done. So, just some opinions on deals that have been done so far on this last day of the transfer window. You've seen Isak's deal done, Kolo Muani to Spurs. You've seen deals start, end, and restart again. In Nico Jackson went to go to Bayern, then wasn't going to Bayern, now eventually going to Bayern. So, there's opinions on that one. We've seen one deal almost looking like it's going to shatter the possibility of another deal with Igor. Was meant to go to Crystal Palace, suddenly changed his mind after completing the medical. He changed his mind that he doesn't want to go there anymore. He'll be heading to West Ham. And now Crystal Palace are trying to see if they can find a solution. They're speaking with McGahey to see if they can maybe make a decision whether he comes back to them or they sign someone else. I think what Liverpool can do, they have Joe Gomez. Why not rework the agreement, send Joe Gomez on loan? Easily sorted, right? You have Joe Gomez, you're not wanting to let him go. So why not get him as part of a package loan deal to Crystal Palace, and then you get McGahey. How about that? So let's see how all things shake out in this regard. So transfer deadline date. Really, I wish that there was a way that you have one more game before actually going to the international break. So it would be nice to see what these new signings, are all about, right? It would be nice to see that, but not happening. So yeah, so an hour ago, what's happening with Sassy? How you living it so close? You living it so close, cutting it so close. For me, this is like I've said this a lot today. It's absolute bonkers. Why? You want to sign a defender? You've known Disasi has been available since since he went on loan to Aston Villa. You've known he's available, right? And the way Disasi has been treated again for me is something that's crazy because he was signed as a typical centre back, right? And then midstream, you pivoted and decided you want to play this crazy high line thing, or people playing out, centre backs playing at right back spots, and just made life difficult for the player, right? And now I think this is something he'll get to question himself to say, why am I even here, right? Why did I even agree to this deal? And if he has another young player that wants to join Chelsea or Chelsea are in negotiations with, are you sure he says, oh, come on, go on, that's a good place for you to play football? I just don't think that that's what he'll be saying. So it was an eye go. So still waiting to see if that deal indeed gets done. So a lot of people clamoring for Chelsea to do more deals. Well, I think you just have to stick with what you have. You have to stick with what you have right now. He's gone. Right now, we're no longer speaking of hours anymore. We're now talking minutes. But right now, 56 minutes. That's what we're talking about right now. No more hours. So I don't think any deal that has not been agreed right now can actually go through. Any deal that is still in the phase where you're negotiating and things like that, I don't think it will go through. I don't think it will go through. So, so that's it. We check with Santos, nothing's happening about him. No one is saying anything about him. So maybe that will just be one of the ones where once this stream is done, we'll probably hear that it has been completed in one way, shape, or form. But for now, don't know what is happening. And speaking about the ego thing, Oliver Glasner, I'm extremely happy with the decision to sell McGay, but there was recognition at Crystal Palace that they would afford to get another player, but that has not been done because I think a lot of people have been sleeping on the job. A lot of people have been sleeping on the job. Oliver Glasner said to be extremely unhappy with the decision to sell McGay, but there was recognition at Crystal Palace that they could not afford to turn down £25 million for a player who had entered the final 12 months of his contract. Fair play, because come January, he will be able to negotiate with any club and have a pre-contract, and you will still pay him until he leaves the club. So you kind of understand where they're coming from in that regard. But still, he knew he was going to go. He should have looked for a replacement. He should have looked for a replacement. That's why I say, though the Brighton model is not absolute, it's not this perfect thing that some people want to make it out to be, it does have its own upsides, yeah? It does have its own upsides where maybe you can have clubs that you have connections with that players don't cost too much, maybe €2 million, €3 million, and you can quickly get the deal done. If you have a very good network. So, and it's funny because Crystal Palace supposedly have this network of clubs in Botafogo. They have another one with the whole Leon thing. I think John Textor had to sell his interest in that one. Don't even know if he's still at Crystal Palace. So it's just kind of a right old mess at Crystal Palace at the minute. Hope just for their own sake, Glasner doesn't feel like I've got to leave. So time is running out. So more on the Donnarumma deal to Manchester City. This is what Sky Sports News have had to say about it. So Manchester City have a deal in place for PSG with PSG for Gianluigi Donnarumma. While the players agreed in principle on personal terms, City now must finalize a deal with Fenerbahce for the sale of Ederson. I thought that was kind of basically done. Honestly, Fabrizio Romano had said as much. Let's see how it goes. So we are an hour, 8 minutes into the transfer deadline day. So that means you have 52 minutes on the clock and counting. Let's see what indeed happens with this one. Let's see what happens with this one. Now, keep waiting for Disasi. I'm sure in the next half an hour, we'll see a spate of deals being reported, being done, and things like that. Let's see it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what shakes down, what are the latest development. Samuel Chukwueze, we want to know what's happening with that deal. Kevin announced the next one, hopefully, will be Samuel Chukwueze. Let's see what happens with that one. So, okay, so is it a pure, I think this is pure straight up loan. It's a pure loan and nothing else. So, our boy Victor Boniface, deal done, deal announced. So, Evan Chill, if you dropped him because of club issues not being sorted out, then recall my boy back to the team. Come on now, come on. That's what we call him. So, Mauricio Romano says Victor Boniface has signed his Werder Bremen contract until June 2026, loan with the part of the salary covered. So, shared percentages. Let's see what it's like later on. Medical completed as revealed. Now that's going to tell you about when people say medical failed. Say, calm down, calm down. It's not necessarily the fact that he couldn't move or they checked his knee wasn't functioning properly. It was just something historical. Or he's had his injuries. How do we get reassurances that this injuries won't reoccur? And they got a consultant and stuff that's AC Milan, but sometimes you can't say 100% that a professional athlete won't get re-injured. So that deal got scuppered. Now he joins Werder Bremen. Possibly he and Justin Jima get to play. And of course, Felix Agu already there. So I'm sure they make things a lot easier for him to settle down, although still in Germany. So not massive, no massive traveling. And you don't have to readjust to new weather, new climate. So fair play that it's done. Thankfully, that is one that has been done. So we'll keep going, we'll keep going right now. So we've got just minutes on the clock. Minutes on the clock. So yes, this is one I was waiting for. The deal is now done. Samuel Chukwueze, deal has been done to Fulham, but here we go for it. Buy option, non-mandatory. Oh, fair play, fair play. I would have wanted an obligation. I would have preferred an obligation because usually when clubs say option, they usually don't follow through with it except you're super stellar. And come on, Samuel Chukwueze, you can be super stellar. So put in those performances and want to see that come World Cup qualifiers, want to see that come AFCON. So let's go. Samuel Chukwueze to Fulham. Here we go. Deal agreed on initial loan with option clause not mandatory. Total package could reach fee over 26 million euros. He's now at Fulham training ground after medical already done. So brilliant one for me that Samuel Chukwueze's deal has been done. We've been saying it for hours that he's been in London for quite some time now, hoping that the deal gets done. And now it's been done. Let's just hope there are no boogaboos that come up to, rear their ugly head. So fair play has been done right now. For me, my boy Philip Botele could have been someone I'd love to make a move, but apparently that's not going to happen. So rock on at Basel and let's see what happens, in January of 2026 or indeed the summer of 2026. So top marks, top deal done. Samuel Chukwueze, top talent. Let's see what he does here. Randa Kolo Muani, deal done. Signed as new sports player, deal done. Good one. Kevin, we talked about this as well, already done. So that's it. Fair play, fair play. Let's see how things continue to evolve because a lot of crazy things are going to happen in this last minutes, in this few minutes left to go. A lot of things will happen. Yeah, so Merlin Rowe, rather, I want to see this boy play. It's one person that I want to see play. So, good one. Let's see how it all shapes up. Let's see how things shape up. Manchester United are celebrating their outgoings. Okay, let's see this. Let go a few people. I wouldn't say let go when it comes to Lindelof because he left on a free transfer because the contract was expired. So I wouldn't say let go. Absolutely. And then, of course, you got Garnacho joining Chelsea, Sancho joining Aston Villa, Rasmus Højlund joining Napoli, and then, of course, Marcus Rashford going on loan to Barcelona. Overall, one thing we've seen is that once players leave Manchester United, they get better. They get exponentially better. So maybe the problem is with that club called Manchester United. So um, let's see. Hopefully, Garnacho can come good. He's not someone I super rate. Obviously, I've said that time and time again on here, but would support him. The name on the badge way more important than the name on the back of the shirt. So hopefully, he can represent that badge with skill, flair, and character. Let's see how things shakes down in that regard. Marcus Rashford, he's had a mixed start. Some games he's looked good, some other games he's looked So Antony, can he be consistent? Last time he was at Betis, he had an excellent start to his loan spell, and towards the end, he kind of fell off. So that's an issue. Lindelof, maybe at a club with lesser expectations, he can shine. Jadon Sancho could have a very good time at Aston Villa. Rasmus Højlund, let's see if Antonio Conte can indeed work his magic with the Danish striker. Let's see how all that shakes down. See how all that shakes down. Let's see if any crazy things happen. Wow. Oh, Ademola Lookman. I feel so sorry for this young. I feel so sorry for this young man. I feel so sorry for this young man. I wish I could have a conference where I speak to Nigerian players. I wish I could. I wish I could. I wish my platform was big enough where if I send a message, they would respect it to come on. But so Florian Blessenberg says that Ademola Lookman will not join FC Bayern. They love as I suspected, because I just felt like it was the whole thing was tied to Nico Jackson. So Nico Jackson now heading back to what was it called? Now heading back to Bayern to complete the deal. Just feel like that's not going to happen. So the way it feels right now, he may end up getting stuck at Atalanta. Now I suspect two things. I feel two things could happen. Spurs could go out there and sign him, or Chelsea, in their opportunistic way, could just go in, oh, let's see, maybe we'll get another winger, go there and snag him and sign him to come in, and you have three left wingers. Maybe that can be done. Maybe that could happen. So let's see how it shakes down. It's just crazy that someone like Ademola Lookman doesn't get an offer, doesn't get to move. And that's why I say, I'll say this again. You sign a contract, it's not just about how much you're going to earn or the length of the contract. It's also about what should happen when you want to leave. What should happen when the offers come in for you. So that's really important. Really important. Right. So you need to look at those clauses, release clause, buyout clauses. You need to have anything you want inserted in that contract. Gentleman's agreement is fool's gold. That is how clubs deceive players time and time again, because everything they want is in the contract. If they want that release clause, if they want that buyout clause, it will be in the contract. So football players, don't be fooled. Nigerian football players especially, don't be fooled, because you have an uphill battle anyways, fighting off different viewpoints and things like that. So you need to make sure your contract is tight. Agents and lawyers, what are you doing? What are you doing? So feel so sad for the player, because he's such a class player, character-wise, on the field he produces. He's the best of both worlds, in my opinion, because sometimes you see a lot of players super fantastic on the pitch, but out of the pitch, absolutely banner rubbles. But You see some players on the pitch, off the pitch, model citizens, saints. So he is the best of both worlds. He marries both sort of ideals very well. So I wonder why clubs look at him and don't want to sign him. And that's what you get with clubs. They want to control you and they want to make sure they get the best value, they can get for the club. So that's why you have to protect yourself as well when going to sign deals. So those opinions on this transfer window, gradually coming to an end of this mega super long stream. Thank you so much for being on here and watching this with me. That means that at least you find what I'm saying half interesting and half informative, and I hope that I've achieved that. So thank you so much. If you're new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button. Share this video as well to people you feel will love content like this, brothers, sisters, family, whoever. But fantastic having you on here. We keep going until the last minute. We go for a 10 minutes break and we'll be back. But we'll keep on pushing through to the final minutes of the transfer window. Final minute of transfer window. So we'll check with Santos what is happening with that one. How is that deal happening? We'll check with Santos what is happening with that deal. It all felt like same thing with maybe something that would drag on as well to the last minute. So we're here for that. Although we wish it could end sooner, but we're here for that nonetheless. Let's see what happens to Santos Uche. Let's see what is the latest with this deal. Let's see what happens with this deal. The Boniface has gone to Bremen. That's done. That's settled. We've seen it. So what else is going on out here? Since Uche, nothing has come of it. We haven't seen anything yet. So let's see. Let's see how it pans out. This is going to be one of those things where past the hour, then we'll see a lot of talk about it being done with the transfer sheet being submitted later, late in the day. One of those ones where it's submitted by 10:30 and everyone gets in an absolute frenzy. Let's see how it all pans out, man. So Fulham, Machagodo, and Julio Enciso heading to Strasbourg. Okay, going to get this done, finally sorted. Now, it feels like everyone must get this private jet photo. Kind of like the new I'm on the move thing, right? That's what it feels like. I'm on the move, so this is it. Put this on there. We keep moving here. Godo with his agent, Hutan Amadi, and brother Fred and Ciso with his girlfriend, lawyer, players and agents, Rodrigo Kodas. So maybe who knows? I should open up my own agency. Who knows? I know I joke. That is really crazy work that these guys do. Really crazy work. This crazy work is not as easy as we make it out to be. Super crazy work. Harvey Garland to Nottingham Forest. Deal done. Permanent transfer. I thought it was a loan. So permanent transfer. Okay. Fair play. Nottingham Forest. What you can say is that they've really invested in that team. The team that finished well in Europa League places. I mean, rather in Conference League places, but ended up going to Europa League. So fair play. Harvey Garland to Nottingham Forest. Here we go. Permanent deal from Atletico Madrid has been sealed. Fair play, fair play. Marinakis, you can say he doesn't back his coaches because he's throwing money into the club. Hopefully, these players are being signed are players that Nuno wants because that's another math thing. I hope those are players that Nuno wants. So of course, the deal for Boniface completed. So we've seen this. Here we go. And then Samuel Chukwueze to Fulham. Here we go as well. So I think that's about it. Let's see how things continue to develop because we just have just a couple of minutes, above half an hour. So let's see. A lot of people are saying they've got Uche Santos. I'm still waiting on that deal to see confirmation of that deal because he's supposedly in London, either doing a medical or waiting for a medical, but we haven't seen anything yet. So, just opinions on the deal so far. Let me know. The various deal done. Isak to Liverpool. What a strike force they have, and of course, talk about Gianluigi Donnarumma to Man City. Would that indeed be done? Still fighting to get it done. And then as well, you got Ederson to Fenerbahce. Looking at final details, let's see if those deals can indeed be complete. Let us see how it all shakes down with respect to that. So we keep on going, keep going. So we've got, let's see, 35 minutes to go, and you all have been super champs, super champs. And now for all the Nigerian strikers, or rather, all the Nigerian players that have made moves to the Premier League, now who do you think would have the best season of the new ones? Now, I would say first off for me would be Tola Rokodare. Tola Rokodare for sure would be the one, to have the best season. And then it closely followed by Chrysanthus Uche, because I think he is not a striker, so tackles, pass completed, runs, intensity, and all this pressing would come good in that regard. And I think he can also contribute 5, 6, 8 goals this season to them, maybe another 4 assists. And all that being said, that would be a good season for him, in my opinion. And so I think he'll be good. Samuel Chukwueze could also be good too. And then I think Victor Boniface will thrive. That's not Premier League, obviously, but he will thrive in that Bremen setup. So let's see how things pan out. Someone was saying, what has happened to Victor Boniface's career? It's deeper than you think. It's definitely deeper than ability on the ball. It's deeper than even character, because it seems like really, really wild people still get deals and move. We see like who are absolutely, let's just say that go out all the time and like to enjoy themselves all the time. They still have deals. They're still assigned by clubs. So it goes deeper than a lot of people want to address. A lot of people are willing to indeed address. So let's just keep it moving until people are ready to get involved in such discussions, then before we can go on to speak. So let me know your predictions. Who do you think will be the best, have the best season of the Nigerian players that have made moves so far, especially before deadline day, especially to the Premier League? For some opinions on that one. Now, it's like Chrysanthus Uche, waiting to see what happens, because that's one really key as well. Was linked to Wolves, didn't happen. Then got linked to Crystal Palace. It was reported that he was in the country. I haven't seen it finally done. I've seen a lot of set to happen. It just means it hasn't yet happened. It's about to happen, but it means it doesn't happen at yet. So more the interview to Noah Rokodare to Wolves, top player. He's going to definitely come good. So he says he didn't need any convincing. So let's have a pause here and we'll share this. So he's been really interviewed, I think. So he said, I didn't need convincing. So top marks. Of course, growing up in Nigeria, watching Premier League football, I'm sure a lot of people dreamed of playing in the Premier League. Not many fulfill that dream, not because of lack of talent. Of course, I'm not talented players. Sometimes some things just affect in ways you don't want it to affect, but they do. And okay, top marks to him, and I know he's going to be phenomenal for for Aston Villa. Wolves is going to be for Wolves. So let's see how things all check out in that regard. So finally, Donnarumma completed by Manchester City. So the deal is done. No one can scooper or snag or steal Donnarumma from the clutches of Manchester City. So that is done. Manchester City set to complete signing of Gianluigi Donnarumma from Paris Saint-Germain. PSG goalkeeper arrives at Manchester City with Ederson moving to Fenerbahce. Clubs put in finishing touches on both deals before deadline day announcements. So good on Manchester City getting it done. Ederson heading to Galatasaray. Good on them as well. They've really invested in their team. They really invested in their team. Back to the point that I like to make about the MPFL, that I like to make about Nigerian clubs. Nobody is out here to save you, man. Nobody is out here to make your league good, to make your club good. Premier League is not going to come and save you and give you £10 million and neither should they. Neither should they. So for you to progress, for you to grow, you have to be intentional about it. You have to look inwards. How can we make our league good? How can we compete? Do we need to get partners from the US or partners from like Red Bull, have partners with them, or get internal partners like Cubana, for instance, or Dangote? You let them be partners. How do we do this? How do we grow? Do we need to have a streaming service? How do we market and project the league? Those are things we begin to think about because it has to be inwards. It has to be internal. You can't just hover around and hope someone is going to save you because this is business and it is competitive. No businessman is going to make his competitor good whilst he won't stand in the way of a competitor getting good, or he won't sort of do anything that violates antitrust laws. But he's not there to help you to make your business compete with his. So it's the same thing. The Premier League is not here to make the MPFL good. So Gusau and the likes, you have to look inward, look at the league and see how you make it good. And for me, it's always been funny and at the same time slightly annoying when I see some Nigerians make fun of, try to make fun of the Saudi Pro League. I'm like, you see another country making their league good, investing in it, and you are mocking that league because you support Chelsea or Arsenal and all that. How about the Nigerian league? How about you try to make that good as well? But I'm guessing there you have it. So we move on with that one. Ooh. Move still in doubt. What is happening? I'm sure Betis right now will be announcing Antony. This include what are they talking about? I don't know. So despite completing medical, Celtic made approach for Fofana. Please, can that be true? I feel so bad for this young man. I feel so bad for him, man. It was a young, high-rising talent. Like, okay, top player. In the next few years, it's going to be this way. It's going to be great. And then Chelsea coming with their model, we want to sign young players. And then Graham Potter was on a different sort of channel altogether. He didn't want to give the guy game time. We have everything we've had, and now he's just bumbling about. So even if it's £2 million, get it done, Chelsea. Please don't be that soulless to say, oh, we're not going to let him go until you hit certain amount level. Just let him go. Let him go to Celtic, play there, score lots of goals. It's even a loan deal. Let him go there, score lots of goals for them. Maybe help them win the league. I don't know. I don't want to get between Rangers and Celtic. But let him go for his own career and play, and play football, right? That's one thing with this model. I think they put the cart before the horse in this respect. Like, if you want to sign up these players with the mindset that you would have this multi-club network where you can send players to clubs, then You should have got the multi-club network set up properly first before going on to keep signing players left, right, and center. At least that's the way I see it. I wonder what you think. So I'm just hoping and praying that this deal gets done. It's a loan or not, let's get done. Let's make it a long-term loan, even a 2-year loan. Let him go there and play, and get his joy back. It's sad when you see young players just get stunted for no apparent reason because people just feel they can. So hopefully it all turns out right for David Atro, for Fana. So I keep saying, you players, protect your interest. Protect your interest. Because the clubs are looking out for their interests 100%. The Sky Sports have come in with this to say, yeah, good terms, fair play. Same thing that Fana, we've seen that before. So Eric Ten Hag again with the sack. What does he have to say now, Mr. Ten Hag? I'm sure some Manchester United fans are busy dancing somewhere. For me, I don't like to see a player anybody getting sacked, but Ten Hag's decision by Bayer Leverkusen this morning to put me on leave of absence came as a complete surprise. To part ways with the manager just 2 league matches is unprecedented. Of course it is. Of course it is. This summer, many key players who are part of the successes left the squad. Fair play, fair play. Florian Wirtz left, and that's what it is with the club. Sometimes they hide their own flaws, their own follies, their own errors, by sacking the manager. You sold Florian Wirtz to Liverpool, £160 million at that time, a British transfer record. And who did you sign to kind of replace him? I don't think they signed anyone that you say has come close to doing that. So Nkapie is already out the door to Arsenal. So for me, I feel like maybe he has a point. Maybe he has a point there. 2 games? Wow. Talk about ruthlessness. Talk about a club being absolutely ruthless. He yanked him off his chair, off the dugout, and onto the next flight to Amsterdam. Wow, that's just harsh, man. It's harsh. And in the football world, it's a mad, crazy place, but that was super, super harsh. Super harsh. Super harsh, in my opinion. Raheem Sterling is not going to go anywhere. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not going to go anywhere. Not going anywhere. Don't you worry about it. Talking about finding a club. How is he going to find a club? He's going to remain at Chelsea still. There's no finding a club about that. There's no finding a club. It's too late in the day. It's too late in the day for him to find any sort of move. So Sunderland agree. Sunderland are just buying. I hope they can fit these players in. They're just buying players. I don't quite get it right. I don't quite get it right. So they signed Bertrand Traore. They have Isidore already. They've got Ahmed Suleiman? Yeah, Ahmed Abdullahi rather, the Nigerian player. Would he even get game time, or is he going to be relegated to the bench? Let's see what happens with that one. So Rake and Sunderland have agreed a £2.5 million deal with Ajax for Bertrand Traore. The former Chelsea wonder kid wasn't allowed to come good, and that's why I tell people that sometimes don't just fall overly in love with what the coach is doing. Now, you may like a coach, you may rate a coach, but every now and again, you should be able to say, come on, what the coach is doing isn't too good. Because Mourinho came and played Bertrand Traore all over the shop, in his second stint. And that was just, what was that supposed to be? So fair play to Sunderland, they're actually doing their utmost to ensure that, they stay up. And that is for me, I think that is good. That is commendable. That is what you want to see. That's what you want to see in your ownership, to help your coach achieve their goals, by helping them, by signing players that they need. And unlike at Chelsea, I'm seeing a lot of things that they are doing. Paolo and Lowry are just doing things that make your head want to explode. But there we go. We just have to keep pushing. Have to keep pushing. We have just 22 minutes. Is it 22 minutes? Yeah, I've got 22 minutes left to go. We've been here for a bit, but thank you for holding on and pushing on with me. We keep on moving, keep on going. So that under an hour of the window remaining, there is still nothing progressing with Raheem Sterling's future. Yeah, you think? You think? It's not going to go anywhere. He's going to sit on the bench and he's going to make money. So that's what is going to happen. He's going to sit on the bench and continue making money. So, because I always looked at his wages and said that was going to be a stumbling block. Told that with under an hour of the window remaining, there's still nothing progressing over Raheem Sterling's future. Well, why didn't you ship him off to Strasbourg then? But I don't think that's going to work because I don't think he would. I don't think Liam Rosinio would really want to do anything with him. And the fans out there at Strasbourg are very, very vocal. You know, they let it known they're not really too pleased with Clear Lake and Blueco. So even if Clear Lake and Blueco have helped them finish European spots, but they still don't mind saying their mind, as it should be. As it absolutely should be. That is what I think about all this. So I'm still holding out for Chrysanthus Uche. What is happening with him? Is that move going to happen, or is it going to be one of those ones we'll find out about tomorrow? Maybe. Just very well could be one of those ones. Just very well could be one of those ones. One of those ones. So I'm going to see what's happening with him. I think it's going to be one of those ones that finish late at night, and maybe we wouldn't be able to cover it up here. But just don't worry, there will be a recap of transfer deadline day show in Nigerian version as well, where we talk about all the players that made moves on transfer deadline day, and maybe then we'll get to cover that bit. But for now, I'm looking at it right now, not yet hit that 15 minutes, not yet quite 15 minutes, but right now the way it is super close, and I don't think that will get any official confirmation now. So contracts all done and dusted, signed by Tolu Arokodare. So you see that deal done and dusted, deal signed. Happy that it's completed. So there you have it. I'm sure he's going to shine well. And he's got he's got Ang tattooed on his shoulder, on his forearm, sorry. So that's it. Nice on the fan of Avatar, I see. So we can move on and see how things continue to evolve. I think Wolves have got a good striker on here. Striker on here. Mr. Palace have now told Magay they may not be ready to sanction an exit. Wow. Following issues finding replacement. But the football understands. This comes an hour after they allowed him go to Liverpool. Now, if they do that, if that happens, that means they're going to lose him for free. They're going to lose him for free for sure, if that happens. Because if that happens to me, I'm not renewing the contract. Don't worry about it. I'm not renewing anything. So Graham Daly says Crystal Palace have now told McGahey that they may not be ready to sanction his exit after all, following issues finding a replacement. TBR Football understands this comes just an hour after they allowed him to have his Liverpool medical. Igor, you have been a problem to everybody. What's the matter? I don't quite get it. Why didn't you want to go to Crystal Palace? And you have European football, and then of course you don't have European football at West Ham. Crystal Palace are in better nick than West Ham. So what was the draw? What was it? I don't quite get it. I don't quite get it. And he waited for medicals to be done, and then he said, "Oh no, I'm not coming here." Wow. Did they offer his agent more bonus or something? Could be. Could be, because that's one thing players have to be mindful of. Of course, agents are there always thinking about how they can earn a little more, a little extra. So today has been a mega enjoyable, a long stream. Thank you all for being on here. We just have 16 more minutes before we end the stream for today. It's been amazing, your support, seeing you guys viewing and watching these videos all through. And I know you have been sharing these videos as well. I know you guys have been doing it behind my back, but thank you so much for doing it. Thanks so much for the support, for subscribing, for sharing this content. It's been really amazing. We keep going. We keep going because we do what we say we will do. We said we'll be here till the last minute of the deadline day, so we keep on going. So I want to know what your thoughts and opinions are on the business that have been done. Your club, what they've done. If it's just right now, are you happy? Are you good? Are you good with it? For me, yeah, I'm not going to complain about anything. I'll just watch it roll out, right? I'll watch it roll out. I'll watch it roll out. I think maybe you find Chelsea can do something in the academy for once. Get the player from the academy and let the player play. Maybe Leo Cardoso, of course, top talent rather. Leo Cardoso, give him game time. You know, Atherton as well. Chris Atherton, give him game time, although he's still super young. He's got Dujon Whisper Richards, give him game time. He has his man body. He's a young player. You can see in his face, but he's grown. He has the size. Let him play. He's got the pace. He's got the power. Let him play. Give him minutes. Maybe you can do that as well. So Shimi Mueka has also been in and among the goals as the season started. So maybe it's another option you can use for couple games as well. So it's good to look at the team. Chisaram Ezewata as well is another option from the academy. So it's good to look at those ones. And when the Brazilian League eventually ends, David Washington will be back at Chelsea. So maybe those people who are wanting 4 strikers could almost have their wish, because of course you have Nagy, who is back at the club. You've got João Pedro and Liam Delap, of course. He will be back fit, although unfortunately he's out for at least a couple of months. He will be back fit. I just hope that also Facundo Buonanotte also is able to, really fill that gap for Cole Palmer, or at least provide cover for Cole Palmer. That's why missing out on Javi Simons is crazy. It's crazy to me, because what was the other option? Like, what was the other option? Or you just say, oh, we know what. And I think these directors, they know the Chelsea fan base. I think they do. They know. Just give them a signing. Give them a signing, and they will get super excited for that signing, irrespective of the quality of the signing. So let's see what Facundo does for Chelsea. So deals that have been done, let me know what you think about them. And then think about Emi Martinez possibly remaining at Aston Villa fans. When you think about that, I just think that's life sometimes. Yeah, Manchester United really played Emi Martinez. It felt like he was going to join them, but they had other plans. They had their eyes still set on the Royal Antwerp goalkeeper. Agreed personal terms with him, and that's why I see players, protect yourself. Stop acting like you're super loyal. Make sure you get your contract sorted out, because if the club wants to lead you around the merry-go-round, they would. If a club wants to assign you to the bench forever, they would do it. They'll say you're under contract, you have to be professional about it. So players, please protect yourself. So Emi Martinez, first of all, it's been strange for me to even fathom why Aston Villa would want to let him go. Is it still the PSR thing or whatever? It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't see who they're getting to replace him. So if he stays, it's not the end of the world for Aston Villa. Maybe it may be upsetting for him, because I'm sure he's got his mind set on a new and different challenge, but he hasn't made that move. So Chelsea should have gone for him, in my opinion, but apparently the hope is on Mike Penders. And I just hope what I'm thinking doesn't happen with Mike Penders, because it could very well end up selling Mike Penders. I never will be shocked. Because right now, everyone is going on about, oh, Mike Pence is going to be the guy. He's going to be the one. That's why they don't want to sign the goalkeeper. But, you know, they could very well sell him off. You know what these people, what these sporting directors are like. And then, of course, we'll talk about the likes of Victor Boniface that made his move to Bremen. Top move for him. Although it's a club that's lower down the table than Bayer Leverkusen, but go there, re-establish yourself, be the main man. That's one thing I want to happen. And then Chukwueze to Fulham, done, agreed medical pass and completed. Come now, show what you're able to do. We know what you've done at Villarreal. We know what you've done at AC Milan. And then come to Nigeria, AFCON, deliver, World Cup qualifiers, deliver, and let's see what you're all about in the Premier League. Philippe Otele, so sad for him, but at least he's still in good nick with his club. He's still playing. He'll be playing in Europa League, so fair play. We'll also be following him. And then Adema Lukman is just the saddest one for me because top person, top bloke, top player. So I don't get why he's found himself in this situation where he needs to live at Atalanta, but not getting offers coming in. And then, of course, the biggest drama of this transfer season, of this transfer window, not just transfer deadline day. Of course, we know what it is. It has been doesn't even have any rival or rivalry. It has been the Nico Jackson all the way to Bayern Munich, and then suddenly say, oh no, Nico, come on, come back. And he says, I'm not coming back. And his agent says, there's no reverse in the airplane. There's no reverse gear in the airplane. No, the airplane doesn't do reverse. So for me, that was a statement of intent. And then it felt like Chelsea had got their way, stamped their foot on the ground, saying, we are not letting you go to Bayern. You're under contract with us. You're coming to join us. And he's like, you know what? I'm not even going to go to Cobham. I'm heading straight to Senegal to get some good wall off in my body. I'm not coming to Cobham. And then whilst he's still in Munich, we hear there are some secret negotiations, as they put it, between Chelsea and Bayern Munich officials, to get him to get a deal done. So now it's more of an obligation as opposed to an option. But there are certain clauses in that make that obligation feel like an option. I hope Chelsea don't find themselves in a situation where they see Jackson coming back. But all we hope and pray is that he crushes it in Bayern, maybe hits 15 goals or 18 goals with maybe another 5 to 6 assists. And that means even if he doesn't have a future at Chelsea, his career could still, move on. And of course, we have Maguire come back to Chelsea, and this ego thing has just totally spoiled what would have been a perfect transfer window for for Liverpool, right? He went there, did his medical, and just waited. I could picture it, just waiting. Come on now, tell me. Once Maguire completed his medical, he said, no, I'm off to West Ham. That's just mind-boggling. I know I said the Nico Jackson thing, head and shoulders, the craziest transfer story of this entire transfer window. But the ego one is not really a close second, but it is second nonetheless. So we've got 8 minutes to go to the shutting down of the transfer window. You guys have been amazing, staying true with me all through this while. We're getting there. We are getting there. So let's continue to follow and see as the things develop, we'll continue to bring them to you, and we'll have a recap as well. So I don't know if this is seriously revealed. Is last week Oliver Glasner has admired Manchester United. Yeah, he's a good coach. And I think he has this 3 at the back thing sorted out. Perfect. He has it sorted out to a T. While Ruben Amorim is still just trying. He's still a young man trying to find his way, in a difficult world, right? So in the career, I don't know how reliable it is, but still, as clearly revealed last week, Oliver Glasner has big admirers at Manchester United. If the manager position becomes available, then Glasner would be keen to take the job. So Parish, I don't know why you're treating the manager that's helped you win titles this way. Yes, I know you must sign players, you must sell players, of course, given the status of your club, but you should be able to get replacements in for them, right? You should be able to get replacements in for them. So we continue going. So we got 6 minutes left, 6 minutes left. Any deal not done by 7, it's done. We have to wait till January. So let's see how things continue to progress. Chrysanthus Uche, what is happening with him? I don't know. Should have gotten a here we go or something, but nothing has been heard so far. Burnley have signed, so this is now finally confirmed. So Florentino Luis confirmed to Burnley from Benfica, I think so. He used to partner Enzo Fernandez. So Burnley have signed Benfica midfielder Florentino Luis on a season-long loan. The deal includes an option to make the deal permanent in the summer. So let's see, how that shakes out. We're now 5 minutes out, so we're almost there. Let's stick around. We keep going. Once again, like I said, while I have you here, if you want to join the Amadi Football Channel community, you have the description you have the link to the WhatsApp group in the channel description. You can click on it and then you join the group. Or I think that's the best way to do it. You click the link and you join the group from there, and we can all progress and grow together, because this is more than just a channel that talks about football. It's a channel that looks to impact people, looks to impact people's lives, not just talking about football. But we continue going, we push on, and nonetheless, 5 minutes left on the clock. We keep pushing, we keep going until the very last minute of this transfer window. Now, I'm thinking to myself, what if it was one of those windows where it was till 11, to 11:59? Would I still be here? I don't know. But maybe with your support, I could still be here doing it. We got another one again, 34 minutes, talking about Tato Fofana, Charlton, favourites to land. Man. Feel so bad for this guy, man. Feel so bad for this man. Feel so bad for him. It was like on the rise, say Pete O'Rourke says Charlton have now emerged as favourites to land Chelsea forward David Tato Fofana ahead of Preston on loan. Let's see what happens with that one. This is not really looking good for him. Chelsea. I think at some point, when the team gets to January, I think what should happen is the first point of action should be to sell off a lot of players. Because you can't keep stockpiling players this way. And that's why Conrad Harder says, no, I don't want none of it. Right? Because Chelsea was kind of exploring, but fair play. They didn't really make an offer for him, but saw them exploring, said, no, I ain't going there. I want to go to a place where actually we play, as opposed to a place where I was treated as, a pair of flip-flops. Use 1 minute, dump the other, and then sometimes forget that I exist. So that's it. The model that Chelsea operates, and a lot of fans cheer it for whatever reason, because we get to see lots of players signed, is something that could come to bite, Chelsea in the rear end sometime down the line. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Let's see what happens. Final 2 minutes to go. Rasmus Højlund has completed his loan move to Napoli. Conditional obligation to buy. So let's see. This is loan move. Let's see. Sky Sports brought that. They are the ones who brought that. So we keep going. We've got 2 minutes to go. Yay! We have almost done it. Thank you so much, everyone. We continue to go. So, breaking: Manchester United have confirmed Rasmus Højlund has completed a loan move to Napoli. The deal includes a conditional obligation worth £43 million and will be triggered if Napoli qualify for the Champions League. So I think that's an easy, way to trigger the obligation. Pretty easy, except there's something else hidden, because I think Napoli under Conte will qualify for the Champions League either via finishing in top 4 or by winning the league again. And you can't count against Conte doing a repeat. You just can't. So I think that's something that can be done. So let's see, a minute away to the transfer window shutting down. Any deal that doesn't come through now, maybe the transfer papers will get sent in prior to the window absolutely shutting. If it doesn't happen, then that means it's curtains. That means it's curtains for that deal. For that deal. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we've gotten to the point. Not seeing any new update on Uche Chrisantos Uche, but we have indeed come to that point when I say, really come to that point when we've really hit the transfer deadline, and now we've even about to go a few minutes above it. So brutal deadline day twist move is now in doubt. Well, probably is going to. It's probably not going to go through. Look at him smiling, cheek to cheek, smiling and happy that the deal is done. Now, I don't like Liverpool, obviously, but for this to happen to a player, to a human being, it's not nice. You have yourself all set to make a move, and then this happens. Not good. So, like I said, thank you so much for your support, staying all through and being on this stream with me. It has been very, very inspiring for me to keep going and keep pushing and being on this channel. Once again, thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you've let me know the deal of this window for you. Let me know what you think about the business your club have done, whether Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, Leeds United, Charlton, whichever club you support. Let me know what your take is on the business your club has done. So, Nigerian fans are out there as well. Tell me what you think about the moves of Nigerian players: Chukwueze, Victor Boniface, Chrisantos Uche, that would have to update you tomorrow on or later on in the day. So let me know about what you think. Tyreek George as well, although he's not chosen to play for Nigeria, but he will be, I'm sure. You should be on it. So by this point, I want to really say a big thank you for supporting the channel. To have a fantastic rest of your day and try to get some rest, get some hydration, and enjoy the rest of your evening. And I will try to do the same as well. And I'll see you on yet another video. So stay well and stay blessed.